existing building on the site will hold up to 10 used car dealers, Dealer University, and Missouri Independent Auto Dealers Association. Each dealer will have one office space and up to 4 vehicle display spaces. And the tentative building hours are currently 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. So this is a street view looking north at the site. You can see the existing building. The frontage along East 67th Street is unimproved, as you can see. And there previously was a billboard, as you can see here. From what I've been told, that has been removed at this point. And then here's kind of an aerial view showing just kind of a better perspective of its proximity to the Blue Parkway to the west. So the site plan that's been provided shows a new curb cut to be constructed along East 67th Street with a new sidewalk. So the frontage will be improved. Vehicle displays will be provided just along East 67th Street with additional vehicle displays to the west here. Employee parking and visitor parking will be located near the front of the building. And then in terms of landscaping, there will be a row of shrubs providing some visual screening, and then new sod planted as well. So staff believes that this proposed use is appropriate, and overall it complies with the special use criteria within the zoning and development code. And staff believes that overall this will be an improvement from the site as it exists today, and is supportive of this special use permit. And this went to CPC in August, and at that meeting, the CPC recommended approval with conditions. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Zach, what were the conditions? Oh, I see them. Never mind. I got them pulled up here. Okay. All right. So Ms. Hicklin, why do you believe we should grant a special use permit?
The building has had just a single tenant in it for years. There's never been any improvement to the building because we've never done anything with it. We're, talking about making considerable improvements to the landscape and the look and appearance of that street area, continuing with the sidewalk. It has the opportunity to help. The use of the building is to help new dealers who are trying to get their feet wet in the auto dealer industry. That's what Dealer University will do, as well as the Missouri Automobile Dealers Association. They're going to help those new dealers hopefully grow their business and then move on to other places within the city to start larger dealerships at some point. So that's what the whole goal is with that building.
Is there a limit of time? Like, so you have a new student, so to say, into your university. Is there a limited amount of time that each dealer is given to either make it or not make it?
No, we're not limiting them. We want to give them ample opportunity to learn the industry. We're trying to make it to where they become successful. We will assist them in trying to find a lot of the tools that they need to run a successful dealership. A lot of these young people that are coming in are young, and they're really trying to become entrepreneurs in an industry that is changing very rapidly as we speak. So we're trying to, get their feet wet, get them moving along in the industry.
Okay. So, because I'm trying to understand what the turnover of different people may be at the property to understand it. So that's sort of uncertain.
A lot of the dealers that, we have had communication with, they have no idea. They're extremely green. So it could possibly, they could stay for up to a year. It just depends on the amount of cars that they're wanting to sell. Some may find that that's a perfect office space and it fits within the, the model that they're wanting. We don't limit them at all to how much time they can stay there.
Okay. So the CPC heard this case and they put forth 9, I believe, conditions. Do you have any objection to meeting any of those conditions?
I don't believe so.
Okay. All right, board members, questions for the applicant? Okay, hearing none. Did I hear any questions?
I have
Sorry.
one.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. I thought I saw a hand and you're kind of shadowed. So go ahead, Tom. Yeah, go ahead.
My question is the repairs or the improvements going to be done before they open up or you open up out there? Heather?
Well, I mean, we've been struggling with this process for almost a year now. And we were hoping to be started at this point, but we've had a few setbacks with continuances and stuff. So I do have several dealers that are excited to try and get in there and get moving. Right now, they're just selling cars from inside of the building if they do come in.
Do we have a timeline on the improvements?
Well, we're waiting for all of our approvals so that we can try and get get a construction plan going and try and figure out how long this is going to take. We want to get done as quickly as possible. That is the goal.
Thank you, Heather.
Any other questions?
One question.
Yes.
Will the facility be occupied before you've completed the improvements?
Yes, because they are allowed to sell the cars. There's a very large garage space in the back, and that is where they can currently put their inventory for sale. They are, without the special use permit, they're not allowed to display the vehicles outside.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Then I would entertain, I'm sorry, yes, Mr. Gorentz.
Yes, I'm sorry, Heather, so that you have a dealer license from the state? At that
Yes,
location?
there are several dealers that are committed. I have, right now I have 5 dealers that are committed, and they do have dealer licenses at that location.
So you got a dealer license without special use, so,
Correct.
okay.
We wanted to
Thank you.
have commitment before we started the project.
Okay, thanks.
All right, any other questions? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion from the board on this request for special use permit.
Madam Chair, in case number 50, I move that the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the staff report and all the conditions set forth therein.
I have a motion from Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes,
Opposed?
I'm sorry, Mr. Gorentz is opposed. Chair votes with the motion passes 4-1. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to the next case, which is docket item 2, case number 63, with an address of 5199 Northeast 80th Terrace. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as all other parties here either to support or oppose this request for a special use permit?
I've promoted the applicant, Madam Chair.
Okay. Sir, can you state your name, please?
Jeff Lawback, SBB Engineering.
Mr. Lawback, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Have you had a chance to review the staff report connected with your client's application?
I have.
Okay, on page 3 of that report, there are a list of administrative exhibits connected to the case that number 1 through 9. Any objection to my admitting those so the board can consider and review those documents?
No objection.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted, and we have a PowerPoint. Zach, I think you're on this one, so please proceed.
Yes, thank you. So this next case is located up north within the Shoal Creek area. A little more specifically, the subject site is located generally at the southeast corner of 152 in North Brighton. And this is sort of the Brighton Creek Crossing development. And the Brighton Creek apartments are just to the east. And then there's several commercial uses to the west across North Brighton Avenue. So kind of an overview, the applicant is requesting a special use permit to allow for fuel sales in a B3-2 zoning district. More specifically, a new Casey's C-store is proposed along with fuel pumps, and then a total of 16 pumps will be provided. So this is looking generally east at the site currently. As you can see, it's undeveloped and there's no current streets going through the site. So the subject site specifically, this is the previously approved plan that's on the screen now. The subject site we're looking at is in this red area here. It was previously approved for a drugstore, and then there's some other commercial uses surrounding the site and a bank as well. So this is the current site plan that's being proposed now. As I mentioned, this is a KCC store. It'll face westward toward North Brighton Avenue with the fuel pumps to the west of the building. Total of 16 fuel pumps are proposed. In terms of vehicular access, there are curb cuts to the north, to the east, and to the south. And then there will also be pedestrian connections and sidewalks connecting to all of the adjacent streets as well. New sidewalks are also proposed with parking to the west and to the north. And then there will be a loading dock to the south. In terms of landscaping, there will be a lot of new street trees proposed on all four sides. There will also be shrubs that provide visual screening along North Brighton and also along the north and the south as well. In terms of architecture and the building elevations, it'll be primarily a brick facade with stone column corners. And then the brick facade will be on all four sides. So it will be four-sided matching architecture. And then this is the fuel canopies as well, as I mentioned. So staff is supportive of this request and believes that it complies with all the special use approval criteria. And this went to CPC in August as well. And at that meeting, the CPC recommended approval subject to the corrections and conditions in the staff report. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, so Mr. Laubach, as I understand this, this is going to be surrounded by other commercial uses. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
we're the Brighton Crossing development.
Okay, and the closest residential to that would be the apartments, and this is a little distant from that by some separation of property, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And there are 31 conditions that have been put forth by the CPC. Does your client agree with each and every one of those?
There's one condition, number 21, discusses the proposed Northeast 81st Street. And this goes back to just kind of an error originally on the plans. We originally submitted the site plan with proposed 81st Street on the north side. We since revised that and sent it back to match the plat and the preliminary plan that labeled that as a tract A. So that would be a private drive on the north side. We should have clarified that that was a private drive on the north side.
Okay. Okay, so you're saying that, and I guess staff needs to weigh in here. Do you agree with the revised plans that 21 would no longer be applicable?
I don't believe so. I believe that the improvements are still needed. And from my research and what I've looked into, the final plat was actually never recorded. And so as a result, or excuse me, the preliminary plat was never finally recorded. And so as a result, the tract A that is being referenced has never been recorded. And so as a result, I believe the improvements still need to be provided.
So Mr. Laubach, do you have a response to that?
The final plat has also been through the process and it has been labeled tract A. So it's similar to on the east side of the store where it is also tract A, and we labeled that as as a private drive or private street. We had just, on the original site plan that we submitted, labeled the street on the north side as proposed a first street rather than a private drive. And the approved preliminary plan for the whole area, for the whole Brighton crossings as tract A. So we're just following suit with the preliminary plan that will be a private drive that's maintained, with just as the other street to the west or to the east.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not sure this board has the power to say yes or no to that condition, or change it.
It's not clear to me who controls that.
Mm-hmm.
So ultimately, this is Land Development Division's condition,
Mm-hmm.
and unfortunately, I don't see any of them on here. So it's a little bit tough to speak to this condition, but
And we've tried for 2 weeks to reach out to land development to clarify this issue. Multiple emails and multiple phone calls with no response. Zach has responded and indicated that it was land development's call, but I mean, to us, it seems fairly straightforward that we're following the approved overall development plan, and the seller is submitted public improvement plans for the 80th terrace that's on the south side, and submitted the final plat to the city, and that is going through the process, and there was never any comments with the final plat that it needed to be changed from a to dedicating that as a public street right away.
Well, my concern
Mr.
is,
Lawback.
yeah, go ahead, Mr. Ebbets.
Thanks, Mr. Lawback. Mark Ebbets here. That 21 condition, that 21st condition is quite significant. So I'm not sure I want to dismiss it myself, but maybe you come back in a month after you've had a chance to speak with other people. And I'm not opposed to the development plan that's with the conditions, but 21 is a significant one. And maybe you need to talk to those people, come back to us in a month on October 12th.
Yeah, if this isn't removed, then I guess I would agree.
Hey, Zach, do you know if the planning
Yeah.
commission took up the request for deleting the condition? Was that discussed at planning commission?
no, that, to my recollection, that wasn't discussed at City Planning Commission.
Is there any way that we could hold this case? We have a long day, and if someone could look at it and we could just continue this, and then once we know Mr. Lawbach could come back online. I'm trying not to continue cases. I'm trying to finalize them because we have a backlog. So
Yeah, I appreciate that. I myself have reached out to LDD and haven't gotten a response. So I'm going to ask our deputy director to reach out if you want to hold the case for an hour or so while she tries to chase that down.
okay, Mr. Lawbach, I'm going to do that. If you could give through the chat system a contact number that we could call you back in about an hour. I think I'm going to continue this case. Then I'd like you to jump back on. And at that point, if we need to give you a continuance, we will. But I'd like to see if we could resolve your case today. Okay.
Oh, that would be great.
Okay. I'm trying to be flexible these days because we've got a lot to cover. So I'm trying to do our public duty as we need to. Okay. So Mr. Lawbach, just send Mr. Nelson or Mr. Rexwickle through the chat a number where we can call you. And as soon as we know, we'll call you and you can jump back on and we'll handle it then. Okay.
All right, great.
All right. This case is being held until we have further evidence. All right, let's move on to the next case, which is docket item 3. The case number is 69. The address is 9301 State Line Road. Would the applicant and all interested parties, either in support or opposition to this variance request, please raise your hand to be promoted. This case does have a prior established quorum. That quorum is myself, Mr. Kelleher, Mr. Stiller, Mr. Ebbets, Mr. Banuki, and Ms. Mixdorf. Mr. Keller is not here today, but that still allows us to have 5 members that heard this case, and we have a quorum and can hear it. So those members that I called out, you will be hearing this case. The rest of you can blacken your screen for the time of this case. Is the applicant present? Ms. Higgins, are you in the
I have-
audience?
I've
Okay.
promoted Galen Davenport.
Okay. Mr. Davenport, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you turn on your camera, please, so I can swear you in? Oh, there you are. Yes, okay. Sir, could you state your name for the record, please?
Richard Galen Davenport.
Okay, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Davenport, have you had an opportunity to review, and I assume you're with Odegaard Signs and Lighting?
Actually, we rebranded last year, but yes.
Okay.
Odegaard Sign and Lighting, but when
Okay.
everything else was going crazy, we rebranded too. So, but anyway, yes.
I'm sorry. Okay, that's just what I see on the staff report. All right. Have you reviewed the staff report, specifically the final page where there's a listing of administrative exhibits that number 1 through 9? Do you have any objection to my admitting those so the board can review those and consider those in making a decision today?
Yes, that's fine. I also submitted some supplemental items a week or so ago.
Okay, well, we'll get to those in just a minute, okay? I'm going to admit administrative exhibits 1 through 9. Anna, I think this is your case. When you're ready, if you would share with us the PowerPoint, and then we'll ask Mr. Davenport about his additional exhibits, okay?
Sounds good. And it's included in my PowerPoint presentation, so I'll make note of that.
Okay,
So this case is at 9301 State Line Road. Existing zoning is R7.5, and the applicant is seeking approval of a sign variance to the maximum size of a wall-mounted sign within a residentially zoned district. This case was continued from the August 10th Board of Zoning Adjustment meeting. The site is located in the southern portion of Kansas City near State Line and Ward Parkway. This is the subject site. You can see State Line Road over to the left, and then Ward Parkway Road. This is where the curve occurs, is off to the right. And the sign is going right about where my cursor is hovering. This is their submittal, the blank wall and the wall with the proposed sign. This is one of the images of the new submittal that was sent to me, so you can see a little bit more about the relation to the sign with the whole building on the site. And the maximum sign for a wall-mounted sign within a residential district is 20 square feet, excuse me. They're proposing 219.25 square feet, requiring a variance of 199.25 square feet. And that concludes my staff report.
okay, Mr. excuse me. Mr. Davenport, I remember this case, obviously, I'm sure as our other board members do. There was opposition at the first hearing. And so we did continue this case, I think, to give you an opportunity to consider a revision. But this does not appear to be revised. Am I misunderstanding the
No, I reviewed this with our client and basically this is the sign that they'd like to put up. And with all due respect, to me, this is the reason why that we have variances, because when you look at all the facts of, in the environment of where the sign is, and in reviewing the staff report that was done by Anna, she didn't see any reason why we wouldn't or shouldn't consider being able to put the sign up. This property in this area, there's a Red Bridge area plan that was done or started a number of years ago that recommended that an institutional classification for this property. I also had a couple of other exhibits because this building is 400 feet off of state line, which is a major thoroughfare. And so what we're asking is that you approve the variance because the current zoning doesn't reflect the actual environment for this sign. Granting our request wouldn't impact residences or affect any substantial change in the neighborhood character or be any detriment to adjoining properties. And to our client's point, the scale of the sign is consistent with the size and the scale of the elevation. This sign is just a little bit over 5% of that elevation, which, if it was any other location, would be well within the allowable ratios. In an effort, even though we don't have the opposition present today, and I must say I was a little bit caught off guard last time, the client has indicated a willingness to compromise as far as the illumination of the sign, limiting it to, up till 10 o'clock in the evening or whatever, or just even during school events. But they have a lot of daytime events. So they'd like to be able to have the sign here. And again, if Anna has the access to the other exhibits that I had provided, I've got a couple of perspectives shots, just so everybody can get a real understanding of where the sign is. One of the points in the report was that a substantial vegetation buffer, and there literally are trees as tall or taller than this building that shield the entire view of this. So the only people that are ever going to see this sign are the people that pull into this parking lot. And again, we're willing to work and to compromise a little bit with as far as the illumination goes. But that's what we're asking for today.
Okay. Again, I am, and I guess Anna, I should ask you, are there other items that he's provided that we need to mark as exhibits so that he can have those shown to the board?
The other items that I have are just perspectives from photographs from State Line Road facing towards the building, proving that the sign is not facing State Line Road or the residential neighborhood. As I mentioned in my presentation, the sign is on an interior building within the Rockhurst High School campus and is pointing towards the parking lot and this vegetative barrier, as you see here.
Okay, but my question is did he submit items that he wants us to see? I mean, I don't want to deny that those admissions if he sent those to you.
Right. Would you like me to pull them up?
Yes. Have they been marked as exhibits?
No.
Okay.
Not yet.
How many are there?
1 second.
Looks like you might be ready for exhibit number 10.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think if it's just a series of photographs, I can mark them all as one exhibit, which could be exhibit 10, just so that our record is clear. I just need Anna to tell me how many there are.
I would call it 2 exhibits, a couple of different. The first exhibit would be basically photos from State Line heading south toward the school in a winter environment with no vegetation or foliage on the trees. And the other one is a shot that the applicant took with a drone from the sign elevation facing out toward the barrier at the outside of the parking lot.
The drone, I do remember receiving the drone photo via email, but due to its file type, I wasn't able to open it, if you recall in our discussion, Galen. But I also don't have the other photograph easily available. The one I have in question is another perspective of the building during the day, not during winter. So if you have that available, that'd be helpful.
Mr. Davenport, if you have what you want to show us, you can share your screen. Mr. DeGraffenreid, I see you, just a second. So Galen, do you want to share that with us?
I would.
Okay, while you're looking for that, Mr. DeGraffenreid, would you state your name, please?
John DeGraffenreid with Rockhurst High School. I'm the Director of Facilities here.
Okay, would you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Davenport, please continue.
All right, we'll see if we can do this.
I found them, Mr. Davenport, if you
Oh.
would like me to share my screen.
You're
Sorry.
better at this.
Okay, so let's call those Exhibit 10, and they will be admitted. Anna, if you would share your screen.
Yes. Is this the item that you're referring to?
Yeah, this is the one that are the views from heading south on State Line. And again, in a fall or winter time frame, and that starts at 91st and State Line, then 92nd and State Line right in front of Burns and McDonald. And then on the next page, you'll see the photo that shows it from State Line at the bottom, and then from 9240 State Line looking south there. And as you can see, the vegetation, even with no foliage on it, is a significant barrier.
Okay, anything else, Anna, that you have?
That's all I have.
Okay, all right, you can stop sharing your
There's a
screen.
couple more pages, but
Oh,
that was
okay.
in my
Okay,
in my PowerPoint
Yeah, then-
presentation.
yeah, make sure we see all of them, then please roll through them slowly. Okay, go to the next page.
That's the final
Okay.
page.
All right, thank you. All right, so let's discuss this, board members, and have questions if you have those. Again, Mr. Davenport, I understand the school's position of wanting this, but I've been on this board a very long time, and signs that are really unnecessary, this is more about school pride than identification of the school, which I appreciate. I mean, I as one person could see placing the shield other than just the name, but when we start putting signs all over buildings when they're not really necessary, then we open the door to allow unnecessary signs throughout the city. I'm one board member, so the other 4 members that get to vote on this may disagree with me, but I don't see why this is necessary other than school pride. So any other questions or comments from other board members? And Mr. Davenport, any other comments you want to make?
Well, I just know that you asked me about why and the whole school pride. And I think Rockhurst students and the alumni are rightfully proud of the school. and they want to install a sign that they can be proud of. And by minimizing the size of it, and it just doesn't look, it isn't properly scaled. So I understand their position. So again, that's why I believe this is the perfect situation for a variance. You know, it's to me, this is not much different from putting a banner in their gymnasium, because again, nobody's going to see this sign except the people that are attending that are in that parking lot. So.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Davenport. All right, any other questions or comments from board members? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion on this request for variance.
Chairman Otto, I wonder if the Director of Facilities has any comment on the sign before we raise a motion.
Certainly. Sir, do you have any comments that you would like to make?
Yeah, this sign, I guess I would ask, is there any variance that we could entertain if we didn't light it up? Because the main part of the argument on the last time we met was the winter routes were saying that it was a light pollution issue. And that seemed to be the only, besides your objection to it for the size, the school doesn't have any kind of signage on that whole end or the back of the school to, when people come off of Ward Parkway, to tell us that we are Rockhurst High School. This can't be seen from any of the neighborhoods. Yeah, I guess that's if we were not to take the sign, or I mean, if we were not to light the sign up and just have it for a daytime thing, is that something that they would entertain?
The board will consider those comments, Mr. DeGraffenreid. Okay. Anything else, Mr. Ebbets?
Yeah, thanks. So, Mr. DeGraffenreid, any thought to Chairman Otto and just approval of the coat of arms, if that's what that would be called, or the logo of the school versus Rockhurst all the way across in letters? Thank you.
Yeah, I recalled on the last meeting that they wanted to bring that shield down to a certain size, and you can barely even see it on the side of the building. And I don't think that was, I think Galen had done some drawings for those, and it just looked way out of whack for the side of the school. You couldn't even see it, even from the sidewalk below. So
I guess, John, I was asked, go ahead.
I guess if we could keep the sign or the logo at the same size as what's on the building in his rendering, that might be one of those things we could accept.
How big is the coat of arms?
Galen or John?
Yeah, I'm pulling that up. I did several variations. It's 6 foot high and it's 5.5 feet wide. So it's about 30 square feet.
So that's a 10-foot variance versus a 199-foot variance, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So Mr. DeGraffenreid, if the board would grant the coat of arms at that size, is that something the board should consider?
Sure.
Okay. Mr.
And of course, that would be lit. That'd be a lit sign. And of course, Mr. DeGraffenreid would probably want that restricted to maybe within an hour of the closing of the last event. Like you said, 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock, midnight at the latest.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Any other questions, Mr. Ebbets?
Nope.
Okay, all right. Anyone else? Anything further, Mr. Davenport, Mr. DeGraff and Reed?
No, Chairman.
Okay, then I believe, ladies and gentlemen on the board, we're ready for a motion on this case.
Chairman Otto, in case number 69, I recommend the board approve the revised plan of allowing the coat of arms with limited hours be approved in its size, according with this staff report and what else am I missing? Sorry.
The site plan, let me just make sure that I have restated what I think you're wanting the motion to be, that you're moving to grant the applicant the approval to allow the portion of the sign that we will describe as the coat of arms at the size depicted in the site plan, but that the word Rockhurst would not be allowed, and that the variance, if it would be 10 feet or whatever that amount is, that's what you're allowing. Is that correct, Mr. Ebbets?
That is correct.
Okay, do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Gorentz. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with that motion. The request is granted as stated. Thank you, gentlemen. Good luck with that.
Thank you.
All right, let's move to the next case, which is item number 4, case number 80. The address is 4622 Pennsylvania Avenue. Ms. Jensen, I think you're on this case in some capacity. Is that correct?
Yes, Ms. Chair, Patricia Jensen here today working with the Plaza Westport in opposition to the variances.
Okay.
I think your agenda is not correct because it says there's no required quorum. This case was heard, I believe, on August 19th.
Okay, hold on just a second. We'll figure that out.
I can't remember who was on the quorum at that time.
We'll figure that out. Okay, so I believe let's call this case then, and I would ask all other parties that are interested in this case and were here at the last hearing to please raise their hand to be promoted. And we will, in the meantime, Lisa or someone online, can you tell me which board members heard this case? Because we did hear this case. I know for one, I was on the quorum, so.
Yes, I'm checking it right now. Let's see.
I know I was on the quorum, Chairman Otto.
Yeah, and I believe this case had a very interesting legal question that I asked you all to look at.
Right.
I think I caused some concerns and my own reading of something, so.
And Commissioner Ebbets, you were in the same location, I believe, on August 19th.
He lives a much more exciting life than some of us, I think.
Yes.
Every board member heard it.
Okay, all right. So let's just get everybody online, and then I'm going to try to go through this and identify everybody, okay? Joe, tell me when you've promoted everyone that had raised their hand, and then I'll get started.
It's just Ashley McAlmond, and I've promoted her. And
Okay.
I believe she's with Roxon.
Okay. And Roxanne, you're representing the applicant, correct? Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so Roxanne, let's start with you. Would you state your name for the record, please?
Roxanne Cope.
And if you'd raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Do you want to introduce who you have with you today, and then I will swear them in?
I have my assistant Ashley McAlmond, and she's really only joining so that she can drive our presentation for us.
Okay. Will she be speaking at all?
She won't be speaking, so
Okay, I won't swear her in then. Okay, go ahead.
And then I believe that we have Eric Pickett with the Infinity Signs as well.
I see Eric. Yes, I see him.
Good
Okay.
morning, Roxanne. Good morning, Madam Chair.
Okay. Mr. Pickett, would you state your name for the record, please? And then I'll swear you in.
Yes, Eric Pickett.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And then I would just ask Eric, is there anybody else, Eric, from the Infinity Signs that needs to join us today? I don't think that's the case, but just want to double check.
I think we're okay, Roxanne.
Okay, thank you.
And anyone else? Ms. Koch.
Oh,
Miss-
Wayne Schick, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Wayne
Mr.
Schick with Ocean
Okay,
Prime
Mr.
Group.
Mr. Schick, can you turn on your microphone, please? Can you state your name, sir?
Wayne Schick with Cameron Mitchell Restaurants.
Would you raise your hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay.
Thank
And
you.
then is Mr. Block also here with the applicant? Okay, Mr. Block, would you state your name, please?
Steve Block.
Okay, and if you'd raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. All right, is that everyone? Ms. Koch now, I think I saw on your side.
That is everyone.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Jensen, I'm going to turn to you. Can you introduce who's on your side, and then I will have them state their name and swear them in, and we'll get moving here.
Sure. We've got Robert Martin with Plaza Westport Neighborhood Association and a number of other neighborhoods in the area.
All right, Mr. Martin, would you state your name? Can you turn on your microphone?
Robert Martin.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
You have Matt Fuco. He's also with the neighborhood.
Mr. Fuco, could you state your name, please?
Good morning, Matthew Fuco.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Carol Thrain.
Ms. Thrain, would you state your name, please?
Carol Thrain.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I believe that's it. If not, tell me I'm incorrect, Robert.
I don't see anybody else's faces lit up to tell me that you're here and not a staff member. Okay. All right. So let's start where we left off. I believe we had a legal issue that we needed to have resolved. And Roxanne, since this is your client's application, I think I would like to hear from you and your position on the issue that I raised.
Yes, I think that the issue that you raised, we've discussed it with staff. I'm not sure whether or not staff has fully reviewed this yet or not, but I see that they removed from their staff report the request for a number variance. In fact, there is not a need for a number variance. We are entitled to multiple projection signs on this one wall. We are only asking for 2. And we can go ahead and pull up my presentation. I'm happy to walk through the code and point out those provisions.
Okay, go ahead. And as soon as this has been marked as an exhibit, your presentation.
Yes, please.
Are we at exhibit 11? Is that right, Anna?
Not 11, but I also haven't received this PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, well, we'll have to get a copy for
You
it.
should have received it, Anna, you should have received an email probably just moments ago from Ashley McAlmond.
It just hasn't come through yet then, but I'll keep an eye out for it.
Okay, so Anna, what number are we to on exhibits?
One moment. 11.
Okay, this will be admitted as exhibit 11. Go ahead, Ms. Koch.
Okay, thank you. The request is for 2 projecting signs. As you all know, I'll just read, we believe that the only 2 variances that are needed, or 3 variances that are needed, 2 for a prime social sign for the 5.1 square feet to allow for a total square footage of 17.1 square feet, and a projection variance of 2 feet to allow for a total projection of 6 feet. The Ocean Prime sign, which is also a projecting sign, it is allowed, but only needs a variance for a size variance of 44.3 feet to allow for a projection sign with a total of 56.3 square feet. I'll point out here that the total square footage for the wall area that these projecting signs are on is 30,880 square feet. The total proposed signage is only 0.23% of the entire wall area. And as you all may know, the code allows for up to 10% signage on a particular wall. So next slide, please. It's important to understand how many wall signs are allowed for a particular wall in order to get to the provision with regard to how many projecting signs, because as you may all know, that in order to have a projecting sign on a wall, you have to swap out one wall sign. So wall signs are specified, the number of wall signs that are allowed are specified in section 88-445-07 of the code. This is the chart that's from the code. We're going to go ahead and move to the next slide. The next slide is what where I have where we might be able to read a little bit better. It's the exact text from that chart. In the first row of the chart, it applies to buildings, and it allows individual buildings with interior tenants are allowed a maximum of 3 signs per building elevation to identify the major tenant. As many of you may know, the major tenant in this building is CrossFirst, plus 3 total per building elevation to identify subtenants. And today we're talking about 2 of our subtenants, both Ocean Prime and Prime Social. The subtenant signage may not exceed 12 square feet, and that is where we are asking for this variance on the size of that sign, or of those 2 signs. The cumulative total sign area may not exceed 10% of the wall area. As I pointed out, we're not exceeding that 10%. The second row of the above chart applies to tenants. Tenants in a multi-tenant building with exterior entrance are permitted 3 signs per tenant building elevation, including all wall, awning, canopy, projecting, and marquee signs. This chart also has on it a reference to end wall may identify a maximum of 3 tenants within the building. In discussions with City Attorney Sarah Baxter, she said maybe that's meant, she didn't know what end wall meant. We could not find any definition in the code for end wall. She believes perhaps that's supposed to read any wall may identify a maximum of 3 tenants within the building. We will show you that throughout the plaza area, the surrounding area, there are many walls with more than 3 tenants identified. But again, that's not an issue for us. We're only asking for 2 tenants to be identified on this east elevation of this particular building. Again, this chart identifies that the cumulative total sign area, again, may not exceed 10% of the wall area. As we've pointed out, our proposal for these 2 signs do not even exceed 1% of the wall area. Next slide, please. Okay, so here on the same chart, you just have to scroll down a little bit further in the on the page, is the section that refers to projecting signs. Again, this is in section 88-445-07. And I'll go ahead and move on to the next slide where then we talk about the text that's contained in that chart. So the first section of that text identifies who may have projecting signs. It refers to the individual building and the tenants in a multi-tenant and a multi-tenant building being allowed to have projecting signs. The second section of that chart above that we showed limits the number of projecting signs each building and tenant may have per wall. So individual buildings and tenants in multi-tenant buildings are permitted 1 projecting sign per building wall. So that's in lieu of 1 wall sign. So you have to give up 1 wall sign for that purpose. So this provision for projecting signs for tenants is not limited to the interior or exterior or interior tenants. It doesn't specify. Again, and then there are conditions related to those projecting signs, a maximum of 12 square feet. And again, we're asking for a size variance for those 2 projecting signs. And those are perpendicular to the building. So that condition is applicable here. The next condition is not applicable. That's a maximum of 40 square feet allowed for projecting signs that are radial on the building corner, which is not applicable here. Again, also the cumulative total of 10% wall area of signage per wall is a condition. And as I pointed out, we are well under that 10%. We're less than 1% of the wall area. In addition, the section 88-445-08E of the code sets forth the additional conditions related to projecting signs, including that they may not project more than 4 feet from the building wall. And as we pointed out, I believe it's our prime social sign, we're asking for a 6-foot projection. So we're requesting, then we would need that 2-foot variance. And next slide, please. So actually, I think that concludes really my presentation with regard to the allowance for 2 projecting signs. The next slides that I have really get into more of the substance of the request and things that would support the variances as requested. So go ahead and back up, Ashley, if you would, all the way to, I believe it would be slide 2 for right now. Getting back to what our requested variances are. And I'm happy to answer any questions with regard to the number variance. I don't know whether or not staff has fully evaluated that as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Cook. Sorry, I know I said that wrong the first time. Sorry. Ms. Jensen, let me hear from you on your position about the issue we raised at the last hearing.
Sure. Madam Chair, members of the board, as you clearly pointed out in the last hearing, the Board of Zoning Adjustment does not have authority to grant variances to the number or type of signs allowed. That is contained in 565-02. So as Roxanne has analyzed, the question becomes whether or not more than 1 projecting sign is allowed for this building. I do not believe it is. If you go back to the chart that Roxanne identified, the projecting signs clearly say 1 per building wall. It doesn't say multiple per building wall, and then provides the limitation. What's different about this sign compared to the others, and we can talk through it as we talk through the case, is that the Ocean Prime, to my understanding, is on the very top floor of this building. It's not like they're separate tenant spaces that you see in the rest of the Country Club Plaza area that have individual spaces and they're only 1 story. So this is a multiple story building, and it's not directly in front of where the restaurant is going to be located for the projecting sign.
And I would happily show throughout the plaza where that's not the case. There are multi-story buildings that have multiple projecting signs for multiple tenants on the wall. There are also walls that actually identify many more than just 3 tenants. Again, we're only asking to identify 2 tenants on our east wall, and it does not, the code does not reference only that this applies to only single-story buildings. And again, I think that the initial interpretation of this code by Zach Nelson specifically was that we did not need a number variance. That didn't even come up until we apparently saw the staff report. So happy to show areas throughout the plaza where there are multiple projecting signs on 1 single wall, and also with for interior and exterior tenants as well, and in multi-story buildings.
And I would just note that many of those signs existed prior to the new zoning and development code.
Actually, that's not the case. So we'll happily show those.
Okay, one at a time, ladies. The court reporter has to take you both down. So,
And we would be happy to provide testimony. In addition, we've got Robert, Matt, and Carol. I don't know if they have anything else to add on this particular issue, but we've got much more testimony in opposition to the variances.
okay, so let's do this. I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Koch.
I was just going to say, Ms. Chair, go ahead, and I'm happy to then wait, and would like the opportunity to show these conditions, how they are a plethora of these conditions throughout the plaza. Thank you.
Okay, what I want to do first, I want to give my board an opportunity to make sure they understand this legal issue. You both are saying that the interpretation is different and it's a legal question. So sometimes the board wishes to seek legal counsel. I'm going to give them this chance to tell me if they want to do that.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
that was my note here to myself, is it's not clear to me the number of projecting signs allowed on a particular elevation, and I would appreciate going to a closed session for some legal advice, but I don't have the
Okay,
ordinance number.
That's all right. I'm going to help you out if that's what you want to do. So I need a motion, because we have advertised for this, that the board has the right to go into closed session pursuant to 610.021 sub 1. But I need to do individual roll call. So if you want to make that motion, Mr. Stiller, then I'll ask for a second and I'll do an individual roll call vote.
Yes, I'd like to make that motion.
All right, I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
Ebbets, second.
I haven't, I have a second from Mr. Banuki. When I call your name, please indicate if you agree with that motion. Mr. Stiller,
Yes.
Mr. Banuki,
Yes.
Mr. Ebbets,
Yes.
Mr. Gorentz,
Yes.
Ms. Mixdorf,
Yes.
and chair votes also in support of that motion. We will go into closed session, folks. We will be back with you.
Chairman Otto, quick
I'm sorry.
question.
Yes.
I don't have that link to go into closed session. Usually Joe sends that out.
I'm
Okay.
creating it right now.
He's creating it. He's going to send you all an email and you'll go to that site. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back in just a few. Okay, board members are coming back on. Let me see that once everyone gets here, I'll call us back.
Madam Chair, I would like to make one statement before you talk further on this issue.
Okay, that's fine. Just let me get everybody back and we'll go back in session. Let's see, do I,
Sorry.
yeah, could you stop sharing your screen, Roxanne, so I can see if everybody's back? It's really hard for me to tell. I apologize. This system is not perfect. Okay, I see Mr. Ebbets, Mr. Stiller, Mr. Gorence. Yes, okay. So board members, I believe you all have logged back in. I would need a motion to return to open session. Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion for Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Stiller. Please indicate if you are in support of this motion when I call your name. Mr. Gorence?
Yes.
Ms. Mixdorf?
Yes.
Mr. Banuki?
Yes.
Mr. Stiller?
Yes.
Mr. Ebbets?
Yes.
And chair votes with the motion. We are now back in open session. Ms. Jensen, you had a comment before we ask further questions?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board. We have, Robert Martin and I have been trying to converse with staff to find out the status of the various discussions that were going on. We didn't know until today that Ms. Koch had been talking to the staff, and the staff had been offering apparently suggestions, and it really deals with that table. If Roxanne, if you could pull up that table again, I've had some time more now to really review that table. And I believe the use of plurals and just S's are important to this discussion. So if you look at this on the wall signs, it says individual buildings with interior tenants such as Walmart's, Targets. That is what this is about for wall signs. And it talks about, it distinguishes 3 per building elevation to identify major tenant, plus 3 total per building elevation to identify subtenants. Includes all wall, awning, canopy, projecting, and marquee signs. So there's a distinguishing about the use of the word tenant versus tenants. Now, if you go down to the projecting sign, Roxanne, please, it says individual buildings and tenant in multi-tenant building, 1 per building wall in lieu of 1 sign. It doesn't allow multiple projecting signs for each tenant in a multi-tenant building. That's it, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'm going to ask questions so the board has a clear understanding of both sides' positions. Okay, so Roxanne, you believe under your presentation that there can be 3 signs per building elevation. Is that correct?
So, well, I think that is one way to read the code. I think that the other way to read the code is if we're talking about wall signs on this particular wall, we could technically have 9 wall signs. We're asking for, you know, and I do recognize that there's that one provision that says end wall, and it suggests, it doesn't say signs, it says identify no more than 3 tenants. So perhaps, you know, as a single tenant, you could have multiple wall signs when you're reading the code. So, but I don't think that's the issue here. I think the issue is whether or not we can have more than 1 projecting sign per wall. And one point I want to make, I think that it was suggested by Ms. Jensen that I was getting suggestions from the staff, and that between the 2 hearings, and that is certainly not the case. I outlined for staff our reading of the code and walked through that. I've not gotten any suggestions from staff other than what end wall means, because I asked, what does end wall mean? And they suggested, well, it may mean any wall. So if any wall means, or if end wall is supposed to mean any wall, then that section of the code would suggest that on any one wall, you can only identify 3 tenants. But I would note that throughout the plaza, that is not the case. There are many walls of a single building, single wall, that identify many more than 1 tenant. And I have those pictures to show that, both in, tenants that are interior tenants, exterior tenants, on second floor, first floor, with interior entrances, exterior entrances. So there's multiple examples of that. Now, getting to this particular projecting sign provision, it's very clear that your first column in your chart talks about what the rest of the provisions apply to in each column of the chart. So the first column under projecting signs tells us who's entitled to a projecting sign. And the individual building, and you'll see that individual buildings in some cases, have their own projecting sign to identify the building. In other cases, then the tenants themselves can have a projecting sign. Now, how many signs can a projecting sign can a building have on one wall? They can have 1. How many can each tenant have on one wall? On a wall, they can have 1. But in each case, they have to give up a wall sign to do that. And that's clear in the second column. And then the rest of it just limits then, the size of any one projecting sign.
Ms. Koch, can you go back to the first diagram? Yeah, hold on a second. All right.
Wall signs.
And Madam Chair, I don't believe you can have 9 wall signs. If you read the top provision, which is what this is, says individual buildings with interior tenants. 3 per building elevation to identify the major tenant, plus 3 total per building wall to identify subtenants.
Madam Chairman.
And again, that ignores row 2. Row 2 is applicable to tenants when you're an exterior tenant. And we have a multi-tenant building that has both interior tenants and exterior tenants. In this particular case, we have 1 exterior tenant. And you cannot ignore row 2.
Just a second, Mr. Black. Let me hear this. Go ahead, Ms. Koch.
You cannot ignore, you have to read the code in its entirety. You don't get to read one section to the exclusion of the other sections. The first row of this wall signs provision specifically applies to this building. And in addition, and to its tenants, it applies to the building and its tenants. And then the second row in this particular section applies to tenants that happen to be exterior tenants. The code recognizes that exterior tenants may also need their own signage, and this code provides for that. You cannot read the code one section at a time to the exclusion of all other sections of the code.
Okay,
and that's exactly what Ms. Jensen is requesting that you do.
Okay,
Ms. Koch.
Ms. Koch, let me ask you this. These 2 tenants that you are talking about, Ocean Prime, I'm sorry, what are the names again? I apologize. I'm now lost.
Ocean Prime, which is has an exterior entrance.
Okay, and what's the other one?
On that east-facing wall, and then Prime
Social. Thank you, Mr. Black.
Prime Social, which is located at the top floor of the building, has an interior entrance. And they are 2 separate tenants in this building.
Madam Chair, Matt Fuoco was previously, prior to the closed session, he was a panelist and he somehow got dropped. I've re-promoted him.
Okay.
And I'm not sure that you've opened testimony yet anyway, but.
I have not. Okay. All right, Mr. Block, you had a comment. I'll listen to you. What do you have?
Well, there were 2 things. First, there are 2 separate tenants that you understand But secondly, if you look at this code, it does not distinguish an office building versus a shopping center. If you think about a shopping center with a line of 20 tenants side by side, each of them has their own sign. So, you know, the code allows for an exterior tenant to have a sign. Well, have 3 signs, in fact. So, and you know, this notion that somehow we're limited to the number of signs is just ignoring the reality of a shopping strip that we have hundreds of all over the city.
Madam Chair, your
And
second provision says such as strip mall. That's a shopping center.
I would add, but I would add that if you take a look at the plaza, we have pictures to show that there are mixed use buildings that have both office and retail in the same building. And again, those tenants all have projecting signs on one single wall. And
Well,
so
yeah,
to apply the code any other way would be inconsistent application of the code throughout the city. And no, we're not talking about built signs that were grandfathered. We're talking about signs that are as recent as the last 5 years.
Okay, I'm trying to go back to when we rewrote this code and being on that committee. And my concern about this sign, this chart, is that the first section is talking about building a building that would have interior tenants. And the second one is in a building where there's only exterior entrances, because I think they're different.
It doesn't refer to a building though. It refers to tenants.
Well, but it
that does not say a building with, it doesn't say a building. It refers to the tenants in a multi-tenant building. If it intended to apply to a building, it would have said that, and it doesn't say that. Again, it says.
Well, no, it says tenants in a multi-tenant building, so the building reference is there.
Okay.
So
again,
I mean, it starts with tenants, but it does say a multi-tenant building with exterior entrance. So it's describing the building as being one that only has exterior entrances for the tenants. I think what you have fits more within the first description. I'm again one board member, and I'm trying to give this its plain meaning.
But again, the plain meaning is that the first one applies to individual buildings that have interior tenants.
Right, which
we have. And then we also, the second row also applies to us because we have tenants in a multi-tenant building with exterior entrance. So it doesn't say with only exterior entrance, it says with exterior entrance. And you have many buildings throughout the city, many buildings throughout the plaza that have both tenants with interior and exterior entrances. You find that not only in this area of the city, but you find it throughout the city. And the code is being applied exactly as I am stating. And to apply it any other way would be an inconsistent application and discriminatory to my client and to this particular building.
And Madam Chair, I agree with you. I believe the first one applies up there. I don't believe the tenants in multi-tenant building with exterior entrance applies because it says tenants with exterior entrance. All those words are important. They all have to be read together. And it gives an example such as a strip mall, which is similar to what exists on the Country Club Plaza.
So let's just say that that's an accurate statement. Let's just say that's an accurate reading of the code, that only the first row would apply. So if that's the case, that only the first row applies, okay, then specifically, we get 3 per building elevation to identify major tenants, and we get 3 per building elevation to identify subtenants, okay? So Ocean Prime and Prime Social are subtenants. So let's go with that. Now, if you go to the projecting sign provision, let's go to that and see how that would apply in this situation. If we could go ahead and scroll to the projecting sign provision, please. There we go. So there, both individual buildings and tenant in a multi-tenant building. So we've got an individual building and we've got tenants in a multi-tenant building. They each get one per building wall in lieu of a wall sign. So again, if you go back to the top, we can get at least 6 wall signs. Okay, at least 6 wall signs. We only need to substitute 2 wall signs for the tenant in our building. And again, if you can only get one projecting sign per building wall, you have violations all over the city, and you've got a lot of tenants who are going to be really upset about that interpretation, and building owners. And let's just point to several of them that the city will need to be dealing with if that's the actual interpretation.
Can we share the pictures?
Okay, Ms. Koch and Ms. Jensen, have you both presented your legal argument on the interpretation of these charts? Because then I want to listen to opposing testimony, and we got to get moving because we do have a long day in front of us. So
Yes, I have. I think the wording of the slide that's in front of you is important. It says tenant. It does not say tenants in multi-tenant building. So I believe per the code, it's 1 per building wall.
all right, Ms. Koch, you have other people that you want to talk about that are here in support. What do you want us to hear?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to be able to show the examples throughout the plaza that we're talking about, how this code has been applied. And I think that is very important because it's not only what the code says, it's how it's being applied, how it's been applied for years, how it's currently being applied throughout the city, but most importantly, right here in this particular area of the city.
Go ahead and show us those if that's what you want to do.
Okay. Yes, please. So for example, right here, this is what is known as the Broadway building that is located between Nichols Road and 47th Street. And this is located on the west side of Broadway. You see here that there are notice too, that this is a 2-story building. Some of you may know it, that at the far south end of this building is where Hellsberg just recently used to be located. On this particular building today, you have Aldo with a projecting sign, you have T-Mobile with a projecting sign, and you have Hallmark with a projecting sign. Those are all exterior entrances on the first floor of this particular mixed-use office retail building. On the second floor of this building, there is an interior tenant. That interior tenant is this Mojo Cycling. And they also have a projecting sign. Many of you may know that T-Mobile is a fairly new tenant to this particular building. I don't know exactly how recent, but certainly in the last 5 years. Hallmark also, I think, is a fairly recent tenant in the last five years in that particular building. I have more pictures with regard to this building that I think are very helpful to fully illustrate the number of signs on one particular wall. So these are just the 4 projecting signs on this one. Next slide, please. So again, this is the same building. This is the south end of the east wall of the building that we were just viewing. Again, you can see that we have several exterior tenants shown here. Aldo, Francesca's, Tumi, T-Mobile, all here. You can see that many of them have wall signage in addition to what we had noted as their projecting sign So showing that, and again, we can, count how many signs that are on this particular building. But we have more than 3 tenants, right, identified on one wall of a single building. So, whether or not that end wall means any wall, again, not applicable here to us. We're only asking for 2 tenants to be identified on one wall. But here we've got a plethora of tenants identified on a single wall of a single building. Next slide, please. And not to mention that Hallsberg, right, used to more recently had a signage as well. So here is a view of the north end of the same building that stretches this entire block. Okay? And again, it is a single building. You have all referred to as the Broadway building. Again, we can see T-Mobile in this shot. You also have Hallmark. Again, they have both a wall sign and they also have a projecting sign. Lucky Brand, it only has a wall sign. Vineyard Vines, it has both canopy signs and it has a wall sign. Next view will show Vineyard Vines up close. So as the prior picture showed that they had 2 awning signs that are up here, and then you see their wall sign as well. Next slide, please. So this is, again, that same building. This is the Broadway building. And here it shows some wall signs of interior tenants. So USFP has 2 wall signs. Carrier Bear and Crandall, Car Bear and Crandall has 1 wall sign, and U.S. Asset Services also has 1 wall sign on the exterior of this building. So I think at my count, we had like 11 tenants identified on 1 wall, both interior and exterior tenants. We have 4 tenants with projecting signs, including interior and exterior tenants of a multi-story building that is a mixed-use building. So it's hard to understand how my interpretation of the code is not the interpretation that's consistently been applied, at least to this particular building. And I have more buildings to show. If we can go to the next slide, please. So this is the building that's directly across the street from the Broadway building. Again, we're between 47th Street to your north and Nichols Road to the south. Here in this single building, we have the Potbelly sandwich shop, and it has both a wall sign and a projecting sign. You have Chico's, which you can see the projecting sign here, and I believe that they have awning signs, I believe is what they have as well. And further down, you can see 1 more projecting sign on this picture, and that is J. McLaughlin, another clothing store on the plaza directly across from the Broadway building. All 1 building, 3 tenants all identified on a single wall, 3 projecting wall signs. So next slide, please. So here's just particularly 1 tenant, interestingly, has 2 projecting wall signs, which I found interesting that they have both a, I said wall signs, 2 projecting signs and 1 wall sign for 1 tenant on this particular building. Many of you may recognize this building and where this is located in the plaza. The address is 4725 Wyandotte, and it is just located south, I believe, of 47th Street and south of where Cheesecake Factory is. Next slide, please. Here is a particular building, Nichols Road in Pennsylvania. Many of you are familiar probably with this restaurant, Brio. As you will see that Brio has 3 projecting signs, 1 on the wall that's facing to the east, 1 that's on the wall that's facing to the south, and then they also have a corner projecting sign. Radial, I believe that's called a radial sign on the corner of the wall. And then they have multiple wall signs, just advertising, I don't know, just more signage Carpaccio, Vino on this particular wall. Similarly, by the way, you saw similar signage like this when there was Helzberg Diamonds. They had an exterior sign that advertised, identified Helzberg Diamonds, and then they identified things that you could shop for inside of that one single tenant before they closed shop. Next slide, please. Okay, so here we find ourselves, I believe this is the Valencia building. I believe that's correct. Along 47th Street. This is on the north side of 47th Street. And here you will see that we can see here 3 projecting signs, one for HM, which by the way is an interior entrance, I believe on the 2nd floor. Somebody could correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I don't know that that's really relative here. You see that you've got Valencia Place itself on this one sign. It identifies the building. It also identifies its tenant, McCormick and Schmick's. And then you also have a projecting sign, Old Navy. So we've got 3 projecting signs on the same wall of the same building in this view. Next slide, please. So here we have opposite side of the street, further to the east on 47th Street. This is just east of Central. Here we have projecting signs on the same wall to identify Brighton, Evereve, and 3DHO is what that is. I'm not familiar with that particular shop, but it's right there. So many of you are probably familiar with this location on the plaza and this particular building of the plaza. Again, we have 3 separate tenants, all with a projecting sign. Next slide, please. Okay, so this particular is looking west on Nichols Road. This happens to be on the south side of Nichols Road. Many of you know this as the Plaza Medical Building. And here we have Warby Parker identified, Madewell identified, and Casper also identified, looking west on Nichols Road, and all in the Plaza Medical Building. Next slide, please. So here by chance is Cooper's Hawk that has its a sign exterior to identify what is an exterior restaurant with an entrance that's up the road. And by the way, that's an oversized exterior sign on the east elevation. Next slide, please. Again, just a more up-close view of Cooper's Hawk, which was granted a variance for the size of its particular sign. Next slide, please. Just another view of Cooper's Hawk. You will see that they not only have an exterior, or not only do they have a projecting sign, but they also have a awning sign as well. Next slide, please. Again, you can it's a view of of Cooper's Hawk and the building that it's in, just further down from the south, looking to the north. Next slide, please. Then also we have another view of the building from south on Broadway. So this is taken from approximately 155 feet from the sign and 55 feet from the intersection of the southeast corner. This just shows perhaps the reason why they were looking for a larger sign for that particular building. Next slide, please. And here is an example of the signage that would be on the building, 46 Penn building, the Ocean Prime sign, and then the Prime Social signage. Next sign, please, or next slide, please. Again, this is just another view of the signage, and you can see it in proportion to the overall building. I think as I identified earlier, our 2 projecting signs that we're requesting are less than 1% of the total wall area for this particular wall. So they're very well in proportion scale to the building. Next slide, please. And this is just further down closer to the corner of the street. Again, where you can see the signage, it's not extremely dominant from the sidewalk, does not overpower this area, as certainly not as large as the Cooper Hawk sign that is just 1 block away. Next. Again, this is just taken from across the intersection. And this is the building. Again, you can see the 46 Penn building from across the intersection to the south. And this is, again, a picture looking north. Next slide, please. This is, again, a picture. You can see that from here, you can't even see the signage across the street, and just down about 406 feet from the proposed sign and 55 feet from the intersection's southeast corner. Next slide, please. Oh, maybe are we at the end of our slides there? Yep, that's the last of our slides. That's all that we have here.
Okay, Ms. Koch, could you go back to your chart one more time? Now that I've seen all these pictures, I want to read the language one more time.
Sure, the one with all of the.
Yes, that's it. Thank you. Yes, give me 1 minute, please.
Sure, thank you.
Ms. Koch, are any of the photographs that you show us, do they predate this ordinance?
No. So all of the pictures that I just took are that I just showed you are current pictures, and we can go through. We can identify the dates that those were taken.
No, I mean, maybe that's a bad question. My question is were those tenants in the building before the passage of this ordinance?
I don't know 100% on all of them, but we could go through again through each one, and we could talk about identifying when some of those tenants came to be. It's my understanding that this sign ordinance has been in place since 2004. Is there anybody that can tell me otherwise when these sign provisions were adopted? It's our understanding it's 2004. So you know, we're in 2021. Let's see, my daughter was 2 years old in 2004. She's now 18, so we're talking 17 years ago. So if we want to go back to identify some of these tenants, I think we can talk about when they came to be in place. We may not identify the exact year, but I think we can all identify that many of them were within the last just probably 5 years, many of these tenants, as there's been a lot of turnover, as many of you know, on the Country Club Plaza.
Warby Parker moved from across the street in the last few years. Hallmark moved in the last few years. T-Mobile moved in the last few years. Brio has not been there 17 years. And the Core Power Yoga place also was in the last 4 or 5, maybe 6 years. And, you know, they've got 2 blade signs right next to each other.
Okay.
And we can go, Madewell is a clothing store that is fairly new on the plaza. As somebody who shops often for her teenage daughter, Madewell did not locate there until she was in high school, and she's in her first year of college. So, she graduated just last year from high school, or just this past spring. So I know that one came to be in the last 4 years. You've got Casper, which is one of the stores that was noted. That certainly is new in the last year, I believe, or 2 years on the plaza. Ashley, if you could go scroll down to some of those, look at some of those. Potbelly is a relatively new on the Country Club Plaza as well. Ashley, if you can scroll.
So Ms. Koch, let me ask you this question. Under your interpretation, all of these buildings are still not in compliance, even under your interpretation.
No, what I said, no, that's not an accurate statement. I said, if, and I don't know that that's accurate. If you read end wall to mean any wall, that section of the code would say that any wall can only identify 3 tenants. Now, that may not be the right interpretation. I'm just telling you that was a suggestion that was made by the city attorney that said maybe end wall means any wall. And I said, so if you want to apply that to our building, okay, then we're only asking for 2. So we're not in violation of that section. I don't know what end wall means, but if it does mean any wall, we're still compliant with the code. And I'm not saying that's the right interpretation. I'm saying if that is the interpretation of end wall, that it means any wall, then we're compliant. It may not be, maybe that has no meaning whatsoever in this code. I don't know. But yes, you're right that if any wall means you can only identify 3 tenants on any wall, then yes, you've got the city that's ignored that provision of the code. So,
all right, thank you, Ms.
But again, that provision is not a provision that we need to worry about for our particular case. We're asking for 2 tenants to be identified on this particular wall.
All right, Ms. Koch, anything else you want us to look at?
Well, I mean, again, if you want to get a familiarity with more recent tenants on the Country Club Plaza, Ashley, if you can go down when you're just to be clear about the timing of many of these tenants, continue on, Ashley, just through so we can just stop. And Brio, that may very well have been there. I'm kind of talking, that's my pre-Sophia days, so I think they've been there a while. Next.
17 years.
H&M certainly has been in the last 10 years, probably the last 8 years. That's another clothing store that I only recently started shopping at for my daughter, and they weren't there when we first started shopping for clothes for her. I think the same goes for Old Navy. Next slide, please. Ever Eve is new in that location in the last probably 4 years. The 3D HO, that's certainly a new one, I think, even in the last year on the Country Club Plaza. Brighton, I'd say in the last 10 years on the Country Club Plaza was located there. And used to, I think the only place you could shop at a Brighton, I think it was Crown Center. Next slide, please. Again, I think Steve made mention of Warby Parker already, that they relocated. I already stated Madewell is recent on the Country Club Plaza. Recent, again, in the last 4 to certainly not sooner than the last 5 years. Casper, that's probably in the last 2 years, maybe even the last year. Next slide, please. Cooper's Hawk, of course, that's relatively new on the Country Club Plaza. I think before that it was 810 zone. Next slide, please. Well, actually, I think we're out of all of our tenants. So okay. That I wanted to refer to.
Okay, thank you. All right. Then are we ready to hear from the opposition's witnesses? Ms. Jensen, let's keep moving because we need to get moving on to the next case.
Could you stop sharing your screen so you can see each of our witnesses, please, Roxanne?
Ashley, please go ahead and you can.
Madam Chair, members of the board, there's been a lot of discussion about what exists on the Country Club Plaza. What is absent from all of that discussion, besides the pictures that have been shown, is whether or not any of those signs have actually received a permit from the city. So the city responds on a complaint basis in regards to violations. I don't know if anybody has ever complained about any of the signs that were installed, and I don't know if every sign installed has received a permit. Yes, Cooper's Hawk received a variance. And I believe you have to go to what is required for you to consider in regards to granting variances. There have been no other that we can find any other variances granted in the Country Club Plaza area besides that Cooper Hawk signs. And another thing I'll distinguish is Ms. Koch has kind of lumped wall signs, canopy signs, and projecting signs all together. Wall signs and canopy signs are lumped together. There is the only limitation on those. There's not a separate limitation in the code on canopy signage. They're viewed as wall signs since they project out from the wall. The limitation is on the projecting signs in your code. And the code was last, as you know, the new zoning and development code was adopted in 2012. There are amendments that were made to the sign provisions in 2015. So I can't tell you what existed exactly prior to this. The case that you're considering is this case, not everything else that exists along the Country Club Plaza. So the important factors, and then then Robert and Matt and anyone else Carol can address you, is that the question in granting a variance is whether or not the practical difficulty is the result of the actions of the property owner or applicant. I would tell you that that answer is yes. It's the applicant who decided how to design the building and provides more limitations because of how the materials of the building are placed on it. B is whether granting the requested variance will result in advantages or special privileges to the applicant that the zoning and development code denies to other land structures or uses. C is whether the requested zoning variance is the minimum zoning variance necessary to provide relief. You are over 6 times the allowed square footage of projecting signs that the request is in front of you. So the request is for 6 times the amount. And then D is whether the zoning variance, if allowed, will substantially interfere with or injure the rights of others whose property would be affected by allowance of the zoning and variance. And with that, I'm going to let Robert Martin address you, and then we'll go to the remaining 2.
Hi, thank you for your time that you devoted to this. We want to respect your time and intelligence by making our presentations very succinct. Ms. Koch made our point, I think perhaps unwittingly. Sign clutter is rampant in the plaza, and for those of us who live and work here, we are very concerned about that. We are advocating that we need to interpret the code with intention to reduce clutter. And so if the city code is unclear, then we advocate for a minimum interpretation or to wait until the code is clarified. We shouldn't go willy-nilly and allow larger and more numbers and more luminous signs. Our position is that we want to reduce clutter and reduce light pollution. Projecting from the building and the size increases increases light pollution, and it increases clutter. We support city code. It helps us have a better quality of life. And so we would ask respectfully succinctly that you uphold the city code. So if I can move on to Carol, who is president of the 4646 Broadway Condominium Association.
So I have a few different comments. One is I think the Country Club Plaza, built as a first outdoor mall, is a very different application than this new building. I think it should be considered as such. And my interpretation of end wall is the presenting wall to the public of a business, which then you see on the Country Club Plaza, the different stores. The Lockton building is a different application, and all the interior tenants, people know to go to the Lockton building. I would say this new building, the Cross First, is probably the most distinguishable building on the plaza, which I don't put forth as a positive thing. But if people know that these restaurants or social places are in a building that has undulating lighting and the name is visible from miles away, then the need for extra and oversized signs is necessary. I would also say that while the plaza is all commercial, faces commercial, some of these signs that they're proposing face residential buildings. Everything behind this building we're talking about is all residential. We don't see any lit signs from our building. Those will be the first lit signs that we will see from our building, which is not something we're encouraging. I also don't think that an extra large sign provides any purpose for identifying where a business is located. And I think that from a resident's perspective, we need to talk about the practical intent, I assume, of the code that was created by the city. And obviously, the city would never have intended for all interior tenants to have signs on all sides of a building. A building that size could have 15, 20 tenants. That would be a ridiculous intent. I mean, I'm sure that the city did not intend that. And I also think that this is a very difficult thing for residents. And when we don't even understand the code, there's a lot of need to clarify lighting and signage code, because this is a very difficult, I don't know how you can rule on this when there's different interpretations of the code. But from a practical point, we do not want to encourage oversized lit signs in the residential part of this neighborhood. And I think the whole 10% of a building needing signage, that really is more about small buildings like the Country Club Plaza has, not huge buildings like we're talking about. So, and one last comment is, I think there might have been more people who were willing to testify, but didn't know about the change of time. We didn't know about the change until about 8:45. So that's all I have to say.
And then I believe it's Matt Fuco.
Yes, can you hear me? There we go. So I'm not going to reiterate everything that was mentioned. We agree pretty much with Robert and Carol and Patricia. I think the one item that the comparison of the 810 zone, now Cooper Hawk sign, is germane in that sign is not residentially facing. The closest residential area is a block and a half north of that sign. So drawing a comparison of their variance that was grandfathered in with the building does not really apply in this case, in that this residential area is directly diagonal from the building. And I think, it's also a little unfortunate that we're in this position that we're in. I think it's important that we have made outreaches on several times to the applicant with little to no sincerity with regards to wanting to work with the neighborhood. So I think we believe the code is on our side. I think there's a lot of misconceptions about what the intent is, but reducing clutter is the ultimate intent. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a sign ordinance. If the city did not care about clutter and size of signage, there wouldn't be an ordinance to that effect, which there is. So we certainly ask that these variances be denied. Thank you.
I'm sorry, anyone else, Ms. Jensen?
I don't believe so. With that, we would request that you deny the applicant's request for variances because number one, we believe that you do not have authority to grant the variances on both the projecting signs because we believe only one is permitted. We believe that variances that they've requested, which are 6 times the allowed projecting sign area, is unreasonable and they have not met the factors to be considered in the board's authority to grant variances. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right,
If I
board.
maybe offer, if I maybe not have an opportunity to rebut some of these comments that were made, please.
Yes, Ms. Koch, but I was going to ask the board if they had any questions at this time, and then I would let you do that. Okay, so let me just ask the board if they have questions at this time.
Mr.
Okay.
Pickett, Mark Ebbets here.
Yeah,
Quick question for you. You said you're going to limit the lighting at night down to maybe an hour after closure. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, my client very much wants to work with the lighting scenario. Oftentimes they shut the sign down an hour after closing. Also in that regard, this sign was designed so when it illuminates at night, very little lighting is actually happening. If you've seen the designs, only the white letters and the white outline light up. The background remains opaque black. So very little quote unquote light pollution is happening here. It's purely for identification. Given that area, the scale of the sign to the environment is very, very low key. Just for instance, if we were to put up signage on the south wall elevation, we wouldn't even have to go through BZA, and I could put up 4-foot letters that spelled Ocean Prime vertically with a simple permit pull. But obviously, we want to do something that is actually where the entry to the restaurant is, and I'm talking about Ocean Prime.
Thank you, Mr.
So
Pickett. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I just want you to know that a lot of thought on the architectural aesthetics with my clients' high-class restaurants in mind, the landlord and the building owner and developer in mind, as well as the neighborhood, went into forethought on these designs. And, you know, we asked for the board to seek approval for our variances. We'd like to welcome these Cameron Mitchell restaurants to our community. And that's really all I have to say.
All right, Mr. Ebbets, any other questions?
Yet the neighborhood wasn't consulted.
Oh, okay, I don't know who said that, but all right. Any other board members have questions? And then I'm going to let Ms. Koch have her final time of, I'm going to try to give her another 3 minutes because we're running out of time today. All right, Ms. Koch, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. So one thing that I believe that Cooper's Hawk, if everybody, and I don't know if the residential multifamily space across the street from Cooper's Hawk, isn't that the Neptune is right there? So directly across the street is the Neptune. So I think that was an incorrect statement that we heard one of the opponents make earlier. And then I will note that directly across from us is a large office building, multi-tenant, multi-use office building, the Valencia Place. Again, I think that one of the comments that was made by one of the opposition was the concern that with the of the number of tenants that could potentially have signage on a particular wall, keeping in mind, and we pointed out this in the code, that you can't have any one building with more than 10% sign area from the wall area. So if the wall area, is 100 square feet, you can only have 10 square feet of signage, no matter how many tenants you have. So that protection is in place so that there's not this dominance of signage on any one particular building. And just to repeat, in this particular case, sorry about that. In this particular case, we have just one sign or two signs that are less than 1% of the wall area of this building. So this certainly does not overwhelm the neighborhood that is well to our south, certainly not in the face of the neighborhood as the opposition would suggest. And then with regard to the factors to be considered, I'd like to quickly point out that, as the staff identified that, in granting the request for variance, this doesn't result in any advantage or special privilege to this particular applicant as compared to any other building in and around this particular area. This does not, whether the zoning request variance is minimum zoning variance necessary to provide the relief. And I think that it is. I think our pictures identified that this provides minimal, identification of these tenants based on where the building is located in relation to 47th Street, which is the main traffic through the Country Club Plaza. Certainly so if you compare it to Cooper's Hawk, which towers over 47th Street, the Cooper's Hawk sign. Whether the zoning variance, if allowed, will substantially interfere with or injure the rights of other property owners. Clearly, that's not the case here. As Eric identified, that the amount of light coming from these signs is minimal. And again, these signs are small in comparison to the building as a whole. Whether or not the variance being requested due to an intentional violation of the zoning code, that is not the case here. There is no intent to violate the zoning code. We've come to you with a request for variance, just as many applicants do every single day, as you can tell from your full agenda today. And then finally, just going back to that review criteria, whether or not the strict application of one or more of these standards would create a hardship. Again, it does create a hardship if we are not able to have a projecting sign of this size as requested, because you can't see it from 47th Street. We need to have the visibility, both from a pedestrian visibility and for those traveling via road. And the idea that everybody knows that we have these two restaurants in this particular building because this is an identifiable building would be absurd. There are many identifiable buildings throughout the plaza. Everybody knows where the building is that of Cooper's Hawk. So I would ask the question, why do they need to have such a large sign to identify the location of Cooper's Hawk? The zoning variance is generally consistent with all relevant purposes and intents of the zoning and development code. And I think we are overall consistent with the zoning code, with these two tenants each having their own signage. Again, as shown by if the intent of the code, how it's been applied consistently in this area for many, many years. The zoning variance will result in a substantial justice being done. And I think we've well stated our case that that the request for these variants is necessary in order to provide reasonable identification of where these tenants are located. And this does take into consideration the public benefits that are intended by the zoning code, and that is to identify so that people know where they're going and don't have to make last minute decisions on making a turn on what we all know is an already congested Country Club Plaza. So people need this signage so that they know where to go and not have to travel around the block 4 or 5 times looking for the particular restaurant that they're looking for. And that at this point concludes my testimony and our presentation, and we respectfully request that you grant the variances as requested.
You're on mute.
Sorry, if I had not been on mute, you would have heard what I said. But what I said is I thank both sides for their participation today and the information they provided. And I would ask now for the board members to offer a motion on this case.
Chairman Otto, I have a motion if no other board members have comments.
I hear no other comments, Mr. Ebbets, so I believe you can proceed.
So before I make the motion, I'd like to thank Mr. Martin, Ms. Thrain, and the people from the previous meeting who gave us comments on this signage. That's very important for board members to hear everything you have to say. And to Mr. Pickett, I appreciate your and Mr. Block, you keeping the signs in a discreet manner, not overly complex. And with that in mind, I would like to offer a motion. In case number 80, I recommend the board grant the motion in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
I have a motion for Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Second.
I'm sorry, Mr. Banuki, I think I have heard you first. I have a second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in opposition. The request has passed 4-1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Rexwinkle, is Mr. Laubach still online? Mr. Laubach, can you hear me?
Let me check.
I know he was still logged in a minute ago. I saw I don't know if he can hear us or not. Since I think we have an answer to that, then I want to hear that. And then folks, I think we're getting close. Mr. Ebbets, you have a few more minutes, correct?
I've got till about 12:30 Kansas City time. For another 45.
Okay. Folks, while we're trying to get a hold of Mr. Laubach, why don't we take a rest break for a few minutes and then come back, and if Mr. Laubach can be located, we're going to go to item 2, and then we're going to move through the rest of the docket. And then when Mr. Ebbets needs to leave, we'll take a little bit of a lunch break, and then we'll hear the rest of the cases that we can. Okay. All right. So let's take a couple minute rest break, and then let's come back and see what we can get finished before Mr. Ebbets has to leave. And then we'll take a lunch break, and then we'll finish up. Okay.
Jeff Laubach, can you hear us? I see you're listed as a panelist. Jeff, can you hear us?
I'll try to give him a call. Just a moment.
Okay. Thank you, Zach.
This is Jeff. Hey, this is Jeff. I'm back on.
Jeff, the board took a momentary break. They're going to be
Okay.
right back.
Okay.
Mr. Torrance, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, I can.
Okay, is that okay? Are you okay if we take a break in about 40 minutes for a longer lunch break?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I forgot to kind of read you into what we were trying to plan to do today since we're going all day. So
Yeah, I kind of assumed with the earlier start time and knowing about the longer docket
okay.
that I'm here
Yeah.
for the whole day. So
yeah, I just forgot to give you a heads up. I apologize.
Oh, no problem.
Okay. And are you hearing that feedback? That's why I was turning my microphone off. At some points, it's really echoing.
Yeah, I know we were getting an echo from Ms. Koch for a second there,
Okay.
but I was able to distinguish between everything.
Okay,
So
that's what I was going to say, because I've been hearing that. That's why I turned my microphone off, thinking that that's where it's coming from. But
yeah, I think you're fine on your end.
okay. Okay, I think is everybody back? Oh no, we're not. Everybody's not back yet.
1 week I'm on Florida, the next week I'm in California, but the next meeting I will be in Kansas City.
Well, and pretty soon we're going to be maybe back in the council chambers, and it'll be hybrid, but we're getting closer. They're trying to work out the bugs, I guess. So we'll see.
That's great.
Teresa, I sent you a chat. Did you see it?
I don't know. Let me see. No, I didn't have it up because I have so many people on my screen. I'll find it here in just a minute.
Okay.
Okay. All right, let me figure out how to address that as the applicant. Okay, Lisa, I'll address that when we go back online as soon as I finish up this other matter, okay?
Okay, but it was Mark Ebbets that made the motion. So I don't know if it needs to be somebody new or.
But you're not talking about the last case we just finished. You're talking about the one before that, right?
Yes.
Ebbets was on the quorum.
Yes,
Yeah.
he motioned, but Gorance seconded and he was not on the quorum.
Oh, okay. All right.
So he
Well,
can't. So we have to have the motion over.
okay. Well, okay. We'll deal with that in just a second. All right.
Okay.
Is everybody else back? No, Tom and Tom aren't back. That's why. Okay. I didn't catch that. I apologize. That's why on quorum cases, if you're not on it, I want you to black out your camera and turn off your microphone. Board members, that's the only way I'm going to be able to make sure this doesn't happen. Okay, do I have all? No, Mr. Siller's not back.
I just sent Tom a text, just FYI.
Yeah, that's okay. There he is. Okay, folks, we're back on the record. Let's call, I'm going to go back to docket item 2, which is case number 63 with an address of 5199 Northeast 80th Terrace. And Mr. Laubach, you're back. I believe staff can advise us. We don't have someone who can clarify condition 21, whether it's necessary or not. Is that correct from staff at this time?
That is correct.
So Mr. Laubach, I think the best thing we can do, because I do think it's a pretty significant, and other board members have mentioned this condition, I think the best we can do is continue your case for 30 days. If you want to not have that a part of the consideration, what is your wish?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't leave us many options, so yeah, that's fine to continue this for
Okay.
the October 12th, I believe.
Okay, so board members, do I have a motion to continue this matter to our October 12th hearing so that that condition can be clarified?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request is, this matter has been continued. Thank you, sir. We'll see you in a month.
All
Right.
right, thank you.
It's been brought to my attention that on docket item 3, which was the Rockhurst High School case, that Mr. Gorentz seconded a motion when he was not on the quorum. So we do not have an effective motion in that case. And that's why I'm kind of instituting the rule that I said, but maybe it wasn't clear. If you're not on the quorum and cannot vote, I want you to turn off your camera and your microphone so we don't have confusion on who can vote on the case. So I'm going to have to call that case back up because we do not have an effective motion on it. I don't know if the applicant is still online, but I think the board has to act. So I need the quorum for this case, which is myself, Mr. Stiller, Mr. Ebbets, Mr. Banuki, and Ms. Mixdorf. We're calling this case back up, which is docket item 3, case number 69, with an address of 9301 State Line Road. And I'm asking that the motion was made by whom in this case? Mr. Ebbets? Okay, I need to ask the rest of the members on the quorum if anybody else would second that motion.
Second.
I would second that.
Okay, I have a second from Mr. Banuki. Now, all in favor of that motion who are on the quorum, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
And is anyone opposed? And chair votes with that motion or in support of that motion, and that motion still is granted as previously stated, but this time supported by the proper quorum. Thank you. All right, let's move on then to docket number 5, which is case number 92, case number 92 with an address of 4315 Troost Avenue. If you are the applicant, please raise your hand to be promoted, as well as any person who is here in opposition or support of this request.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I'm here. I was just muted.
I
There's
know.
several people.
Okay.
It's Hani Difala that I'll promote first, but there's also Donna Boley, Angie Split-Gerber, Vicky Smith, and Bill Drummond.
Okay, we'll
I'll
admit them.
promote all of them.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Miss, I can't quite tell because the screen has moved. The one that says Hani Dafala, can you turn on your microphone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and can you tell me who's in the room there?
Stephanie
Hazelton, and
Oh.
I have my own laptop. I'd like to log on.
Okay, hi, Miss Hazelton. So
Hello,
you're
Chairman Otto.
Yes, your counsel. Okay, all right, all right. So let's just get this. Okay, so Miss Hazelton, and who is with you? I'm sorry, what's your client's name?
Hanny Dayfunda.
Okay, Ms. Hazelton, let me swear you both in, please. Would you both please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Okay. Who else is here? Miss Splitberger, would you state your name, please?
Madam Chair, Angela Splitgerber, 3341 Campbell, Truth Coalition. I'm here in opposition today.
Would you raise your hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Newton, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, thank you. Could you state your full name, please?
Andrea Newton. I'm with the city of Kansas City, Missouri.
And are you here in support or opposition?
I'm here to testify on behalf of the city.
On behalf of the city. Okay, all right. Sorry, I didn't
Teresa,
understand.
she's the investigator.
She's the investigator. Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't always know. So I apologize, Ms. Newton. Thank you so much. All right, Ms. Newton, let me go ahead and swear you in so we have that taken care of. Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. Mr. Drummond, can you turn on your microphone, please?
Here I am.
Okay. Could you state your name, sir?
Yes, Bill Drummond.
And would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Ms. Smith, can you state your name, please?
Vicki Smith.
And would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Ms. Smith and Mr. Drummond, are you here in support or opposition?
Support of Hanny.
Okay. And Mr. Drummond?
I'm in support.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody? Okay, Ms. Boley, can you hear me? Donna Boley?
Yes.
Can you state your name, please?
Donna Boley, B-O-L-E-Y.
And would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And are you here in support or opposition?
Opposition.
Okay. Have I missed anyone who's here on this case, either in support or opposition? Okay. All right. Let's take this case then. Ms. Hazelton, since you're the applicant, have you reviewed the staff report that is related to this application?
I have, and I've submitted 17 exhibits to Anna late yesterday, and I know they were not submitted 5 days before.
Okay, do you have any objection to my admitting the 12 administrative exhibits that were described in the staff report so the board can see those?
No objection.
Okay, those 12 exhibits will be admitted. And let's start with the presentation, Ms. Hazelton, and we'll deal with your exhibits, okay? All right.
All right.
Anna, when you're ready. And just, I'm sorry, yes, Sarah?
All right, I just want to raise a procedural issue. This case involves the Troost Overlay District. We need to have that ordinance admitted as an exhibit. I don't see it on the list of exhibits.
You mean it's number 12? Oh, no, that's the mailing list.
Yeah, we need the ordinance to be admitted, which is referenced in the staff report. I believe, where's the ordinance number? I think it's ordinance 150581. So that needs to be included in the record.
I did.
That ordinance will be admitted, Ms. Baxter, if someone can send us a copy of that, please. All right.
Anna can do that.
All right. All right. Anna, when you're ready, let's hear the presentation and then we'll hear from Ms. Hazelton. And thank you for everyone who's here again, and you're doing a good job. Please mute yourself when you're not speaking because we do get feedback sometimes. So I'll even do that unless I have to try to jump on and deal with an objection. So Anna, when you're ready, please go ahead.
Thank you. So this case focuses on 4315 Troost Avenue. The zoning is B3-2. It is an appeal of determinations to deny a request for a certificate of legal nonconformance. As noted, this property is within the Troost Overlay District, and that's ordinance number 150581. This site is located along Troost Avenue in the Midtown area of Kansas City. The subject site is highlighted in yellow. It is bordered by 43rd Street to the north, 44th Street to the south, Troost Avenue, and then Forest Avenue to the east. And this is the Bancroft School redevelopment project, just to provide some more context. The key points of this appeal are going to be highlighted in this timeline. So the Troost Overlay District was established in 2015 per our ordinance. Properties or uses that become non-conforming due to that action, they have a year to apply for a CLNU, a certificate of legal non-conforming use, to remain at their site. The applicant filed in 2017, which is outside of that 1-year window from when the overlay district was established. They did not appeal that denial at that time in 2017. So the case has come before us again when they applied for their CLNU and subsequently denied in 2021. And Andrea Newton is the investigator associated with this site, and she can provide some more information. The mailing lists also associated with the Truce Overlay District were attached in the staff report. And that concludes my presentation. You're muted, Ms. Otto.
Thank you, sorry. Thank you, Anna. Ms. Newton, could you please provide the board with the factual investigation into this case, and then we'll have Ms. Hazelton give us her presentation and respond to those facts.
Yes, Madam Chair. So the property is actually zone B32/TCO for the Truce Corridor overlay. So the B32 is the base zoning district. The TCO is the Truce Corridor overlay that overlays on top of that zoning. So in the base district, Mr. Daffala's use would be an allowed use. But since the passage of the Truce to overlay, those types of uses are not allowed at all. Mr. Daffala applied in 2017 because of short staffing and other issues. We finally completed the processing of his CLNU application. The reason for the denial was 2 reasons. One, because he did not apply within the 1 year required by the ordinance. And 2, because the building on site is not of original construction as it states in the ordinance. He was not denied for the use itself, because that use, like I said, would have been allowed in the base zoning district and would have been allowed prior to the passage of the Truce overlay.
So, Ms. Newton, I'm sorry, can you state the second reason again? The building was not of what did you say? Original construction?
The building was not of original construction, and I did have some discussion with Ms. Hazelton regarding whether or not that building required a permit. I referred her to the building official, and I spoke to the building official myself, and he did determine that the building that he has on site does require a permit, and that in my research, I went back and looked at some of the Google Maps photos, and the building itself appears to be there in some years, and some years it is not there. Ms. Hazelton has told me that at some point there was a fire, and that Mr. Daffala has provided her with a fire report regarding the original structure that burned. However, in the subsequent years that he was operating, he did not have a building permit for the building that he had on site. And it is required to have one.
Okay, so the position is that this building was not there in 2016? I just need to understand what the city's position is, Ms. Newton.
I'd have to go back and look at some of my Google Map photos, but I went back some years, and in some years the building was there, in some years it wasn't.
Okay, but for the CLNU, you look at what was there in July of 16, right? To determine if in fact it was original construction. Is that the year that we should be considering? That's what I'm asking.
No, we actually go back and look at when they purport that the use was established. and we go forward from there.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Ms. Newton? Okay.
Not that I can think of.
Okay, thank you. Board members have any questions for Ms. Newton at this time? All right, Ms. Hazelton, let's hear from you.
Thank you, Chairman Otto. My client, Hani Defula, is 58 years old. In 1999, he purchased a used car lot at 4315 Troost with $50,000 he received in compensation from the United Nations after the Gulf War. He has continuously operated the car business at the same location since 1995. Exhibit 1 of my exhibits are the business licenses showing continuing operation from 2008 to the present.
Ms. Hazelton, you're echoing really
I know,
bad.
I need to.
Can you, if you have two computers going,
Yes,
you need to turn one off or turn the sound down.
Okay, she can talk to the other one. Go ahead and talk to that one.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, it's just really hard for us to hear you.
No, I agree.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's why we get echoes is people sometimes have two devices going.
All right. When
All right,
Hani
that's
No,
better.
we're gonna-
We can hear you now. That's fine. Go ahead, Ms. Hazelton.
When Hani purchased the car lot, the seller, Larry's Auto Sales, was operating out of a trailer on the lot. And exhibit 2 of my exhibits is a photo showing a trailer that had been used by Larry's Auto Sales and continued to be used by Hani. And that photo is from 2007. On December 27, 2010, there was a fire at the car lot that destroyed the trailer. Exhibit 3 is the fire incident report that reflects the fire. At the time Hani purchased the lot, there was a shed on the property that was used in the car lot business. The shed was not destroyed in the fire, and exhibit 4 is a picture of the shed, which is still on the property. This point is made because the city has deemed a shed original construction for purposes of the ordinance. And exhibit 5 is a photo of a Troost car lot at 4432 Troost where a shed was approved as original construction. Hani has supported his family, including his 5 children, ages 1 through 11, and his sister from his income from the car lot. He has helped support his brother, including one finishing dental school, who now serves as head of the oral surgery department at Truman Medical Center. Closing Hani's car lot will create great financial hardship for Hani, Hani's family, and Hani's 2 employees. In 2012, after the fire, Hani purchased a new trailer to replace the trailer burned in the fire. He used this trailer continuously from 2012 to the present. It was moved around. It was on wheels for a period of time. And exhibit 10 is a photo of the new trailer that was purchased. No, exhibits 7 through 9 are the new trailer purchased. It has been painted over the years. It was permitted by the state, which is exhibit 10. However, Hani says when he went to the 5th floor about a building permit, he was told he did not need one. When I spoke to the building permit office, I was told that a trailer with wheels would not require a building permit. However, if you took the wheels off and made it into a modular building, it would need a permit. And we can see that there was no permit ever while Hani owned the location for construction. The new trailer was used continuously before this Troost overlay zoning. And we have included Google images. And the dates are noted on those Google images showing that trailer on the lot as exhibits 6 through 9. Honey indicates he did not receive notice of the Troost overlay zoning changes. The notice was mailed to his home. We'll note that his home address, the same address is a street, a court, and a place. He did not file or did not know about the violation until 2017. He timely filed this appeal. He has continued to operate the lot to this day. We point out that the car lot at 4400 Troost filed a request for legal non-compliance.
Ms. Hazelton, we lost you.
Oh. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, we disagree with the city's interpretation of the ordinance. We have included 3 cases, and a letter from the Neighborhood Association in support of Hani has been submitted. We do not think original construction means a building that was there back when Larry's Auto Sales started operation. We included a case where a building was destroyed by a fire, rebuilt within a couple of years, and the non-conforming use was not lost. We included a case where there never was a building permit and the structure was still found to comply with the non-conforming use. We don't think it's relevant that there was no building permit, and we do not think you'd have to go back decades and show your building was there from the very beginning to qualify as original construction. We also have provided cases that discuss the point of non-conforming uses and not depriving private citizens of their property without just compensation or due process. And that is our presentation.
All right, Ms. Hazelton, you referenced a lot of exhibits. We haven't seen those. And I would be willing to admit them if you could somehow provide us copies of those so the board could see them. Can you share your screen and share those with us?
I'm on Mr. Hani's laptop, and I emailed them to Anna, so she might have the ability to put them up on a screen.
Anna, do you have all the ones that she referenced in our presentation?
I received an email at 6:30 last night from a Nancy Wilton.
That's me. That's Nancy White, my assistant.
Okay. Then yeah, I can pull those up.
Okay, so let's, the last exhibit that we have in this case is 12. No, I'm sorry, 13, because 13 would be the ordinance that we admitted. So the ordinance, the overlay ordinance is 13, and that was admitted. So her exhibits would have to start at 14. Maybe for ease of reference, we should designate her exhibits 1 number. I don't know how Ms. Baxter feels about that.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, so let's just designate every photograph that she is presenting in her presentation and that she's described as exhibit 14, and they will be admitted. Anna, if you could share those photographs so the board can see those now after we've heard her presentation.
Yeah, I'm still working on pulling them all up.
Okay.
And Chairman Otto, The exhibits are not all photographs, some are documents.
That's fine. Not to be clear, any photograph or document that you reference in your presentation will be designated Exhibit 14 and will be admitted, so the board can now see those documents. So Ms. Hazelton, as Anna's waiting for that, let me see, because I have a couple questions and maybe board members have questions for you. So on July 15th, which was the day that this property became subject to the Troost overlay, did I understand your evidence to be that the trailer in question was present on the site?
Yes, the trailer that is currently on the site has been on the site from 2012 forward. It's been moved around. It was on wheels. It's now on blocks. But it has always been on site. There was a very short, like maybe period of time where they were moving it to repair fire damage, but it has always been there since 2012.
Okay, and you're really echoing again. So I think you still have two computers on with microphones. So I don't know if you can fix that or not.
I've pulled up some of the photos, Ms. Otto.
Okay, let's see those. Because we do need to stop at 12:45 because Mr. Ebbets needs to go. So we need to conclude this case by then. All right.
Whoop.
Is that
My
the
apologies.
wrong one?
Can you see this photo?
Yes. Okay, Ms. Hazelton, can you hear me now? Have we lost her? You're muted, Ms. Hazelton.
I muted her after she was done
Okay.
speaking.
Okay, can you unmute her?
All I can do is ask her to unmute,
Okay.
which I've done.
Okay. Ms. Hazelton, the microphone, okay, now can you speak?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you. Okay, all right. Anna, pull up the screen now. Stay where you are, Ms. Hazelton. All right. All right. What is this a photograph of, Ms. Hazelton?
Okay, that is a photograph of the shed, which we, on my client's property, which we included only because, you know, if you go with the city's argument that original construction has to be back decades and decades and decades, that shed was not damaged in the fire. It's used in the business, and it has been back for original construction for decades and decades and decades. And then the next photo shows a car lot that was approved that uses a shed. And so that was for that purpose, is to talk about the original construction issue.
And what is this a photograph of?
That's the car lot that uses a shed as its original construction for purposes of their application to be exempt.
All right, Anna, pull up the next photograph.
Yes, sorry, let me figure this in a certain way. Every time I'm closing a photo, it's pausing my share and asking me to reopen, so bear with me.
That's fine. Just let's go through these because we need to keep moving here.
Understood.
Ms. Hazelton, what's this a photograph of?
All right, that is a Google photograph from September 21st, 2013, showing the white trailer on the car lot.
Okay. Anna, whenever you can, next photo.
Gosh, I hate this.
Is this a different version of that Google
It's
Earth?
a different date.
Okay.
It's a different date.
And what's the date?
But it's a Google Earth and it shows the trailer. And the date is written on the side. There's dates from 2012, 2013, 2015.
So this is just another one of those photographs.
This is the 2015
Okay.
Photo. And that's where the trailer is right now also. So you can see it's been moved some.
Okay. Anna, anything else in the packet of information?
There was the other documents that she was referring to.
Okay, let's see those quickly.
Okay.
I have a quick question, if I may.
Go ahead, Randy.
Does the city allow extended use of non-permanent structures? If this has been a trailer that has been on wheels off and on over a period of time, is there not some sort of ordinance regarding the permanency of a structure on a site?
I don't know if Ms.
Or
Newton can
timeframe?
answer that. Yeah, I don't, or Anna can answer that question for you.
I can answer that question for you. So they should not be occupying a structure that does not have a building permit. And in response to Ms. Hazelton's remarks about the original construction, when considering a certificate of legal nonconforming use, you have to consider the original structure because you cannot have a principal use without a principal structure. Therefore, the principal use applies to the principal structure, which would be the office of where he's conducting his outdoor auto sales. So the shed itself does not apply. It has to be the original construction. It would be the same as if someone was applying for a fourplex that's no longer allowed in that zone district. It would have to be the original building of when it was constructed and how it was constructed.
And may I
Does
respond
that
to
answer,
that?
does that answer your question?
Not exactly. I assumed there'd be, usually I think of a trailer, I think of a job site or a construction site where there's a limited time that is being used. And I didn't know if this, you said this is on blocks now and it's not on wheels, but is that the only level of permanence this trailer has to the site?
Ms. Hazelton, can you answer that question?
The trailer has been there, a trailer has been there used at the car lot since before my client purchased. The point I wanted to make with regard to Andrea's comment was that we showed the shed just because it's a very old shed on the property, but original construction should not mean that if there's a fire or a tornado or some other natural disaster and the quote unquote original destruction is destroyed, that all of a sudden a property owner loses their grandfathering non-conforming use rights. It shouldn't deprive the property owner of their business because there's some kind of disaster.
Okay, I think Ms. Mixtor's question is a different one. Let me see if I
It
can
is.
get at it this way. Mr. Rexwinkle, are you online? Maybe you can answer this. So
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I think what Randy is asking, and she can clarify her question unless I misunderstood it. Does there have to be an immovable office to operate this business? In other words, can he use a movable trailer, and is that a problem under any part of the ordinance?
I don't know of anything. That's what I understood the question to be too. I don't know of anything in the zoning ordinance that prohibits that ability. I think what Andrea was referencing when she attempted to answer was something in the building code. And I would ask her to tell us whether she knows if there's something in the building code that requires, in addition to the permit that she mentioned, that the structure be a permanent structure and how it defines that.
Ms.
So
Newton,
for-
go ahead.
I'm sorry.
I said,
So
go
for
ahead.
trailers, there are several requirements. Trailers that are on wheels are required to be at a mobile home park. If they are a job site trailer, then generally that trailer is included in the permitting of the whole project itself. because it's a temporary situation and that trailer will be removed once the project is complete. Trailers that are to be permanent have to be turned into real property. And to do that, it has to have a footing and a foundation, and it needs to be permitted. In his situation, the building official actually responded to me in email regarding this property. I don't know if you would allow me to share that or not, but his interpretation was that this structure did require a permit, that it didn't meet the setback requirements or the firewall requirements as to the building code, and that it did require a permit. Did that
May I
answer your question?
respond?
Yeah, I just need some clarification. I understand what she's saying, and I understand, and we'll listen to you, Ms. Hazelton, but what I'm trying to understand is for the CLNU evaluation, is it the actual, you're not saying that he can't operate this business here. You're just saying he didn't file for that CLNU within the 1 year time frame, and that there's some structure that should have been there from 1970 forward still. Andrea, is that correct?
Well, what we were able to find in our computer system, and it goes back to 91. There was a building there that was boarded up at the time. And since then, as Ms. Hazelton has stated, there had been a fire. I think that in consideration of that, because at one time the use wasn't non-conforming, so the structure itself being gone wouldn't have been as part of an issue until he didn't get a permit for it. So, as I stated before, the zoning code requires that the principal use is conducted from a principal structure. And I would say that because the zoning code is a permissive code, it tells you what you can do, not what you can't do. It's operating under the assumption that it's been permitted and it has a certificate of occupancy, which is required for this building according to the building official.
Now I think I understand. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Miss Hazelton, what's your response? Because I want to hear from the other people then too. We've lost you, Miss Hazelton.
Yeah, okay. May I respond?
Yes.
The point I wanted to make is that when in 1999, when my client purchased this used car lot from Larry's Auto Sales, there was a trailer on the lot. And that Andrea is referring to 1991. Apparently there was some permit. There was a trailer when my client bought it in 1999.
Okay. All right. Let me hear from the folks that are here in support and opposition, because I think the board, has a handle on the facts of this case. All right. Let me hear from, let's start with you, Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, could you turn on your microphone? You said you were here in support. Is that correct?
Well, in support of Danny as being an awesome neighbor, I have buildings not too far from him. But I think Angie, I should let her go first because I think she has, I read her chat. She said she has some things that are more pertinent. Now she's saying no. Okay. So I'm here to just support Hanny's request that he maintain his business as he has so that he can finish out his retirement and take care of his family. Because I've had the buildings on Truist for 10 years, I know about the gentrification that's happening in that area. And I really feel for the people that have been there for a long time and put in a lot of years of struggle and Well, I'm sure you're more familiar with Troost and the challenges that we've had. He's stayed through it. He's continued to be there and deal with those challenges and do the best that he can. So I think he's only, what did you say, 5 years away from retirement. I know these situations. I listened to the first 4 people that came and presented today, and I know that you're really rule bound, but I hope that you have a place in your heart to make a choice that's based on relationships and people that are affected by these decisions. So I'll pass on to the next person. Thank you.
Right. Ms. Split Gerber.
Would you like to have Mr. Drummond go in support first before the opposition starts, Madam Chair?
That's fine. Mr. Drummond, what would you like to say in support?
Thank you. I'm also in support because Hani is a great neighbor and I have known him for 10 years and I've lived on the Truth Corridor for 10 years. And Hani's business is part of the reason why our neighborhood is succeeding. It is not a problem neighbor. It is not a chronic nuisance in any way. Hani is a person and his business is operating in a healthy and safe manner. And I take that very seriously because I'm the chair of our neighborhood safety committee, as well as being on the board of our neighborhood association. And I want to say that Hani is a member of our association, and he participates in all the good things that are going on in the development of the Truth Corridor. And he supports development, but he should not become a victim of a overlay that was meant specifically to deny his type of business from operating. So he's grandfathered in place. He is a good member of the business community, a good member of our neighborhood association. And I would like to fully support what Vicki Smith just said, that look at this from the perspective of, do you want the Truth Corridor to succeed in this time of development? And Hani is the reason why it is possible to succeed. He has a non-traditional business and he's doing the right thing. And I'd like to ask you all issue this certificate for him. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Drummond. All right, Ms. Split Gerber, let's hear from you.
Madam Chair, I would like to ask you to admit 2 exhibits that I would like to offer. The first one is going to be just the code provision 88-610-01E regarding certificates of legal nonconformance. And then the second one will be for photographs.
I'm going to admit the ordinance as exhibit 15 and the photographs as exhibits 16. You may share those.
Okay, if I could have permission to share my screen. Let me just... Okay. Can you see this?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So, you know, we're here today on the appeal of a certificate of legal nonconformance. And so, you know, the way the process works, as Ms. Newton explained, is that once the Troost overlay went into effect, notice was provided to the property owner and they were given 1 year to get into compliance. The application for compliance became a year late. And so when that happens, and it's not a timely application, the provisions of Section 2 go into play, and I'll try to, hopefully I'm expanding that in a way that everyone can read it, but I think this will sort of clear up some of the prior discussion. So basically it says that okay. So if you file an application under Section 2(1)(a), it may be processed untimely if the applicant provides clear evidence that the building is the original construction without major additions or alterations, and it has been continuous use for its originally intended and lawfully established purpose since it was constructed. So I think what's going on here is, first of all, when you file an untimely application, the only point at which it can be considered out of time is if you have this evidence of this building of original construction. And the testimony is clear here that that is not the case. In fact, at the time that the overlay was put into place, and certainly as of 2012, there was actually just a trailer on wheels, which wasn't even a building. This isn't a situation where, you know, someone bought a building that is for some reason made non-conforming, and then they can't use that building. It's just a car lot, and I'll show you the photos shortly. But I also want to focus on applications filed after 1 year has expired may be processed. So as this board is considering whether or not to waive the 1 year requirement, which was the reason, part of the reason for denial, the question is, first of all, is there a good reason that staff doesn't even have to process it, even if the building is original, because it says may be processed. So I guess what I'm saying here is there's really no substantive reason to overturn staff's decision when we're talking about trailers and sheds and things like that, because they don't have to consider it even if there is an original construction building. Or B, if the property was made non-conforming on or before March 31st, 1975. And all of the exhibits are devoid of any evidence that that was the case, that this was a car lot at this point in time. So what happened in 2015, the Troost overlay went into effect, and we used the overlay to change appropriate uses on Troost in order to allow for positive development and conformance with what the community wanted. And you guys know the story. There were years of community meetings in this effect. So as you're considering this, you know, whether or not you want to overturn the decision by city staff, which I would say was appropriately made, you have two reasons that you can overturn it. And it's really an and. So if one of them is not met, it's not met. Number one, that approving, and I'm looking down here at section 3A1 and 2, that approving the certificate will not result in a use that is out of character, incompatible with the surrounding neighborhood, and that the not approving the certificate would create hardship for the current owner of the non-conforming property. So the first one, the out of character, incompatible, it is now out of character and incompatible. This type of use is not allowed under the Troost overlay. So there is no realm that this would be something that would otherwise be appropriate. And then also that it would not create a hardship. I'm going to move to the photos now. Oops, wrong case, sorry. Can you see the photos?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about the hardship. This isn't taking away the property from the owner. The owner will still have possession of the property and can use it for an appropriate use. But as you can see here, you've just got vehicles and a trailer. Those could easily be moved to an appropriately zoned location to continue to operate this building. It doesn't shut it down. You can also see here that this property leaves a lot to be desired. And I know Ms. Newton addressed sort of all of the building code violations that the trailer encompasses. But I mean, we've got a 6-foot chain link fence, we've got barbed wire, we've got all sorts of vegetation. I'm gonna a little bit more of a close up on the trailer. You can see that the pavement on the lot is covered with weeds. It's not even well maintained. You can see here that actually in the driveway area, there's a giant place where the pavement is just gone. And also here, they've actually got vehicles in disrepair, just tarped on the property. Now, these pictures, I will say, were taken on August 9th around noon. I didn't have time to get new ones, but that was when right before the first case was going to be heard. So when the applicant's attorney is talking about another car lot at 44th and Troost, If that car lot appropriately and timely applied for a CLNU, they would have been granted it, regardless of if there's a shed or not a shed, or a trailer or not a trailer, or what have you, because they were timely, and the non-conforming code allows for that to happen. But here today, I would say, number one, that we ask you to deny the appeal, because number one, there's actually no reason that staff even had to consider this, because it's a permissive rather than mandatory requirement with the May. But also, the only way that they can choose to consider, or this can be, the CLNU can be granted, is this original structure requirement, when we're just talking about a trailer that has or has not been on the property, has rolled around the property, and even if it's on blocks now, is certainly not the original structure or the original construction. It is not in character with the Troost overlay, which was passed 6 years ago. We are talking about something that should have happened 5 years ago with the application for the CLNU. And it really doesn't present a significant hardship. There's no taking of the property. Vehicles are mobile, trailers are mobile. Finding an appropriate property to move this business to would not be a substantial hardship. So I'll just ask that you guys deny the appeal for those reasons. Thank you.
Ms. Split Gerber, please unshare the screen, please, and make sure the city has copies of those. Ms. Hazelton, I'm going to give you a brief reply. We do need to move because Mr. Ebbets needs to sign off here, and he's on the quorum, so I want to make sure that he can hear this case to conclusion. What is your reply? Ms. Hazelton, can you hear me? Okay. All right, Ms. Bowley, I think I missed you. Can you briefly state your position?
Yes,
Okay,
I'm in opposition to this project, this non-conforming use. Across the street are 5 houses, a church, and an apartment building. All are set back from the property line. On this side of the street, there are several 1 to 3 story buildings that are both commercial and business, and with some residential, and a single little bungalow. So this property with its chain link fence and the barbed wire. Now I go back, the buildings on the east side are along the property line except for the bungalow. So the chain link fence and the barbed wire are incompatible and inconsistent with what the street face is and not there. So the result is that it is out of character. It is incompatible with the surrounding neighborhood, and it could potentially have an adverse effect on the surrounding properties. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Hazelton, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can, yes. Okay, so I'm going to give you, now that I've heard from all the opposition and the support, I'm going to give you one last chance to respond, and then I'm going to have the board make a decision.
The 4,400 car lot mentioned did file late, not within the year. The barbed wire, if that is an issue, that could certainly be removed and shouldn't be an argument for depriving my client of his continuous non-conforming use of the property since 1999. None of the arguments go to the continued use, which is the important thing. They rely on things like no building permit or some kind of other violation. And those can be addressed in a different form. They do not go to the non-conforming use. We would like to brief these issues if appropriate.
Okay, all right. We don't typically allow briefing unless it's a terribly complex case, Ms. Hazelton. So at this time, I'll let the board make that decision if someone wants to make that as a recommendation. But at this time, I'd ask board members to ask questions if you have them. Hearing no questions, I would entertain a motion then.
Madam Chair, I've got a motion in case number 92. I recommend that the applicant's appeal be denied and that the staff's determination be sustained. Affirm.
I have a motion. I have a motion from Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Gorentz. Do I have all in favor? Please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The appeal has been denied. Thank you, people on that case. Okay, we're going to take a brief lunch break at this time. I do have some concerns. It is now almost 1 o'clock that we're going to be able to hear the rest of the cases that we have on our docket today because of the inordinate amount of time that some of these have taken. We plan to stay until 5 o'clock, but I don't anticipate we're going to finish the remaining cases. So I'm going to take them in order because that's what our docket requires. But I hate to make people on the end of the docket stay here all day when their case may not be reached. So if you're hearing me and you're online, I want you to consider, if you're on our docket after 14, that we may not hear you today. I'm not even sure we're going to get to 14, depending on how much testimony we have on some of these cases. I understand case number 7 might be of some length. Is that correct, Mr. Rexwinkle?
That's correct. And it's staff's position that you probably should continue this case because of the agenda incorrectly states the nature of the application. It's a typo.
You mean on number 7? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it's
Okay.
actually a special use permit. And
Okay.
of course, as you can see, it says variance.
Right. So if we
But the
misadvertised
applicant
it.
is right. I mean, yeah, it's just the agenda that's incorrect. Everything else was advertised correctly, but my understanding is the applicant does want to ask the board to consider it. So they're on the line today.
Okay, well, we're going to take a lunch break because our board hasn't had that. So we're going to try to take a 30-minute break for lunch. I hope everybody can have time to eat at that point. Mr. Ebbets, you're going to be excused. I know you're going to be traveling back to Kansas City, I believe, or wherever you're coming from. So Mr. Ebbets, we'll see you in a month. But everybody else on the board, we're going to take a 30-minute. Yes, Mr. Gorentz?
I was going to tell Mark. have a
Oh,
good
bye.
flight.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry. All right. So let's take a 30-minute break. I want everybody who has a case remaining on the docket to determine if they want to ask for a continuance. And when I get back, I want you to have told Mr. Rexwinkle that. Otherwise, we're going to take them from 7 forward. And what we finish by 5, we finish. Typically we have a half a day schedule. We're going to be at this a long time. So 30-minute break. We'll be back at 1:30. Okay. And we'll hear as many cases as we can. All right. We're adjourned temporarily. Hey, Joe Rexwinkle, are you back on?
I am.
Okay, so I was just kind of checking some things here. Do we have some continuances we should address before we start taking cases, or should we just hold those and do them at the end?
We do have the applicant for 36 and 37 has volunteered to continue. And then Anna, I think there was one more. If you're on, can you
Okay.
mention what that one was? $26, I believe. 26, 36, and 37.
Okay. Well, I think what we should just do, Joe, is we'll just start taking them since those are toward the end of the docket. I think we'll just have to deal with a continuance at that time for all matters if we don't get that far. So rather than waste time, let's just get started again, if you agree.
Okay.
Okay. Do we have everybody back? Oh, I guess I'm 5 minutes earlier than I thought, but if I have everybody back, I'm going to take the 5 minutes. We'll start using it. Because Joe, we don't need, I mean, if those parties on those cases, they don't need to stay on. We understand they want a continuance and I believe the board will grant it, so they don't need to stay online.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay. I'm just trying to move us along and get as much done as we can.
Right.
We have not had dockets like this since 1996 when I first was placed on this board as an alternate.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, we're going to have to address how we're going to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've never seen this many.
I have.
I know.
It's just been many years ago. So.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
I'd have to institute some time limitations.
Well, we do have a time limitation, but I also am very cognizant that we are a public board and we do need to take public comment and give people a time. So I hesitate to cut people off.
Mm-hmm.
And because I believe there's a basis for them to have that opportunity. So I know we have limits and we try to ask people to work within those, but I don't know that I have great power to enforce those. And that's just the nature of what we do. So I'm trying to ask people to keep their presentations concise because repetition is not needed for us, but it is what it is. So.
Tough.
Okay, so I think I have the board members all back because I see Tony, Randy, Tom, and Tom. Okay, and we still have a quorum of 5 people. And so and Brett's back, our court reporter's back, we need him. And I think we have staff. Is that right? Is staff all back?
Yes, we're back.
Okay, then let's go back on the record, ladies and gentlemen, and let's move on to case docket number 7, case number 67 with an address of 1401 Kansas Avenue. Please raise your hand if you're here as the applicant or if you're here in support or opposition, so you may be promoted.
Madam Chair, I'm promoting the applicant, Tom Utterback and Doug Stone, who is not part of the applicant team.
Thank you for that clarification. All right, Mr. Utterback, can you turn on your camera and your microphone? Mr. Stone, if you would do the same. All right, so we are on item 7. Mr. Utterback, would you state your name, please?
Tom Utterback.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Stone, would you state your name, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. My name is Douglas Stone. I am an attorney at Lewis Rice, 1010 Walnut, Suite 500, KCMO 64106.
Okay. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Stone, are you here in opposition, just so that I understand your position?
Yes, I am.
Okay, all right. And Mr. Utterback, you want this case to be heard today rather than a continuance?
That is correct.
All right, and Mr. Stone, are you asking for a continuance of this matter? I just want to understand the parties' positions.
No, I'm not. I think it's the applicant's choice.
Okay.
Although I will say that, just so that the record's clear, if this is in fact not good notice and this application is approved, I mean, obviously, we're going to reserve the right, if necessary, to challenge that this was heard today.
Okay, so Mr. Utterback, you understand the legal ramifications of what he's suggesting. Are you still willing to take your chances and go forward if notice was not proper on this case?
I have no choice.
Oh, okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
one other thing, just to be clear, so we'll get this all done up front.
Yep.
Staff may speak to this, but when the Plan Commission recommended denial, one of the plan corrections that was supposed to be completed before this was heard by BZA was that the applicant received administrative approval for off-site parking. One of the issues we raised is that there's no on-site parking. Staff and the Plan Commission both thought it was appropriate to know where this parking that could be as far as 1,000 feet away would be before the BZA acted. It was therefore a condition, a correction, which had to be corrected before moving forward. And so again, a second basis in the event that I don't think you're going to approve this today, but as an attorney, I have to say that if this were to be approved today, that is another basis on which we would challenge the decision. I know Mr. Utterback has a time deadline.
Here, do I have to listen to Mr. Stone give his legal argument or whatever he's talking about before we get into this?
Actually, this is part of the hearing, and I'm trying to clarify what everybody's positions are because I understood there was a potential notice issue, so I wanted to talk with that. I want to know if there is some reason this board does not yet have jurisdiction to hear this case, Mr. Utterback, excuse me. So what I'm asking of each of you and for him to comment is appropriate because he's answering my questions. So I guess I need to ask staff before we go any further. Does the staff believe that this board is in a proper position to hear this case based on proper notice?
No, we believe it needs to be continued because of the agenda.
Okay, all right. And Mr. Utterback, I understand you want to waive that concern and go forward in your position. Is that correct?
Yes, staff is wrong in this regard. Notice never has to be perfect, but there does have to be notice. Notice all along the way has gone out to all of the property owners. The notice mistake was not made by me, it was made by staff, okay? Or they can blame it on the city clerk, whatever they want to do. Self-inflicted wound. All of the people who are either in support or in opposition know exactly what we're talking about. Let's move forward.
And do you, have you provided the correction, which is the compliance parking plan that was required from the CPC? Have you provided that to city staff?
No, and the requirement of the staff does not comply with your ordinance. We've had this situation before in dealing with staff and in fact with Mr. Stone, where they state things, but that's not an ordinance requirement. If you look at your ordinance, it basically says that you grant me the special use permit subject to your determination of how many off-street parking sites I need, if any. Or you can delegate that to the staff to determine that, but I do not have to have a off-street parking plan in place in order to get my special use permit for 1401 Kansas. Once again, Mr. Stone is incorrect about what the ordinance requirements are.
If I may, and I know we've had a long day ahead of us, and if you hear this, you better have a cushion for your seat. But I will say this, if Mr. Utterback wants to proceed, I will make sure that I have made it clear to you all that in your decision-making process, with no on-site parking, whether it's a planned correction that needs to be complied with or not, I would respectfully submit to you that how you can make a decision about the impact of this facility on the community without knowing where within 1,000 feet of distance parking for these, with all due respect to Mr. Utterback, what the Bureau of Prisons calls inmates, we ought to know where that parking is going to be. That's why staff made it a correction. And that's why you ought not act until you know.
And the ordinance says nothing about that. The ordinance says simply that you make designation, and one of my discussions with the staff on off-street parking is that basically the requirement would be 21 parking spaces. Where I get those parking spaces in the neighborhood is basically an issue that I have to comply with in order to get my occupancy permit and go ahead. But you can grant the special use permit today, and then I can worry about complying with the special use permit through the process, should I actually get the contract from the United States Bureau of Prisons to open a federal halfway house at 1401 Kansas. I will take the risk of finding those parking spaces.
But I don't want to take the risk of not knowing where the facility is.
Okay.
It's not in the ordinance, Mr. Stone. It's not in the ordinance.
Okay, gentlemen, let me ask the board. They have heard from staff on whether this case is ripe for us to hear it. You've heard from the applicant, and you've heard from Mr. Stone. Does this board wish to entertain a motion to continue this matter, or do you or not? If so, I need to hear a motion on that issue. Not receiving any motion, I believe we're going to hear this case. All right, Mr. Utterback, have you reviewed the staff report that is connected to your appeal?
Yes, I have.
All right, on the third page of that report, there are 10 administrative exhibits. Do you have any objection to my admitting those for the board to consider this afternoon?
I do not.
Okay. Those 10 exhibits will be admitted. Anna, this is your case, I believe. Can you present, but let me ask this question. Only 2 people raised their hand about this case. Is there anyone else online who's here in either support or opposition?
I know that I have representatives of my client online. I've encouraged them not to, they may or may not raise their hand, whether they speak. I think we'll see how long we take and
okay. All right. Well, is there anybody else, Mr. Rexwinkle, raising their hand that we need to promote?
Paul Migliazzo, Deborah Winter Callahan, and Edna Madera.
Are those
raised their hand.
Are those your clients, Mr. Stone?
Only the first one. That's
Paul.
Paul.
Okay. Well, why don't we promote just those 3 people if that's all that has asked, and then they'll be promoted and we'll swear them in and we'll figure out what piece of this hearing they're a part of. All right. So if you would promote those, because I've already sworn in Mr. Utterback and Mr. Stone.
Okay, they are promoted.
All right. Mr. Stone, do you want to introduce your client? I think he is promoted. If he can turn on his camera, and to those people that have just been added, if you would turn on your cameras and your microphone so I can identify you and swear you in.
Thank you.
Okay.
I want to introduce Paul Migliazzo. Paul is a principal in an entity 1328 Agnes LLC. His facility is the old police training academy directly on the north side of the applicant's proposed site, across 14th Street to the north.
Okay. Sir, can you state your full name for the record?
Paul Migliazzo.
And sir, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Winter Callahan, can you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Deborah Winter Callahan, and I'm representing 1400 Agnes.
Okay, are you here in opposition?
Yes, I am.
Okay, let me swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, and then I thought there was one more person.
Edna Madera.
Yes, I just don't see her anymore. Oh, there she is. I'm sorry. Yes, Miss Madera. Could you state your name, please?
My name is Edna Madera Trower, and I'm here as a business owner at 1407 Kansas Avenue.
Okay. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you also here in opposition?
I'm in opposition.
Okay. All right. To those of you that are here in opposition, if you would turn your cameras, you can leave your cameras on. That would be great so I can see who you are, but turn your microphones off. All right. All right. Anna, let's hear from you. Can you bring this board into focus about this case and what's at issue? And then we'll hear from Mr. Utterback.
Thank you. So this case focuses on 1401 Kansas Avenue. The existing zoning is M1-5. The applicant is seeking approval of a special use permit to allow for a halfway house in the M1-5 zoning districts. For halfway houses to be sited in the M1-5 zoning district, they must seek a special use permit. The site is located in the eastern portion of Kansas City, kind of towards Prospect and I-70. This is a closer look at the property in question. It is highlighted in yellow. You can see I-70 to the north, Truman Road is to the south, Prospect is to the west, and then Benton Boulevard to the east. This is a photograph of the building that they're looking to renovate. There's a mixture of office spaces and the resident spaces for the halfway house within this building. These are some snapshots of the images provided from the site plan from the applicant. Again, they are proposing to renovate the existing building for this halfway house. And then listed on the screen are the several review criteria associated with the special use permit. Some things to note in regards to A and B, that there was lots of discussion at the City Planning Commission whether this particular use falls within the detention facility or halfway house category, as well as the involvement from the public, the surrounding neighbors. There's been significant amount of opposition, and that letter is attached to the staff report as well as the applicant's rebuttal to said letter. The City Planning Commission did recommend denial. To note some of the previous facts that were mentioned before, that the staff report submitted to the City Planning Commission, there were certain corrections and conditions associated with that is attached to your staff report, and the recommendation or the correction, excuse me, to provide that alternative parking plan was recommended by staff, which has not been resolved yet. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you. Mr. Utterback, please explain.
Yes, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I said, Mr. Utterback, I would like to hear from you and why you believe the board should grant you this special use permit.
Well, I don't like to go on suicide missions, and that's why I've asked all our supporters just to stay out of this meeting, because I know you folks have a long agenda, and having been a municipal attorney for 25 years, I know how gruesome and tedious it can be. But I will tell you this, if I thought that your board would adhere to the requirements of the city ordinances, I would not be concerned about getting my special use permit. We would have our permit because we have hit all the requirements that the city ordinances require us to have in order to get this permit. What concerns me is the prejudice expressed at the September 2021 Planning Commission meeting, and in the August 23rd meeting, and the 2.5-hour meeting I had with Mr. Stone and employees and officers at the credit union, at the offices of the credit union. A favorite of mine has always been Clarence Darrow. And at the first argument of the Sweet trial, and I hopefully some of you folks knew what the Sweet trial was, That was a not in my backyard trial. In November 1925, Clarence Darrow said this: "Prejudices come with your mother's milk and stick like the color of the skin." Now, I may get the chance to talk more about the Sweet trial later on, but I will tell you this. If I was seeking a special use permit to convert 1401 Kansas to 24 studio apartments of the type now in vogue for gentrifying neighborhoods near universities, this board would grant me a special use permit in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. Why? Because those are elites. Those are elite kids that would be moving into that. Okay. We all know that the issue in this case will be the fact that my tenants for my building will be inmates leaving federal prisons, and that 70% of those inmates will be African-American males. Like the defendants at the Sweet trials, it was a trial of a Black physician who dared to move into a white neighborhood in 1925 Detroit. My tenant base is being persecuted by these fearful folks in opposition for the simple reason of their status. It has nothing to do with any ordinance requirements. In fact, your ordinances say halfway houses go in M1 in industrial areas, and I've complied with that. Prejudice, fear, hypocrisy. That's what I heard, and I heard that from Mr. Stone in particular. None of the planning commissioners took issue with the staff report that recommended approval. One of the commissioners, the planning commissioner, said I needed more green space, not an ordinance requirement. Another commissioner said there was a program like that down the street. She was wrong, but that's not an ordinance requirement. Another commissioner wanted to question my credentials and the credentials of my staff and people associated with Exodus. Guess who gets to pass on that? Not you. The Federal Bureau of Prisons and FBI. Those are the people that pass upon our qualifications, not Mr. Stone, not anybody else, and not this body. The commissioners all agreed, after listening to all the folks, about their fear of inmates, their fear of returning citizens, people who left Kansas City to go to prison and who are now coming home from Kansas City. They're all afraid of those people, and that's the total reason that we have opposition here today. And if you would do this the right way, you would ask Mr. Stone, how does that relate to any of the criteria in the ordinance? This fear and prejudice. How does it? Was that cute, Mr. Stone? Mr. Stone got the Dick King Award some years ago for economic development. Well, I knew Dick King. Dick King was mayor of Independence, Missouri, when I was a young city attorney, and both of us were active in the municipal league. I talked with Dick King over the years about various aspects of economic development. And you know what you need for economic development more than anything else? You need skilled labor. I've got skilled labor. That's what's coming out of federal prisons. But that's not a program that you have the ability to vote on. That's not your business. Your business is to check off and see that what the staff has said, that I am in the right zoning at the right place and I meet all the criteria and I should have my special use permit. Now, Mr. Stone will argue, as Humpty Dumpty did, okay, that words only mean what he chooses them to mean. So his argument, made twice before to me, was that under the Kansas City ordinances, a federal halfway house, which is in one ordinance, is actually a detention center, which is in another ordinance. And he may very well confuse you about those ordinances because those ordinances are written in a confusing fashion. But if Mr. Stone is honest, he will also tell you that Missouri law is this. If an ordinance is ambiguous, it is construed against the regulator and in favor of the property owner. That's right, Mr. Stone. Good. Okay. So your job is really going to be very simple here today. I could go on. I'm not going to try to tell you or sell you on the concept of a federal halfway house. You know, what the feds are doing, and they're doing some wonderful things. in trying to deal with this crazy mass incarceration policy thrust upon the country that has destroyed so much of urban America, that the Bureau of Prisons has tried to deal with what all the lawyers in the country thrust upon them. Okay, the judges, the legislators, et cetera. They've done a pretty good job. But I'm not going to try to sell you on what the feds have done or how we are going to be working with the local community, because again, that's not something that is within your purview and it takes too much time. But I will comment to you upon the city public policy. I've got a lot of nice words on that city website and on all these entities that deal with how you're going to save Kansas City and everything else. You know, talks about how Kansas City is still largely segregated and truced and all that sort of stuff. I even noticed that in Mr. Stone's law promo that he is dedicated to his community. Now, I wonder which part of his community that he's dedicated to.
Do I have to listen to this, Madam Chair?
I'm sure that he did not counsel his particular client about the prospect of actually working with this federal program to do some wonderful things for neighborhoods in Kansas City. He sits as a member of the top of a board that has what? Project 10X, which I don't know anything about, and the Black Economic Development Fund, which is supposed to address racial gaps in health, wealth, and opportunity. Guess what? You cannot address Black urban America and Black urban Kansas City unless you deal with mass incarceration and people coming out of prison. Over 50%, more like 60% of families in Kansas City, African-American families in the city, are impacted by incarceration. So you can't deal with those type of wonderful things that the public policy of Kansas City talks about until you get down into the details of a program. And when you're dealing with how you reform things, it's so easy to talk about it, throw around these grand statements about social justice and everything. And of course, we heard from Mr. Stone and other people, oh, what a nice program you have, but not in my neighborhood, but not in my neighborhood. And isn't that the constant refrain? You do it, I don't want to hear about it. And then maybe somewhere down the road, somebody will give me an award, you know, to kick sand in my face today. Folks, it's time to be frank about the hypocrisy we live in. You're a Board of Zoning Adjustment, okay? You don't get to judge on what the feds are doing in terms of reentry or what the U.S. Probation Office is doing, any of that stuff. You look at the narrow confines of your ordinance and you vote it up or you vote it down.
Okay, and Mr. Utterback, I agree with you on that comment. So can you turn your presentation to ordinance 88-52509 and tell me how you comply with sections A through E so we can make a decision on this case?
Well, look at your staff report. I'll rest on the staff report. The only thing that we disagree on at this point is very simply the need for an alternative parking plan. The ordinance doesn't require me to have an alternative parking plan in order to get a special use permit. If you want to require me to get an alternative parking plan, the ordinance says you can issue the special use permit subject to me getting the parking. I had some nice discussions going with Allied Industries across the street. Went up to Kansas City, spent a couple of hours with Tyler Young and Steve Pack. Got an email yesterday from Steve Young telling me that he was getting pressure from other people in the industry and he had to withdraw his efforts or withdraw his offer to provide me parking down the street. Well, there's other vacant properties in the area. I suspect Mr. Stone knows more about what happened with Allied than I do. And that'll be interesting at some point to find out about. But everything that is in the staff report and your ordinance on parking requires you to give me a special use permit today. If I have, that ends my presentation. If anybody has any questions, please let me know.
So, Mr. Utterback, I have a question. So
Yeah.
you do not believe you have to comply with the parking requirements of 88 for 2016?
No, hear me clearly.
Okay.
You issue a special use permit, and then you say in that special use permit that you have to have, I believe, unless staff has changed its mind, you have to have 21 off-street parking spaces in order for this special use permit to be effective. With that, I can go and finish my application, which is due on September 30th to the Federal Bureau of Prisons, which is why we have to have this hearing today. Okay. And then I can get my, be in the running to get the halfway house contract. If I get the halfway house contract, then I have another 4 or 5 months in order to put that parking and the special use permit together. There are plenty of vacant properties down along Truman that are available. I cannot get a contract quickly enough to do that, but I'm very confident that if you give me the special use permit, I will have the parking by the time it's necessary. We go to the occupancy permit procedure.
Okay, so you're telling me that this board can grant a special use permit without having all the pieces that would be required to operate this halfway house in place first?
Well, I think you've misstated it. First of all the pieces to operate the halfway house coming together are primarily within the purview of the Federal Bureau of Prisons, and their conditions are much more exacting than Kansas City and the Kansas City Code. Your job is just to say the use is okay. All you're doing is saying we're going to allow you to put a residential reentry center there, a halfway house there together. But in order to get it, in order to get your occupancy permit and be compliant, you have to have 21 off-street parking spaces. Now, obviously, those I have to get that in order to get the occupancy permit. You don't need to be concerned about where those parking spaces are. Look at the map. You know where I'm going to go get those parking spaces. I'm going to go down along Truman, where you've got empty storefronts, vacant lots, empty buildings. I'm going to go back to the north, where we have other properties that are available for sale. There are quite a number of properties for sale in that neighborhood, and I will get parking at one of those.
Okay. But as I understand, this property itself does not have any off-street parking available for it itself.
That is correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand the facts. Okay.
Right. And none was required for the special use permit. None is required.
So can a staff person explain to this board what parking is required for a halfway house at this location under the ordinance?
I'll let Anna explain the numbers required, but she is recommending a correction that requires alternative compliance parking plan in accordance with 88-421-6. And so that's a condition that requires the applicant to provide that at some point prior to certificate of occupancy to verify whether they're meeting the minimum number of parking spaces that are required by code.
Okay, and that's what I want to know, Anna. What are the minimum number of parking spaces required?
1 second, I'm pulling it up. I did an analysis and I believe that 21 spaces would be needed for this use.
Okay. All right.
And the applicant can petition the board, move this correction to a condition.
So moved.
But I was clear on my stance that we did want to see this information as a part of our analysis.
All right. And so, Mr. Utterback, it's your position that it would be acceptable if this board would make a requirement that you, to be granted a special use permit, that you would have to provide 21 off-street parking spaces through some sort of leasing.
Absolutely. Leasing or purchase.
Okay. All right, Mr. Stone, let's hear from you then.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize if in the background I've been reacting to Mr. Utterback, but I just want to say this. It has been frustrating trying to navigate this application because, with all due respect to Mr. Otterback, he spoke to us just like he spoke to you, which is he didn't really answer your question. He simply told you why his thing is good. And he said to you, you know, the opposition, they think our use is good too. Well, of course. Let's be honest. Society needs a place to transition people. There's no argument about that. But this isn't a NIMBY analysis. This is a code analysis. And with that, if I may, I'd like to share my screen.
That's fine. Is this an exhibit, Mr. Stone?
It is. I've given it to Anna.
Okay, so let's make sure we have admitted it properly then. We are on number, I think this will be exhibit 11. Is that correct, Anna and Sarah?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, Mr. Stone, I'll admit your exhibit as exhibit 11.
Thank you very much. Anna has a PDF version.
Excuse me, do I get to object to the exhibit?
You can if you wish. Go ahead.
First of all, what is it?
Mr. Stone, can you describe it? I thought it was just this presentation.
It's the PowerPoint presentation that I used at CPC, although I have moved around a couple of slides, and because it took so long, I've dropped a couple of slides.
I'll object to the introduction of this. What Mr. Stone is going to be putting in is a number of pictures of self-selected pictures of different places. And he's going to talk to you about how this could be somewhere else, that there's going to be a better place. And that's not the issue before this board today.
It's exactly the issue.
Today is, do I comply with the ordinances?
I'm going to admit what will you marked as exhibit 11. Mr. Utterback, you will have a chance of rebuttal and you can tell us why you don't think it's applicable to your application. Mr. Stone, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Is it full screen?
Yes.
Okay, thanks very much. So I want to walk through this quickly because I do know that this has been a long day for you. On the other hand, I went through this very quickly with CPC, and I think I created some confusion because there were some members of the Plan Commission, as well as Mr. Utterback, who told you today that what we're here to tell you is these are boogeymen, and we don't want this kind of person in our backyard. That is not what we're here to tell you. What we're here to tell you is that this use is not a halfway house. This use is a detention or correctional facility under the definitions in the code. And the reason why that's important is because the code has specific site criteria for a halfway house and specific site criteria for a detention or correctional facility. And so what are they? For a halfway house, there's some, you can't be within 1,500 feet of another such facility. And the BZA has the right to waive that if it's 1,500 feet, but it's crossed by I-70, or something like that. And I will say to you that we provided a slide at CPC that shows that there actually is two facilities, both the City Union Mission and a daycare center within that 1,500 feet, although you could decide that they're far enough away and they're separated by a major thoroughfare. So that's not the point of this. The point of this is to look at the difference between a halfway house and a detention center. And when Mr. Utterback says that we're afraid of these uses, that's not really the right way to say it. The right way to say it is the code recognizes that these are two different kinds of uses that require two different land use analyses. That's the point. So for a detention center, you have to have a minimum lot area of 2 acres and 350 square feet minimum lot area per occupant. You can't be within 1,000 feet of an R district, a residential dwelling unit, a park, or a religious assembly. This site is within 1,000 feet of all 4 of those. Plus, all structures have to be set back a minimum of 25 feet. The code uses the word inmates. All structures occupied by inmates must be set back a minimum of 25 feet in M district. None of that is satisfied with this building. So the question is, why do you think that makes sense? So let's take a look at a couple of other residential reentry centers, RRCs as they're called, the same kind that Mr. Utterback wants to cite at this zero setback building. Here's the facility in Springfield, Missouri. This is it right here. I purposely zoomed out because I didn't want to be accused of missing the fact that there are homes across the street, okay? That's not the issue. The issue is it's a self-contained parcel with its own parking, green space, and the like. Now let's take a look at the facility in Leavenworth, Kansas. There is a residential reentry center in Leavenworth, Kansas, the Grossman Center. This is the site. Parking, green space, etc. Now let's look at the RRC in St. Louis, Dismas House. Dismas House, again, it's in the middle of the city. We're not afraid of that. That's not the point. The point is, look at the parcel. It's a self-contained parcel with green space and the like. Now, there's a reason. There's a reason for that. And that's why our code says that if you're going to have a detention facility, you have to have a certain minimum lot area and a certain setbacks. We don't do that. Now, let's look at the definitions, because I've asked you to decide whether this is a halfway house or a detention correctional facility. And this is where I got off track with the CPC, because in order for me to explain this, I have to talk about and emphasize the following words: drug addicts, juvenile delinquents, substance abusers, and incarceration of inmates. And so as I say these, remember, I'm using these only as defined terms, not to categorize the people, but to explain the difference between a halfway house and a detention facility. And by the way, if you look at the staff report that was revised after CPC, you'll see that staff has added in there that staff now thinks it's a question as to which this is. And so with the presentation and the information that staff has gotten, they have moved their position. So let's talk about a halfway house. And these are the words I want to emphasize: rehabilitation of drug addicts. Again, not afraid of drug addicts, but that's what this is for. Rehabilitation of alcoholics. Rehabilitation of prisoners who are considered to be substance abusers. And rehabilitation of ex-offenders in a controlled environment with supervision, provided on an interim basis. So, by the way, you got a letter from Mr. Utterback's attorney in which says they meet the definition of halfway house because, and he leaves out the middle words, he says that it says rehabilitation of prisoners, and then he skips everything else, and he goes on to in a controlled environment. Well, the in a controlled environment is ex-offenders. It's not part of the prisoners who are considered to be substance abusers. It's important, and I'll get to why that's important. So now let's look at detention and correctional facility. Facilities for the judicially required detention or incarceration of people. Inmates and detainees are under 24-hour supervision. And here's where Mr. Utterback has a point I'm going to get to. Inmates and detainees are under 24-hour supervision by peace officers. Okay? And I will confess to you that there is a question about whether the fact that this is a contracted facility, contracted through the Bureau of Prisons, providing real-time data back to the federal prison system, in Mr. Utterback's own words, we're going to see that. And so even though Mr. Utterback's security personnel are not peace officers, these people are in fact under 24-hour supervision by the Bureau of Prisons, just indirectly through Mr. Utterback's contracted, it's just like a private prison. Is that not a correction facility? Those people is contracted out. You wouldn't call that a halfway house. You'd call that a detention facility. Now, but it's even better than that because we went into why it matters. I'm not going to go over that again. We discussed the differences between the two criteria. We discussed that it doesn't meet the criteria. We discussed that there were parks within 1,000 feet. So what the code says is when a use cannot be readily classified or appears to fit in two or more categories, which I actually don't think it does, but I think you could argue that it can't readily be classified into the detention center because of the peace officers. I can understand somebody coming to that conclusion. I don't think that's right, but I can understand that conclusion. So even if you conclude that, the code says the city planning and development director, and of course, the appeals from him go to you. I don't think it's inappropriate for you all to make this analysis, and staff, respect to staff, punted on the decision. So this says the city planning director is authorized to determine the most similar and thus most appropriate use category based on a certain number of considerations. I'm not going to go over, obviously, there's 13 considerations here, but here are the ones I want to talk about. Number 11 and number 13. Number 11 says, how does the use advertise itself? And number 13 says, hey, if in doubt, you can look to the NAICS codes. I think everybody on the BZA is familiar with the North American Industry Classification System, NAICS codes, where all types of businesses are set in different categories that allows for record keeping and federal categorization for applications, blah, blah, blah. So how does the use advertise itself? First, let's go to the applicant. When the applicant originally filed this application, and Mr. Utterback didn't like it when I said this, but before they really understood that this would make a difference, they called their own application, converting existing residents, et cetera, into a federal correctional facility, halfway house, for a maximum of 55 people. This is a correctional facility. The applicant even says it is. Let's look at what the Bureau of Prisons says. Because remember, what you didn't hear from Mr. Utterback when you asked him to explain what it is he's trying to do here is residential reentry centers have two kinds of occupants. They can be prisoners still serving their sentence who then get released to a more, let's call it minimum security facility to transition once their sentence is over. But these people are still serving their sentences. Mr. Utterback acknowledged that. These are people who are currently in prison, still have time left, maybe 6 months, maybe 4 months. And so during that end of their sentence, the Bureau of Prisons has decided that these people are a safe enough risk to send them to a much more minimum security facility. And then they live there and for the last few months of their sentence as a way of re-entering back into the community. But you can see what the Bureau of Prisons says. Pre-release inmates at an RRC remain in federal custody while serving a sentence imposed by a district court. The other group it could be are offenders who are serving under U.S. probation. By the way, probation is still part of a sentence. There's no parole like there is in the state system. In addition, you could have people who are being held pre-trial, conviction as well. Or excuse me, I didn't say that right. Mr. Utterback always corrects me. People who a judge has decided don't need to go to prison, but could go to a minimum security type facility. It's still a sentence, but they never go to prison in the first place. They just come here. And I'm sure if I'm wrong about that, Mr. Utterback will correct me. But needless to say, these folks are under judicial supervision. NAICS codes. The only reason why I'm bringing this up is when I search for halfway under NAICS codes, you got two groups of things. Halfway group homes for delinquents and ex-offenders, and then the substance abuse group of residents. And so what I want to just say is, even the most, we've got definitions, but even the federal characterization of types of businesses acknowledges that a correctional facility is not within the scope of a halfway house. There are more slides here, but I don't want to waste everybody's time. I think you understand the point. So then one last thing. So what did we asked the applicant we asked him some questions. We wanted to get him on the record as to what he did. And of course, I won't characterize 80% of the answer that we got, but let's talk about the 20% of the answer that's got some substance to it. So we asked him, what other programs will there be besides employment, mental health, substance abuse, anger management? And in his answer, he says, in that way he has of making me feel bad about my question, the question you ask presumes that re-entrants are not ready to resume normal productive lives. Generally, to qualify for an RRC, a federal re-entrant must demonstrate stability. If a re-entrant is not ready to live in an RRC environment, the inmate, his own words, does not come to an RRC. Well, then it's not a halfway house. Next. By the way, one other thing, in all of his answers to all of our questions, never once does he talk about treatment, rehabilitation, alcohol, drug, or addiction, or any variation other than rehabilitation of, ex-offenders. There's not a single thing in here about any of mental health or drug or alcohol or any of those types of things you'd associate with a halfway house. Next, we asked him what's his experience. And of course, he was candid and said Exodus is a startup operation. But here's what he said. Board members and staff have considerable experience in all aspects of policing, corrections, and reentry. Board member Gene McNary is a former prosecutor, and he was head of the INS. The COO, Randy Falcon, has a career in running corrections and reentry facilities. Keith Emerson is the chief of security. He's a retired police captain, having served 34 years and an acknowledged expert in security. And then there was a woman, Beverly Livingston, part of their team, who has long worked for social justice. I applaud that. However, not one of the upper level staff is a social worker, addiction treatment professional, or other mental health professional, like you would have at a halfway house. What security equipment will be installed? What are your day-to-day protocols? As I read this, think to yourself, does this sound to me like a halfway house? Exodus security will be the same or similar to the security of any federal building, including exterior surveillance and monitoring. Re-entrants will be tracked by GPS. Other devices, including the traditional ankle bracelet, are available if required. However, should a re-entrant prove himself or herself to be unreliable by attempting to evade the smartphone monitoring, that re-entrant will go back to whichever institution, prison, he or she came from. Yet, there may be instances where the Board of Prisons or the United States Probation Office would prefer a secure, body-attached device for a re-entrant. Exodus will accommodate that request. And one last thing. Exodus is working with companies to ensure that our operating database, the one that is connected to the Bureau of Prisons, is integrated. This integration means that our video surveillance, panic buttons, access control on restricted areas, perimeter and parking, wherever that might be, can link specific re-entrants via facial recognition to specific locations, ensuring that re-entrants are where they are supposed to be. That information can then be transmitted electronically to the Bureau of Prisons or local law enforcement officers on an incident basis. Halfway house or correction facility. The definition, I'm not going to read it again. We've been through the important sections of it. So I want to conclude by saying this. I know you all from my experience with you. And I know that you take these positions seriously. I'd ask you to compare what I've said to you to what you heard from Mr. Utterback when you analyze whether this special use permit, number one, if it's a halfway house, which you don't think it is, should it be granted? And, you know, the Plan Commission spoke to that, which is 8-0 against. Or is this really a detention and correctional facility because of what the code says, your right to categorize this where you think the correct categorization of the use belongs, the information both as the way the use is advertised by the applicant, by the Bureau of Prisons, and in his own words and answers to our questions. This is a detention and correction facility. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. And because it is, we go back to not being within a certain distance of us. This is within 1,000 feet of a park, a church, a residential houses, and residential zoning. Every one of those in violation of the standards of the code. It's not a 2-acre minimum site. It doesn't have 350 square feet per occupant as a minimum lot size, and it doesn't have a 25-foot setback. It fails on every single element of the criteria for citing a detention facility. So when Mr. Utterback says to you that we're scared and we're afraid, that's not what it is. The code in its wisdom knows that this building is not the right place for this facility. It's the application of the code. It's not the fear of the unknown, it's the application of the code. And that's what you all are here to do. And we encourage you to categorize this correctly and agree with the Plan Commission that this special use permit should be denied. Thank you very much.
All right, before I let Mr. Utterback have his final say, I'd like to find out if Ms. Winter Callahan or Ms. Moderna have anything that they want to add to Mr. Stone's presentation that's different. Yes, Ms. Moderna.
I want to echo Mr. Stone's sentiments and how he has pointed out that this is not a self-contained facility. I also want to speak to Mr. Utterback's comments about prejudice. This is not coming from prejudice. I've introduced myself at the prior hearing. I'm a practicing artist. I'm a business owner as a jewelry production studio, and I'm also an educator. I've worked as a high school teacher here locally. So I am, I'm familiar with parents who have trusted me not only to teach their kids, but sometimes to show them techniques in my studio. However, my point being that it's not just through schools and through other elite, I believe he may have used that term, institutions. I've also taught through Arts in Prison at the Kansas City, Kansas Juvenile Detention Center. My mother-in-law teaches knitting classes at Lansing facility to male incarcerated inmates. As a value system, myself and my family, I believe that everybody has the right to reinvent themselves. So this is not coming from a place of prejudice. I've had to make visits to facilities like this. And one perspective that has not been offered is the dignity of the family members that have to come and see those that are residing in institutions like this. The foot traffic, where is this parking going to be? There's going to be a turnaround of 55 inmates at any given time. What will the exit strategies be for them? Will they just be released out front? I'm literally 2 doors down from this facility. So again, to echo Mr. Stone's point, this is not a self-contained facility. And I don't think this location would truly support not only the inmates, but also the family members. That's all I have for right now. Thank you for hearing me.
Right. Ms. Winter Callahan, do you have anything else that you want to add at this time?
Yes, please. I'm at 1400 Agnes, and I'm representing my sister who passed away. She just purchased this building 2 years ago. She was a businesswoman in Kansas City for 25 years. She owned 4 different buildings. She was very intuitive at identifying places that would kind of be cutting edge. She owned one on McGee. She was a single gal. She was coming and going from these facilities. She was never scared. She also owned one on 1808 Oak. She owned another one in the Crossroads. And then she just recently purchased this building, and she put in a ton of money right immediately next door to this building. She put in all new windows, had it tuck pointed, added an additional second entrance. She wanted to add artist lofts upstairs. She owned a printing and marketing company that assisted small businesses with their marketing and helping them to grow. So she had a lot of customers coming and going. But she just passed away, and she was a huge advocate for helping people and second chances. I just donated all of her personal possessions to Hillcrest Ministries for their programs that help people rehabilitate themselves and get back to work, living on their own. She also has a room named after her at Friends of Yates. So to say that she's prejudiced or we are prejudiced is absolutely insane. She would have never bought this building though, given if this facility was next door. So he's totally changing up the dynamic of the area. There's a huge parking challenge as it stands. I can't imagine the influx of an additional 55 residents in addition to the staff, the guests. I don't understand how you're gonna make any of that work. In addition to that, my sister was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer and passed away very abruptly. She was diagnosed last August and passed in January. So I'm handling her estate, and we already have the building under contract to somebody who's already in the area that plans to put another sign company and utilize it for office space for his company. And he's basically saying he doesn't want to proceed with purchasing the building if this facility goes in next door. So it's affecting the long-term property values already right now, and it hasn't even happened. So we were slated to close, and now we are not closing because of this. So.
Okay, thank you.
I had a few words to say also.
Can I add one more thing?
Certainly.
I wasn't done. Sorry, I just took a breath. I just want to reiterate that the previous meeting last Tuesday, I have not received a single notification via certified mail. He said that he spoke to the property owners. He has never spoken to me or to any of my staff. So we literally heard about this from a neighbor. He said that he's got community, like the community supports, and it's just simply not the case. So I don't understand how he can lie and continue to move forward with this. And I think all of us understand the need and the necessity for a facility like this, but I don't think it's also fair to the people that would be in this facility to be in this location. I don't think it's a win-win. And that's really what you need to look for in a facility like this. And the previous meeting, every single one of the commissioners said the exact same thing. We all believe that there needs to be, but this just isn't the right location. I'm a realtor, and it's location, 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 and this isn't the right location.
Okay, thank you. All right, anyone else?
Yeah, Paul Miliazzo.
Okay, go ahead.
You know, in the last couple of years, there has been an infusion of significant investment by Kansas City dollars into this area, an area that's been neglected and ignored for quite some time. And I think that now that it's finally gaining some momentum, it would be sad to see the knees cut out from under it by something like this. I think that, you know, we wouldn't be in this area if, like what Mr. Utterback said, if we were all scared. You know, it's not like you know, there's a mass exodus to find this area, but we went there on the idea that it was ready for positive activity to move into this part of town. And I think that we're going to nip it in the bud if we continue down this path.
Okay. All right, Mr. Utterback, you get the last say. I'm one board member, but I want to hear from you how this is not a detention center? Because that, I have a concern about that. So can you explain to me why this is not a detention center under the ordinance definition? You're muted, sir. I can't hear you. Sorry.
Then I expected Mr. Stone to start talking about what the definition of "the" was with all of his tortured use of the words. You know, a wordsmith such as Mr. Stone and I, one that used to be one of those, you can argue about everything about the meaning of words until people get so confused they don't know what they're thinking or listening to or whatever. But here's this. If I don't have a halfway house, there's no such thing as a halfway house. A halfway house is a correctional facility. If you go to the state website of Missouri, Missouri says, you know, everything they have is a correctional facility, and then one's a prison and one's this and one's a halfway house and so forth. A halfway house is not a prison. It's a work facility. Okay, when people come out of prison and report to the halfway house, they go outside the prison door. They'll take a taxi to the airport or take a bus or whatever transportation is provided, and they show up to the halfway house. They come in, they get checked in. Most of the time, you will have a job prearranged for the folks, and they will start working just as soon as they get there. Typically no more than 2 or 3 days later for most of the folks, because obviously there's prearrangement. Like any other business, we are connected with the people we do business with. So we get notification of who's coming. We communicate with those people before they come there. Okay, we've got a job for you here. You got a job for you there, that type of thing. Okay. So if this is not a halfway house, there is no such thing as a halfway house. And let me repeat simply this. Okay. If you're confused about what a halfway house is, well, Eric Luke, who owns Red Hammer Construction and who bought that building over 20 years ago and has invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in it. Okay, it's a beautifully reconstructed building. It's got wiring, it's got plumbing, it's got everything we need. Okay, it's a perfect site for a halfway house. Okay, this is not a site, as I think some of these people seem to think, where we're going to have people, as Mr. Stone would have us do, as he said several times at a meeting, shackled and under armed guard, who are going to be walking with one arm of the other around some sort of exercise yard.
Look, I'm tired of hearing Mr. Utterback say things that I didn't say, Madam Chair.
Okay, if you have an objection, Mr. Stone, let's hear it. If not, I don't want interruptions. I want to hear this, and then we're going to vote. And Mr. Utterback, not to interrupt you, but let me ask you a very pointed question, because I'm not hearing the answer to this question. And I want to give you a fair chance so that you can tell me what I think I need to make a decision. Okay. I want to know, based on what I've heard you say so far, this appears to be a residential facility that really is not going to provide treatment, but it's just housing for inmates that will be going out into the workforce sort of with their sentence not quite complete. Is that true?
No, that's incorrect.
Okay, so tell me how that's incorrect.
Okay, what we provide, okay, is halfway house services. Okay, one of the things that very few people know, in fact, I'm not sure Mr. Stone even knew this, the United States Probation Office for the Western District of Missouri, there in Kansas City, works actually for the federal judge. The probation officers work for the judges, the district judges there in Kansas City. Okay. What we do is we are the pass-off point from the community to putting people on what is called supervised release. It's not probation. If you get probation, you never go to prison. If you get probation, you maybe get to come to stay in a community correction center like us. But if you've been in prison and you come out and we hand you off to the U.S. probation officers, you're on supervised release. The United States Probation Office for the Western District of Missouri has programs in place for counseling of everything that Mr. Stone talked about. We have case managers. We will have case managers at our facility who will work with those existing programs. And if we get somebody out of the facility, out of a prison facility that needs to walk right in to some sort of a counseling program, then we will utilize what U.S. Probation has already had in place. U.S. Probation will have an office in our building, okay? So yes, we do provide those services, but ours is primarily a halfway house, is primarily a coordination center and a job center. So if our case manager is dealing with a particular individual, and we've got that individualized reentry plan that even the Reform Project in Kansas City talks about how it supports, okay, that here's how we're going to get you back into the community type of thing. And we say to that person, okay, we think the BOP says we need to consider continue your drug counseling. So we're going to have the company that the U.S. Probation has, and they're going to be up here on Tuesday nights. We're going to have a little class. We want you in that. Okay, so yes, all of that is provided, but we don't work alone. We work very much in conjunction with the local U.S. Probation Office, and ultimately our success is defined as to how well those folks do as well on this continuing program from once they get out of prison and then report to our particular facility. So we are a halfway house.
All right.
I'm sure I've not answered your question, but frankly, if you really want to get into adjudicating what the federal programs are and what they have evolved through over the years of mass incarceration in America, I used to teach when I lived in Florida at the University of West Florida, and it was a full semester class. Okay, so I can't give you everything that is succinct as perhaps you would like it, but this is a halfway house. It's a very different definition of what a halfway house. Now, if I might go ahead and reply to a few of the other comments I heard, let's talk about our security system. If you walk into the credit union, okay, and you look up around, you see the same type of cameras that we're going to have. Are those people in prison? If you work for, say, Prime Inc., a company I've been associated with a time or two down in Springfield, big trucking company, every one of their truckers carries a GPS telephone. They know where every one of their truckers is all the time. Okay, are those people in prison? Yes, as a good business, we also tie all of our record keeping system, not only to the Bureau of Prisons, but also to the U.S. Probation Office, and if necessary, to employers. Part of the reason we have a GPS tracking system like this is because that's the wave of business. That's the way you're going to be doing business in the future. It allows us to do an awful lot of things, and it's amazingly cheap these days. So the fact that we keep track of our reentrants means nothing other than the fact that we keep track of our reentrants. And indeed, we report that to the Federal Bureau of Prisons. As to visitation, as to Miss Madera, and I couldn't get your last name, but I see Edna Madera on the screen. This is not a penal facility. It's not a prison. Okay, so we don't have a lot of visitation. What will typically occur is that people come to the facility, you get your job, you go out to work, you do whatever classes are necessary in the evening, and according to your particular plan. Most of the residents at our facility will qualify to go home on weekends, okay, or to have to go home on the dates that they're not working. If they work on weekends, then that's some other time. What our job is to do in terms of family reunification is to set up those programs to see if there are issues, because when people are gone, and typically this will be a male, It's much more difficult with females coming back out of prison. But with a male, the idea is to ease back into that family life, because while you were gone and the family was going through the worst time in their life without you there, okay, they adjusted, they survived, they got through it. And you've got to ease these folks back into family life so that they know that it's going to be different. It's going to be changed. We want to make sure everything goes well. For example, there's a high incidence of divorce amongst police, for example. Okay, higher incidences of suicide amongst police, for example. So when you've got, and that is sometimes true, when you try to get families back together again, it's a high level of stress. So that's where a lot of our families counseling comes in. But we're not going to have families come and visit Papa at this particular location. We're going to send Papa home to visit the wife and the kids. Now, let me say this, okay? Running a halfway house is not an easy proposition, but it's not a hard proposition. It's a matter of showing up every day, treating people with respect, doing the jobs that you're supposed to do. Our case managers work with the counselors set up already by the U.S. Probation Office. If necessary, we'll get other counselors active in the neighborhood. We're not going to build a big bureaucracy there. What we want to be is something that really supports the community and supports the families that we are working to reunify. And let me talk about, what is the real public policy behind this, okay? Mr. Stone talked a lot about the definition of what is a halfway house. And maybe we'll find that out in court one day if you give us a special use permit and he sues us, okay? But the ordinances say what they say. And as Mr. Stone agreed, the law also says if it's confusing, then the ordinance is construed in favor of the property owner, and the property owner wants to sell his property to us. You've got a thing in Kansas City called the Reform Project, and it promises to focus on rehabilitation, and that the project and its community partners, which are all of these entities, that have signed on in the city, including the city of Kansas City, your boss, will provide inmates and reentrants with the opportunity to continue their education. We do that. Extra support for those with learning disabilities. We do that at the Exodus facilities. Mental health needs, and individualized guidance plans for life after incarceration. And that can work very well at 1401 Kansas, just as this body would approve 24 500 square foot apartments at that building right now, okay, for people who were going to be in that artist community or whatever. Just like that, you would approve that, knowing that good upper crust college white kids were going to move into that neighborhood, okay? This building is basically the same purpose. The only difference is that we don't have, people supported by mom and dad going to college, okay, and we don't have artists supported maybe by mom and dad or whatever it is. What we've got are people who've been through the worst times of their lives and they're coming home. And the wonderful thing about this is, Mr. Stone mentioned the Springfield Residential Reentry Center, 96.5% success rate. Now, you don't get to pass on the success rates. That I'm sure is of interest to you, but that has nothing to do with the ordinance right here. Now, I could go on and quote the statements of the good intentions from all the websites of Kansas City and all the progressives and everything till sometime tomorrow. You've got all those wonderful words. But I suggest to you that if you view federal returning citizens as refugees coming home from a country called prison, that's the right way. These are people who were sent to prison by folks here in Kansas City. And now they paid their debt and now they're coming home, okay? If you view the pretty words on social justice that adorn all the Kansas City websites as pablum for the gullible, deny this special use permit. If you view the statements, the stated public policy of Kansas City, the statements of inclusion and reform as truth and the obligation of everybody in Kansas City who wants to try to make it a better community, then you approve this application because we have complied with all the ordinance requirements. We will rest on the staff report.
Okay, thank you both. Board members, questions for any party?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
Mr. Utterback, are there any crimes that one could be convicted of that would make them ineligible to be released to your facility?
Generally, the folks who are coming out of maximum security prisons are not sent to halfway houses, and of course, those are the real violent felonies and so forth. The Bureau of Prisons, I don't frankly know if they have the authority to send them to halfway houses. They don't. Generally, people that come to halfway houses are folks that the Bureau of Prisons has determined do not pose a threat to the neighborhood.
Any other questions?
Oh, let me add to that. One of the other things we do, one of the things that the Bureau of Prisons requires, and we eagerly embrace, is that we have a community advisory board. We have the authority as Exodus Reentry Villages to decline to take somebody that we don't want them. We don't have to take everybody the BOP says it. Now, we just can't say, well, we don't like that guy because of the way he combs his hair. We have to give reasons why we don't like him. But typically in a well-run halfway house, you're going to review with your community association board who's coming and talk about things like housing and jobs. The better halfway houses are like Springfield, for example, are very well integrated into the community.
Okay, does board members have any other questions? If not, I would entertain a motion on this request.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Banuki.
in case number 67,
Yes.
I recommend that the application be denied.
I have a motion from Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been denied. Thank you, folks. Okay, let's move on to the next case, which is docket number 8, case number 40, with an address of 6901 Manchester Avenue, with the applicant and any interested parties in this case. Please raise your hand to be promoted.
Madam Chair, I've promoted Mike Arnone,
Okay.
or at least I thought it, hold on. The list of names jumps around like the pictures do, so I think I promoted someone else besides him, but
Okay, all right. Make
looks
sure
like
we
I
get,
just did.
okay, let's make sure we have the right person here. All right, Mr. Arnone, can you hear me? Can you turn on your microphone and your camera, please?
Okay, I just unmuted and I'm going to start video now.
Okay, yes, I can see you. All right, sir, would you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Mike Arnone. I
Would
am
you
the
ra-
petitioner.
Okay, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Was there anyone else online interested in this case? If so, in support or opposition, raise your hand.
Madam Chair, no one else has raised their hand.
Thank you, Mr. Exwinkle. Mr. Arnone, have you reviewed the staff report that has been created as it relates to your request before the board today?
I have, Madam Chairwoman.
Okay, on page 3 of that report, there's a listing of exhibits that are administrative in nature and connected to your case, those number 1 through 9. Do you have any objection to those being admitted so the board can review and see those today as we hear your case?
No objection.
Okay. There is a PowerPoint presentation. Anna, I believe you're doing this case. If you'd present that, then we'll hear from Mr. Arnone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Docket item number 8 focuses on 6901 Manchester Avenue. The existing zoning is R7.5, and the applicant is seeking approval of a special use permit to allow a short-term rental on the site. Properties that are within the R7.5 district with proof that they have been operating prior to the city ordinance can request a special use permit for registration associated with their short-term rental. The subject site is in the eastern portion of Kansas City towards Raytown. This is a close-up of the subject site. It is highlighted in yellow. Manchester Avenue runs north-south, and you can also see I-435 to the west. On the screen, I have listed the review criteria associated with special use permits, and the short-term rental associated with this request appears to apply with all requirements. We have received no public testimony surrounding this site. And the City Planning Commission recommended approval with conditions. That concludes my staff report.
Mr. Arnone, describe this property. Is it a single family dwelling? What is it?
This is a single family dwelling. It is a 3-bedroom and 2.5 bath. It sits on approximately 1.25 acres and has screening to the front in the form of vegetation, to the east and to the west, and also to the south.
Okay.
The adjacent neighbors also have between 1 and 5 acre parcels.
So someone coming to stay at this location would have off-street parking, is that correct?
Yes, we did pour a rather large pad over there in 2015. There's plenty of off-street parking. There's a long driveway from the street all the way to the back of the home where you can park 2 cars on that pad, and then you can park the 3rd car either on the driveway or part of the yard. There's a lot of parking space.
Okay. And when the CPC reviewed your application, they put forth 6 conditions. Are you familiar with those are?
I am.
Do you have any objection to meeting those 6 conditions?
I do not.
Okay. And Anna, there have been no public complaints about this location. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Board members, do you have questions for Mr. Arnone? Hearing no questions, I assume we're in a position to entertain a motion, and I would do that.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
in case number 40, I would move that the board grant the request consistent with staff report, exhibits, and the conditions, 6 conditions placed in the staff report on behalf of the City Plan Commission.
Okay, I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you, Mr. Arnone.
Thank you so much.
Okay, let's move on to items 9A and B. Should I call those together or those separate?
9A, B, and C are all the same applicant and properties in the same neighborhood.
But they're
all
different.
Same type of request.
Okay, but we should call them separately though, because we need separate things. Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure. When I looked at this, I thought they were separate. Okay, let's call item 9A with an address of 10638 Bales Avenue. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as any person online who's here to either support or oppose this application?
Madam Chair, I've promoted Sean Hartley.
Okay. And Mr. Rexwinkle, there was no one else. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Mr. Hartley, can you hear and see me?
I can, yes.
All right. Can you state your name, please?
Sean Hartley.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Have you reviewed the staff report connected to the Bales location that we've just described?
I have.
Do you have any objection to my admitting the administrative exhibits that number 1 through 9 listed on the 3rd page of that report for the board to consider this afternoon?
No objection.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. And Anna, when you're ready, would you do your PowerPoint?
Thank you. Docket item 9A focuses on 10638 Vales Avenue. The existing zoning is R7.5, similar to the previous case. This is in regards to a special use permit to allow for a short-term rental in the R7.5 zoning district. Similarly, properties who have been in operating prior to the short-term rental ordinance can continue operation with the special use permit process. The subject site is located in the southern portion of Kansas City towards Grandview. This is a close-up of the property. It is highlighted in yellow. It is within an established neighborhood. It is neighborhood by Bales Avenue and Indiana Avenue. You can also see Our Lady of Peace Church over to the east. On the screen, we have listed the items in regards to the review criteria. All have complied, and we have received public testimony in support for the for the short-term rental, and it is attached to the staff report. The City Plan Commission recommended approval with conditions, and that concludes my staff report.
Mr. Hartley,
Yes.
Describe this dwelling. What is it?
It's a single family residence.
Okay, how big, how many bedrooms?
3 bedrooms, 1.5 bath.
Okay, and does it have off-street parking?
It does.
Okay. Do you have any objections to the 6 conditions placed by the CPC?
No, I think those are great and no objections.
Okay. Board members have any questions about this application? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, in case number 51, I recommend that the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the staff report and the 6 conditions listed therein.
I have a motion from Mr. Bernucci. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Ms. Mixdorf. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with this motion in support, and the special use permit is granted as stated. Let's move on. Mr. Hartley, just stay right where you are. I understand you have a couple more of these cases. We'll move through those. Let's go to docket item 9B with a case number of 52 and an address of 10636 Waldron Avenue. Again, Mr. Hartley, you're still under oath. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in this case, you've reviewed the staff report. Is that true?
Yes.
Anna, I don't see, are there 9 administrative exhibits in this case? I don't see that in the staff report.
Correct.
Okay.
Same number of exhibits. My
All right.
apologies.
All right, that's right. Mr. Hartley, again, no objection to the 9 administrative exhibits connected to this case, correct?
No.
Okay. Those 9 exhibits will be admitted. And Anna, would you proceed with the PowerPoint on this case?
Yes. Docket item number 9B focuses on 10636 Waldron Avenue, zoned R-7.5. Again, an approval of a special use permit to allow for a short-term rental in this zoning district. Location is in the same general vicinity as the previous case. You can see a close-up of the property on the screen. It is highlighted in yellow. The previous case on Bales Avenue is in orange. So you can see that they're in the same neighborhood, just a few blocks away from each other. Again, the review criteria associated with the special use permit, this short-term rental appears to comply with the review criteria. In regards to item B, there were a couple of items of public correspondence from the neighborhood, and those are attached to the staff report as well for your review. This is also a single family home. The City Plan Commission recommended denial for this special use permit for the STR. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, Mr. Hartley.
Yes.
So this one, the CPC did not agree with your proposal. So tell me about this location.
It's a single family residence. It has a higher bedroom count than the other properties. So in the past, this had a higher occupant load, which I believe has contributed to the complaints from the neighbors. I do think the staff recommendations would address that by placing a limit on the occupancy. So we would love for it to continue or to be used as a Airbnb, but also recognize that the staff has taken a position of denial. So we leave that one in your capable hands.
Okay, so you're acknowledging that the complaint is that this home was over occupied. Is that what you're saying?
At least to the point where the neighbors complain of parking issues. So yeah, we recognize there's some contention there about the number of cars and things that have showed up at the house.
And how many bedrooms does this house have?
That one has 8. So it's
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Board members, questions about this house and this application? Yes, Mr. Gorentz.
Hartley, is this rented to more than one family, or is it local people you lease this to so they can have parties?
No, it's not meant to be a party house, simply because it has 8 bedrooms. I do think people book it because they can bring out a large family or perhaps a couple of families. But again, the staff recommendation of a maximum occupancy of 8 would address that and limit that, and the ownership would be happy to comply.
So you get these folks online out of town, right?
Yes, it'd be the desire to be use it as a short-term rental, and that ends up on platforms like Airbnb or vacation rentals by owner, that sort of thing.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from board members?
I have one question. How is the number of guests kind of maintained, or how do we keep track of that? If it says no more than 8 guests, but there's kind of been issues with neighbors noting that there's likely more than that, how does the city control that? Or is that this application where then in the future, if this gets denied, does it get renewed, I guess? And now could occur then if that's not being adhered to?
It would be, the ordinance itself limits it to no more than 8 people. And that's for all short-term rentals, even ones that don't require approval of a special use permit.
Okay.
So it would be a violation of that ordinance, and all of our investigations are driven by complaints. So it would result from a complaint being filed.
Okay.
And we do have a third-party consultant that does provide data about the short-term rental operators in terms of how they're advertising. So we can see if they are exceeding, if they're advertising for more than 8.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Gorentz.
I just I can't understand how if he's promoting Airbnb that all these cars would come with him. You know, usually might be one van or maybe 2 cars, but having all these cars for a weekend stay or a week stay. So I guess I'm confused how they get there.
Well, I think if you look at some of the complaints, I'm sure somebody has rented this house and maybe knows people in the area and invite them over. There's a multitude of ways that could happen, Tom. So, I mean, I think the issue here is does this board agree or disagree with the CPC that this is an appropriate location and home type to receive permission to do this. So to make that call. Okay. All right. Any other questions? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion. Anyone have a motion, please?
Okay, Madam Chair, in case number 52, I recommend that the application be denied.
I have a motion for Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Gorentz. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed?
And chair votes with the motion. This application has been denied. All right, moving on to case number 9C, which is case number 53 with an address of 3501 East 106th Terrace. Mr. Hartley, you're still here. Is that correct and still under oath?
Yes.
And is there anyone online today who's here to either support or oppose this request?
Madam Chair, I see no one raising their hand.
Okay, all right. Mr. Hartley, have you reviewed the staff report connected to this application? And once again, do you have any objection to the admission of the 1 through 9 administrative exhibits connected to the application?
So I've reviewed and have no objections.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. Again, Anna, if you could present on this case.
Thank you. Docket item number 9C focuses on 3501 East 106th Terrace, zoning R-7.5. The applicant is seeking a approval of a special use permit to allow for a short-term rental in this zoning district. Again, we are looking at a single-family home in the same neighborhood and general location as the previous two cases. Here's a close-up of the properties. Cases number 9A and 9B are in orange, within the subject site in yellow on East 106th Terrace. Again, the review criteria in regards to the special use permit is on the screen. The short-term rental appears to comply with said criteria, and we have received no public testimony surrounding this case. So this slide is a little bit off, but the City Planning Commission does approve with conditions. And that concludes my presentation.
So Anna, I'm sorry, I started to interrupt you. So there have been no public complaints about this location and its operation?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Mr. Hartley, describe, is this again a single family house?
Yes, it's a single family residence with a more moderate bedroom count. It's got 4 bedrooms and 2 baths.
Okay, and again, you have off-street parking at this location?
Yes.
And you're unaware of any neighborhood complaints as it relates to the operation of this home as an Airbnb?
I'm not aware of any complaints on this one. I did have some people call me in support of the property. They were happy to have somewhere for family to stay other than a hotel that would keep them close by, but no complaints on this one.
Okay. Board members, do you have questions about this location? Hearing no questions, I'd entertain a motion on this item.
Madam Chair, in case number 53, I recommend the board approve the application in accordance with the staff report and all the conditions listed therein.
I have a motion for Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Gorentz. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter has been approved. Thank you, Mr. Hartley.
Thank you.
All right, let's move to item number 10. Case number 64 with an address of 8725 Sycamore Avenue. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, along with any party who is online to either support or oppose this request for approval of the special use permit?
Madam Chair, I promoted the applicant, which is Joanne Karpinska.
Thank you. Ms. Karpinska, if you can hear me, if you would turn on your microphone and your camera.
Hello, yes.
Yes, I can hear you. Ma'am, can you state your name, please?
Joanna Karpinska.
Yes, Ms. Karpinska, could you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Joe, was there any other parties interested online?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right. Ms. Karpinska, have you reviewed the staff report that has been prepared as it relates to your application today?
Yes.
Okay. On page 3 of that report, there's a list of administrative exhibits that number 1 through 9 that are connected to your case. Any objection to my admitting those 9 items so that the board members can review them today and making a decision?
No objection.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 have been admitted. And Jared, I think this one's yours, so please go ahead.
Alrighty, bear with me while I share my screen. Okay, before us we have docket item number 10. This is a short-term rental special use permit in District R-7.5. This is the requirement is necessary because the subject site is zoned R-7.5 and has been in operation since prior to the STR ordinance, and was required to as a result of, this is a SUP renewal, essentially. This is the subject site. It's just south of Raytown. It's within the boundaries of the Hickman Mills area plan. More specifically, it is near the corner of Sycamore Avenue and East 88th Street. Some key points about the case: it's an existing non-owner occupied short-term rental special use permit. Staff has received 1 letter of support from an adjacent property owner. There are conditions attached. The applicant must renew the SUP every 3 years and must keep the registration up to date. Staff finds that this proposal meets the special use permit approval criteria. The City Planning Commission voted to recommend approval with conditions as listed in the conditions, corrections, and recommendations report. With that, I conclude my presentation.
Thank you. Ms. Karpinski, can you describe the structure to us? What is it?
It's a 2-bedroom, 1-bath townhouse in the building. That's 5 units, and I have a 1-car garage. My guests just stay in a garage, so I allow maximum 3 guests in my location, which is just 1 car. So in pretty much all the cases, my guests stay in a garage, so there is no parking issues. I usually have like business travelers who just temporarily come to the city to explore the area and possibly move in here. My minimum stay is 3 nights, but I also have longer term stays. I never had any issues since 2017.
Okay.
And my neighbors are aware of, HOA is aware, and they approve.
Okay, and you understand that the CPC put limitations or conditions that you obtain our board's approval and that this permit be allowed for a period of 3 years, correct?
I absolutely understand, yes.
Okay, and okay. All right, board members, questions? Hearing no questions, I would entertain a motion on this matter.
Madam Chair, in case 64, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the staff report and the conditions therein.
And that includes the conditions placed by the CPC.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter has been approved. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. We have a few more of these short-term rental, I think. So let's move on to the next one, which is case number 11A. Case number 45 with an address of 212 Armour Boulevard. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as any party who's here in support or opposition of this request?
I have just promoted Tom Sharkey, who's the applicant, and I don't see anyone else
Okay.
that has raised their hand.
And Mr. Sharkey is the applicant in the following 4 cases as well, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Sharkey, can you turn on your camera and your microphone if you can hear me, please?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon. Could you state your full name for the record, please?
Thomas Sharkey.
And do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Joe, did you tell me there was no one else raising their hand? Didn't hear me.
Yes, that's correct, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
sorry, I didn't know if I heard that. Okay, all right. Mr. Sharkey, have you reviewed the staff report as it relates to this application?
Yes, I have.
All right, on page 3 of that report, there's a list of administrative exhibits that are connected to the application. Those number 1 through 9. Any objection to my admitting those for the board to consider this afternoon?
No objection.
Exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. Jared, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Right, before us, we have docket items number 11A and 11B. These are in the same property. It is a duplex. It's 2 special use permits for short-term rentals. It is required because the applicant was not able to obtain at least 50% of adjacent owner consent.
Okay, and Jared, I'm sorry, I should have realized that actually it was the same building. So I need to call case number 46, but that
sure, no problem. Should I pause?
No, I'm just going to consider that's my calling of the case. So we have them both in front of us. And I believe the same 9 exhibits apply to both cases. Is that correct, Jared?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and they're already admitted. So you can proceed. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'll try to catch that on the next one.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine. Okay, so this is the site location. It is within the boundaries of the Midtown Plaza area plan. More specifically, it's near the northeast corner of Armour Boulevard and Central Street. These are the key points of this case. As mentioned, it is in a duplex. Staff has not received any letters in support or in favor or in opposition of this request. That's a typo on my part. Applicant must renew the SUP every 3 years and keep the registration up to date, are the conditions that are attached. Staff has determined that this special use permit meets all applicable review criteria for a special use permit. The City Planning Commission voted to recommend approval with conditions as listed in the report. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Jared. Mr. Sharkey, can you describe how many bedrooms are in each of these units?
Yes, in each unit, there are 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom.
And what kind of parking comes with this location?
There's 1 off-street parking spot in the back. However, I've talked with the neighbors during our neighborhood association. They don't want people parking back there, and I have taken that off the listing. So there's just street parking for this place.
Okay, but you've been working with your neighborhood association and you have no complaints that you're aware of?
No complaints, no.
Okay. All right, board members, questions about these 2 units? Then I would entertain a motion, and just please reference both case numbers when you make your motion, please.
Madam Chair, in cases number 45 and 46, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the staff report and the conditions as recommended by CPC.
I have a motion from Ms. Mixdorf. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted for these two locations. All right, let's move on to the next case, which is also a combined case of items 12A and 12B with address of 2745 Holmes, units 1 and 2. Mr. Sharkey, you're here on those matters. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're still under oath. Is that true?
Yes.
And is there anyone who is online either interested to be in support or opposed of these two units? If so, please raise your hand to be promoted.
Madam Chair, no one else is raising their hand.
Thank you. Mr. Sharkey, you've reviewed the staff report connected to these two locations,
Yes, I have.
and you have no objection to my admitting administrative items 1 through 9. Is that correct?
No objection.
Okay, those will be admitted. Jared, please proceed with your presentation.
Bear with me here. All right, before us, we have docket items 12A and 12B. This is similar situation to the last case. It is a duplex STR SUP. Applicant was unable to obtain owner consent from 55% of adjacent owners. This is the site location. It is within the boundaries of the greater downtown area plan. More specifically, it is on Home Street, south of 27th Terrace. These are the key points. It's two non-owner occupied short-term rental SUPs in a duplex. Staff has received multiple letters of opposition to the request. They're available on Compass KC. I don't believe they were admitted in the staff report as they were not notarized. I don't know. They were, a part of the CPC hearing because they don't require notarization of public comment. I don't know how we address that in a case such as this. This has the same conditions as the last TR SUP of the renewal every 3 years, along with the registration. Staff has determined that this application meets all applicable review criteria for a special use permit. The CPC voted to recommend approval with conditions as listed in the report. This concludes my presentation.
So, Mr. Sharkey, what kind of complaints do we have about this location?
At this time, this is not a short-term rental. This has been a group living. There's been some long-term tenants in there. So at this time, there are no complaints because it's not a short-term rental. We have plans to put some furniture in there and improve the property on the inside. And we've already made some improvements on the property, just kind of doing some repairs on the deck. And so at this time, it's not operating as a short-term rental.
Okay, so what kind of complaints have you had about this property in the past? It had nothing, I mean, that's what I'm trying to understand. There clearly were some complaints about something.
There haven't been any complaints. From my understanding, there's been some letters of opposition for short-term rentals. I think some of the neighbors may not like the short-term rentals. However, I do have a presentation that I'd like to address or present for this property to give as a visual aid for.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's
let's mark that as Exhibit 10, and you may share your screen.
And I do already have a copy of that.
Okay, if you can share that, Jared, then go ahead. That'll be Exhibit 10.
Mr. Sharkey, if you'd like to drive, you're welcome to share your screen.
Thank you. Is this viewable?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, so I have a short-term rental management company, and I'm local. I'm from Kansas City. I live right in the River Market area, so I'm quick to respond to anything that may come up. A problem. They come up every now and then, but usually everything runs really smoothly. I do screen a lot of the guests, so I just wanted to, give some insight into what kind of tenants we attract, and then also some of the screening measures that I take for the tenants, for these guests. One of the ways that some of the guests that we get is mainly medical. They're coming in for medical procedures. They're being, since it's so close to the hospitals, Children's Mercy and Truman Medical Center. So we get people coming in who are looking to adopt a kid, or their baby's in the NICU and they need extended stays. We also host small business owners, so helping other small businesses bring in their executives or their business partners coming in for extended stays. We do have the weekend travelers and family visitors. Those are going to help spur the economy. There's some local restaurants in the area that we'd like to support. And then a lot of it, especially with the real estate market being so high right now, a lot of people are selling their homes and they're in transition. So they need some temporary living. I've hosted people that needed, 2 months, 3 months, sometimes even up to 5 months while they're in between selling a home. Maybe they sold their prior home and they fell out of contract on the next one. And then we also get the business travelers and medical professionals. I used to be a medical professional as well, that was on traveling contracts. They're 13 weeks at a time. So we do host those people as well. And I think that'll be really important as COVID keeps developing. We want to support our people, our medical professionals during this time. And so that's just like the target audience that we cater to. And then the screening techniques I use is I talk to each individual guest and I ask them, why are they visiting? I don't allow local guests unless it's my roof needs to be replaced or my kitchen's being remodeled and I need a place to stay. And then I get on the phone with them and I ask them more probing questions regarding their stay. When it comes to local guests, I'm very cognizant of the risk that comes with that. And I take it very seriously because I do want to respect these neighborhoods and I don't host any parties at my places. I don't allow them. And if I start to even smell a party, I cancel the reservation. I don't want to deal with it. The community doesn't win. I don't win. The owner of the property doesn't win. Nobody wins in that. And so I take that very seriously. And then I go through my house rules with each guest to make sure that they understand. I have it explicitly on all of my house rules that there's zero tolerance for parties. I monitor the number of guests. I tell them, and I market the place that's in adherence to the ordinance, 2 people per bedroom plus 1 for the dwelling. And then I have this on my house rules on the listing. We also have house rules posted inside the place too, on a nice like decorative picture frame. And then we do noise monitoring sensors. This tracks the decibel levels. So if it goes above a certain level of decibels, which is usually about 80 decibels, 60, 65 decibels is conversational level. Once it gets about 80, that's where I get tripped up. And that's when I make a contact with the guest and say, hey, what's going on? Is everything okay? We don't allow parties. I just get more information and I touch bases with them. If they don't contact with me, then I personally go over to the property and I see what's going on. I knock on the door and I nip it in the bud before it even starts. And then in addition, I do have video surveillance on all my properties. That way I can track who's coming in, what activities being taken, and I put video surveillance on the front door and on all exterior points of entry. That way I can have control of this property. And again, I don't host parties. I know, and I bring up parties because there's never been a concern. There's never been a violation with this party. And my client actually just bought the property this summer and they inherited long-term tenants. The long-term tenants have not respected the property. They've left it in shambles. So we really need to do a thorough cleanup and we want to make it beautiful so that we can provide a really nice housing opportunity or temporary housing for people who need it, for whether, like I said in the prior slide, there's a need. The world is changing. People need temporary housing and love staying with people like me that provide a great furnished place. We don't slap together IKEA furniture. We put together really nice designs so that we can attract a professional crowd, a crowd that is going to respect the place. When it's a nice, well-designed, themed place, it attracts a type of people that they're going to be more inclined to respect the place. So we put a lot of thought into this. We want to be respectful of the community. And on that note, I do steer anyone who wants to purchase real estate for this strategy. I target busier streets. So I don't want to go into neighborhoods that are nestled inside of a quiet neighborhood that it's just kids playing and really quiet. I target places that have busy streets. This is right on Holmes. Holmes is a busy street. There's lots of commercial activity happening in the area. There's restaurants happening in the area. There's hospitals just down the street. So I think that's been my whole positioning with these type of properties is I'm not targeting these neighborhoods that are, or homes that are nestled in a very quiet neighborhood. I'm trying to target houses on busy streets where there's lots of commercial activity. So the neighbors should already be desensitized to some sort of, commercial activity. And in addition to support some of the local businesses as well. I mean, we like to branch out to local businesses and say, hey, I'd like to partner with you and I want to market your things on my website so that way we can support you. That's really needed right now during COVID too. Local businesses are hurting really bad. So any kind of guests, our guests, if we can refer them to local businesses, that's what we love doing. So again, I hope these factors help with the decision. We run this very professionally. We run a tight ship. I don't onboard every property. I don't take on every opportunity with investors and every property. I don't want to, because not every property is appropriate for short-term rental. However, I've identified this one as being appropriate. We have not started the short-term rental because we want to work this process with the city, with the community. I really want to respect the community, but at the same time, we incorporate techniques to minimize that risk of unwanted behavior happening in this neighborhood. And we do a really good job at it. I'm not trying to grow really big. I'm just trying to have a business here that's respectable, respected by the community and wants to do a really good job while providing an amazing product and service to the guests.
Okay, thank you. If you'd stop sharing your screen and make sure the city gets a copy of that.
Yes.
All right, board members, questions for Mr. Sharkey as it relates to these two locations? Hearing no questions, I'd entertain a motion on these two matters.
Madam Chair, in cases number 47 and 48, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the staff report and the conditions as recommended by the CPC.
I have a motion from Ms. Mixdorf. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you, Mr. Sharkey.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's move on to the next case, which is two items, item 13A and 13B, case numbers 42 and 100. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as any parties here online who are in support or opposition of these requests for variance?
Madam Chair, I've promoted Ryan.
Okay, Ryan, can you turn on your camera? And your microphone? Ryan, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, are you the applicant in this case?
I'm not the applicant. I'm representing the development team and the ownership, KJPL Bridlespur. Tim is the applicant with the sign company, and he should be on.
Joe, do you see him raising his hand?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. There are a couple other people that have just raised their hand.
Okay. Can you promote those, please?
Yeah. Tim, the sign guy, and Kevin
Okay.
Barthol.
I think that must be who
That's
we're
what his
waiting
name
for.
says.
Okay.
Well, I'm trying to get my camera to work, guys, and can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, let's see if this works. There we go.
I can
Hello.
see. Hello. All right.
Hi.
Hi.
It's been quite the day for you all, hasn't it?
They are a lot like this lately. So this is, I think this is our new normal.
Oh, boy.
It used to be my old normal for this board 20
I'm
plus
sorry to
years
hear-
ago. That's all right. It's called public service and we should all embrace that and do a little bit more of that. So let's move forward and try to use our time that we still have today to hear as many of these cases because we're still going to be terribly behind in a month. So, sir, can you state your name?
Yes, my name is Tim Eicherl. I'm the owner of Prairie Fire Signs and Graphics.
Okay. And you said Eicherl? Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
That's right. Mr. Eicherl, could you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. And Ryan, what is your name? What's your full name?
My name is Ryan Jones.
Spelled Jones?
That's correct.
All right. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Bless you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Is there anybody else that I missed that's interested in this case? I see someone named Kevin Barthold. Are you here on this case, sir? Can you hear me, sir? Mr. Barthold, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. What is your interest in this case, sir?
Opposition, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right. Can you state your full name for the record then?
Kevin Barthol.
And would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Affirm.
Thank you. Mr. Trabon, are you here on this case?
Yeah, sorry. I am here. I'm just here in support of Kevin. We're probably the closest house to the sign.
Okay, so you're here in opposition.
Yes.
Okay, so can you state your full name, please?
Yes, Timothy Trabon.
And would you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. And then I thought I saw somebody else. Carol Winterod, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, I can.
Can you hear us? Okay. Can you turn on your camera?
Yeah.
I see you. There you go. Okay. No, it's you and your husband are both there. Okay. Can you state your full names for the record one at a time, please?
Yes, Carol Winter Road.
And KB Winter Road.
Thank you. Could you both please raise your right hands? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, or nothing but the truth?
We do.
So affirm.
Thank you. Did I miss anybody else who's interested in this case that's been added to the panel? Okay, I think I have everyone. All right, let's go back to the applicant. It's Eckerl, right?
It's close enough. Eicherl.
Eicherl,
Yeah, I haven't
sorry.
lived with that my whole life.
Sorry. Well,
It's okay.
yeah, I get it. I apologize. I just have, okay. Have you reviewed the staff report connected to your client's application today?
Yes, I have.
Do you have any objection to the admission of the administrative exhibits that are found listed on page 3 of the staff report?
I do not.
Okay. Exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. And Jared, you have this case, so would you go ahead and present, and then we'll have questions for the applicant and for the folks that are here in opposition.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Before us, we have docket items 13A and 13B. These are, the applicant is seeking approval of 2 variances. Variance A is to the maximum allowable size of a wall sign in a residential district. B is to the maximum allowable size of a monument sign in a residential district. This is the location of the subject site. It is just south of I-435 within the boundaries of the Red Bridge area plan. This is a closer view of the subject site. There are multifamily homes on the property now, or at least being built currently. I'm not sure of the status of the development. This picture is from prior to build out. This is an elevation showing an example of the wall sign in variance A. It is at the top of the multifamily structure, 63 inches by 63 inches. The variance is 15.5 square feet, larger than allowed. It will not cause a substantial change to the neighborhood character. The only way to obviate it would be a change in design for a smaller sign. This is the second variance, variance B, for the monument sign. On the right, you can see the allowable monument sign size, 32 square feet. On the left is the proposed sign, quite a bit larger. The variance is 97 square feet in relation to the requirement. A substantial change to the neighborhood is not anticipated. A change in design for a smaller monument sign would be the only way to obviate the variance. Staff has reviewed the zoning variance criteria and finds this case to be in compliance, both variance A and variance B. With that, I conclude my presentation.
Okay, thank you. All right, so what's the purpose of this sign?
Can I get opposition in here, Madam Chair?
Yeah, you get a second. You get to go after the applicant. Okay, so
are we going to break these out into two separate, please, for decision purposes?
we do. We will. Yeah, we can do that if they're two separate addresses. But let me hear from the applicant, sir, and then we'll get to you. I promise you. All right, let's go to the applicant.
Thanks, Madam Chairman. So basically, to answer your question, there's 3 good points. Where this complex is located, there's no good visibility of signage at all. The only place you're going to get it is 435 because it sits below the overpass. So there's no visibility because there's just a major intersection there. You'd have to exit off Warnell, and that's just, you wouldn't see the sign anyway. This is a up and coming construction company, Quadrant Constructors. They got about 3 other projects going on with Kansas City now. So there's a good relationship going on there. There's blooming business there. So another loss of visibility equates to loss of revenue. They want to fill these luxury apartments up, of course. And then this last is, they want to increase the brand awareness as well, since there are multiple projects like this going on in Kansas City now.
Hi, Madam Chair. I'd like to build on what Tim said as well, if that's all right.
That's fine, Mr. Jones. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. We feel that the larger monument sign is a better representation in scale and uniform of our project overall. The smaller sign, as you can see down here in the exhibit on the staff report, you can see what our proposed monument sign looks like compared to what the one is that is the smaller sign. The smaller sign is not very visible. I took this picture from I-435, and you can't see that sign from the road. As Tim mentioned, we're building 3 projects in Kansas City. All of them are going to be called the Edison. We build these all across the country, and this monument sign is very standard of what we build. And we hold these long-term and we don't sell them. So as Tim mentioned, brand recognition and awareness is important to us. We think that having the smaller sign is going to hurt our leasing velocity because people won't be able to know and identify the property. The sign is not located along 104th Terrace near the neighbors. This is at the corner of the property. and more of a commercial oriented spot. It's a well-designed and well thought out sign. It's not over the top, and we think it conforms very well with the area. And a matter of fact, there's a sign up the street at the Brookdale, and that sign is even bigger than the sign, the monument sign we're proposing here. So I'll conclude with that. Thank you.
Okay, maybe I'm confused. Is there also some request to put some sort of insignia on each building?
No, no, that was.
Are you taking that off the application?
Well, that shouldn't have been on there. I don't know where that got mixed up. There's only one wall sign, and that's on the northeast corner.
Are you saying wall sign or monument sign?
Well, that's where we're getting confused here, is that we're talking about two different signs. So I wasn't jumping around, but one is a wall sign. That's probably A, and the other one is a monument sign. So, yeah.
Okay, so what does the wall sign look like? That's what I'm trying to understand.
It's a round emblem. It's the Edison E, and do you have that? Are you able to see that?
So that's what I'm talking about. So
okay, good.
What purpose does that serve?
Well, that's their branding, and that's to let everybody know that that's the Edison. It's a high-end luxury apartments. So instead of writing the Edison, I think they just use a logo.
Can we pull up the exhibit for that, please? So you can get a better idea.
Yep, give me 1 second here.
Yeah, sorry about that.
There. Can you all see that?
That's what you were talking about, right?
And how many of those are you intending to place? What are you asking this board?
Just one. On the northeast corner facing 435. That's a wall sign.
Okay, so one of those, and then the larger monument sign is what you're requesting.
Yep.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, that's a good clarification because the elevations in this packet indicate them on basically each side of the building.
Yeah, I don't know how that got in there, and we didn't realize it until we were preparing for this meeting, and we're like, okay, that's gonna create some confusion. So I apologize.
Okay,
so actually Jared reached out to me earlier and said, "Are you doing 3?" And it's only 1. So I apologize.
All right, so let's make this very clear so the people in opposition understand it as well as the board members. So Jared, where this photograph we now see, what side of the building is this going to face?
I believe towards 435. I have if you give me 1 moment, I can pull up the staff report.
Yeah, and I have a drawing too that shows the plat and the layout. I mean, I can share my screen. It's if that's easier.
If you have it available, then you're welcome to do so.
Yeah.
It's going to be facing north.
Can you all see that?
Not yet. There's nothing there. Okay. Yeah, now we can.
Okay. Yep, it's that sign that you saw right there going on the top gable. Can only be visible from 435 anyway. And it's only on that one facade, that elevation, which is east basically, or northeast probably.
So it's on the Warnell Road side is what you're saying?
Yes.
And what is across the street on Warnell at that location?
Apartments.
Okay. And then using this diagram, show us where you want to put this proposed monument sign.
You see the board says green?
Yes.
It's like right below that. In that area, we're landscaping that area. We're gonna have nice flower beds in front of the sign. And that's where it's gonna go. You can see in the staff report, there's a rendering of what it will look like.
Yeah.
All right, so as it relates to the emblem sign, Jared.
There's that, if you can see that.
I'm not sure what you're showing us.
Oh, okay, maybe it won't let me share it. So, okay.
Jared, let me just for clarification, as it relates to the emblem sign, just the E on it, what variance is being requested for that sign?
Square footage, that emblem will be 27.5 square feet. They're allowed to have a 12-foot wall 12 square foot wall sign. So a variance of 15.5 square feet to the maximum allowable wall sign square footage.
Okay, and then for the monument sign, they're asking for 97 square feet.
Yes, they're only allowed 32 square feet. Their monument sign is 129 square feet.
Okay, just wanted to make sure we had this correct.
But can I add in a comment on that, please? The signage, the actual sign that says the Edison on the monument sign is smaller than that total square footage that you mentioned. There's a large portion of that is just masonry.
Okay, the board understands that, but we look at the whole sign. So
Understood.
Okay, so board members, before the applicant takes down this shared screen.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Do you have any questions about it? And I'm going to have to mark this as an exhibit. I think it'll be 10. Sir, you'll need to provide us a copy of that. So this here that we see right now is exhibit 10 and it will be admitted. All right, you can take it down. All right, let's hear from the folks that are here in opposition.
Madam Chair?
I'm sorry. Yes.
I did have one question.
I'm sorry, Mr. Siller. Yes, please go ahead. I apologize.
I was curious about the lighting on the monument sign and the emblem and the wall sign as well.
Can you speak?
So obviously we all know that LEDs have come a long way. So they're very low light emittance anyway. So the lighting would be a single side for the monument sign, single side just in that box area where you see the Edison. Would be like a cabinet sign. It'd be mostly black. So, we haven't really come up with a final design yet, but that box is, I didn't actually remember the dimensions of just the box, but that's the only lighting you're going to see there. The wall sign, same thing. It's 63 by 63. It's a circle sign. It's got LEDs in it, and they're warm LEDs basically. So they're not going to be glaring in your face. And then we are setting these up with timers too. And I don't know any ordinances on that stuff, but I mean, they are going to be planned to have timers on them.
So the wall sign is internally illuminated and
Internally.
the monument sign would be externally.
Both of them internal. The monument sign will have a cabinet built inside of it.
That's the cabinet. Okay, thank you. Got it.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions from board members? All right, let's hear from the opposition. Mr. Barthol, let's start with you. What is your objection to these proposed two signs?
I did submit slides to the public engagement website or central mailbox. I don't know if they were received or not. They were 5 days ahead of time and PDF format.
Jared, do you have those?
They were received, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna mark those as exhibit 11. I believe that's where we are now. And we will, Jared, if you can share those.
And Madam Chair, I broke those out into separate slide presentations based on the numbering that came out to the public that they were 42 and 100. So please bear with me.
Okay.
I'm opening both currently, so just give me 1 second while my PDF application opens.
Also, while that's loading, I want to add a current photo that was taken last night of the proposed corner where they want to put the monument sign in. Thank you.
Okay, we can mark that as exhibit 12.
And I do have one question regarding the agenda, and I'm just curious. It's noted on the agenda, it says, plus any other necessary variances.
All we're taking up today are the ones that have been asked for.
Okay, Madam Chair.
So okay, we're waiting for the presentation to load.
Sorry, my PDF viewer takes a little bit of time.
I understand.
Yeah.
All right, so I will start, Mr. Barthol, with number 42. That's the wall sign.
Yes. Okay. You didn't present me in color very much. Okay. I just want to give you guys just a quick overview for the board and for Madam Chair that this is and has been a very residential area.
Sir, can you speak up? We're having a hard time hearing you.
1 second, Madam Chair. Let me see if I can adjust my volume. Can you hear me now?
You're really muffled.
Let's see if I can pull my mic. Can you hear me now?
It's about the same.
All right, 1 second. I don't know how to.
Kevin, you might check your microphone and make sure the input is selected to.
Your
Is that
headset.
better? Is that better, Madam Chair?
That's better.
Okay, I adjusted the volume. Thank you for your patience, Madam Chair.
I'm not concerned about the wall sign.
Okay, so once again, just to go back, this is the development.
Miss Winterrod, we can hear you. Can you mute yourself? Carol, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you. All right, just mute yourself. All right, Mr. Barthol, try again.
Okay, so just once again, this is a very residential area. It has been a very residential area, and this is the newest construction in this area for a long time. In fact, for apartment wise, from Warner Road all the way over to Holmes, going south to Redbridge Road, this is the only set of apartments in this area. So as for signage, I'll move on to the next slide. And I will say that these slides were prepared previously, that this was a submittal for a wall sign on the south side and for a sign on the west side, because that's what was put out to the public. So some of this has changed. And basically my opposition and the neighborhood's opposition is just the sheer size of this. If you went with the standard square footage, which is in city code, you can still get a 48 by 36 inch sign on this wall. And as for aesthetics, you center it up between these triangles, because the triangle is where it's going to go in between. I think you can more than meet the need of what they're expressing for their brandness, and also for getting their logo up onto these building, this single building. Moving on. So just in closing on this one, I just want to reiterate that this is very much a residential area. There are no wall signs on any of the homes or any of the neighborhoods. There is existing, and by the way, I'll reiterate, there is existing multifamily buildings in the area. There are 5 to be exact, from 99th and Warren, all the way up to Condo Lake Drive, and 0 of those existing complexes do not have any wall signs, and they are thriving and doing well. So, if we're going to allow this, I think code should be adhered to. And also, I just had a point, as you did too, regarding just this E logo. I just am curious of the if this thing actually has got any kind of QR code built into it, because it's got a lot of wiggly lines to it, and I'm assuming that is not the case, but it sure has the appearance. And for causing, I'm curious also, because I think this thing can be very distractive with the wiggly lines and the E. And there is Warner Road is a heavily impacted road for travel, and this could have a focus attention from the public traveling up and down the road. And once again, these wall signs, I don't, not in the neighborhood or in the surrounding area, want to see a proliferation of excessively large signs. I think we should keep this residential and not commercial. So based on all this, I would like the board to consider a denial on this variance.
Okay, anything else, sir?
Well, if we're just going to break these out into individual ones, no. If we're going to talk about the other one, then yes.
What is your objection to the monument sign?
I got a couple objections to the monument sign. Number one, and actually it does tie back into this one too. I don't know, did staff recognize that when this development was passed, there was a city ordinance tied to it with conditions?
I'm sorry, sir.
When this development was passed, there was a ordinance that was passed with this development and had conditions to it. And one of the conditions talked about signage being needed to be in compliance.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that this is not considered that you guys in any way are acting on 88-565-02 number 5, where you are waiving, varying, modify, or otherwise override a condition of approval or requirement imposed by another decision-making body.
Okay, Jared, can you speak to that concern?
I believe the condition, I don't remember it verbatim, but I believe it is just saying that they must comply with the signage code. I have never considered the variance process to be somehow not a part of the overall zoning and development code. Joe, were you
Madam
about to hop
Chair.
in?
Yeah, Madam Chair, what Mr. Barthol is referring to, I believe, is a standard condition we put on all development plans and a variety of other cases that get approved by City Council, which simply states that the applicant is required to obtain sign permits. And in other words, anything that's shown on the plans at that time is not expressly approved for signage. They have to go through what the code requires. It's not intended to preclude someone's ability for asking for a variance later. It just means that we're not evaluating signage at this time. You need to go through the process later to get your sign permit. And if you need a variance, you'll need to request that.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Mr. Barthol, anything else about the monument sign that you find objectionable?
Yes, can I run through the presentation on the monument sign?
Yes,
That was the wall sign.
yes, let's keep moving. We're running out of time.
Okay, so on the monument sign, once again, I want to note here, number one is identified. It's a condition within the same plan that says the developer shall submit an affidavit completed by a landscape architect licensed in the state of Missouri, verify that all landscaping required for the approved plan has been installed in accordance with the plan and is healthy prior to certification of occupancy. Where they're wanting to put that sign, there is landscaping required in order for them to receive their certificate of occupancy. So I guess the question is, if you scroll down to the next slide, I'll show you exactly what was talked about and what was in the approved plan. Madam Chair and Board. So this is the proposed location for their sign. And if you see, there are trees that are required for them to have their occupancy license. And so I'm just curious if this is, some kind of a bait and switch that you get your certificate of occupancy, you tear all your landscape out, and then you put in your signage. So moving on to the next picture, I'll just want to show you what is currently on that site corner where they're proposing for that monument sign. So there's a look at the current corner. If you notice, there's also a fence they did not mention that is being installed. Not 100% sure if that is going to go through a variance or not, but it does look a little tall. And then also within this, when the city approved this plan, there was a requirement for transparency or between seeing because this is a boulevard. So there were boulevard standards that needed to be adhered to for visibility. And I don't know if that's been considered by adding this large monument sign. And also, if you actually read the city city code, it says that this monument sign is supposed to be placed at a street entrance. And once again, this is not a street entrance. So my question was, is this a variance then to put this in an alternate location that is not applicable to the current code?
Okay, any other questions, sir?
No, other than that, once again, we just request that the board denies this variance, because I think that they can meet their needs if they scale back a little bit on the brickwork and focus more on their attention with the sign. If you notice, this building is not substantially bricked everywhere. So, I mean, I think they're choosing pretty over function. Their goal should be a sign. And once again, it should be by a street entrance as code requires. Thank you for your time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right. Yes, Mr. Trayvon?
And may I just also add, just to echo one of Kevin's points, and something that has definitely been noticeable over the past year, is that before this project began, that intersection between, Warrenall 103rd up to past the High 435 has consistently been one of the more dangerous intersections. It's listed online as one of the more dangerous intersections in Kansas City. And even since the development, we've regularly witnessed car accidents right off 104th Terrace in Warrenall. It's gotten to a point where our family members don't use Warrenall to visit our home. They'll go all the way to Holmes because that turn there are just so many distractions. There's so many things occurring. And it does worry me that sign will only raise the number of car accidents because that is something that has, I would say that there have been a handful this year alone. That's all I wanted to share is just I think that signs definitely lead to more dangerous driving if they're distracting enough. And this seems like that would be the case.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Mr. and Mrs. Winterroud, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. What is your position about this request?
Well, as president of Center Planning and Development Council, I'm testifying primarily on the monument sign, which we feel is too large for that area and should be reduced significantly. So we are encouraging you to reject the monument sign variance.
Okay. And why do you believe it's too large?
Well, it's much larger than is allowed. And that's a street that has a lot of residences on, and it should be more in keeping with the neighborhood.
Okay. To the applicant, how is the sign that you're proposing and the fencing that I saw in the picture offered by the opposition, how do those interact? I can't hear you, sir. You're muted.
We've installed a wrought iron fence along Warrenall. So and that fence stops down near the right-of-way easement ditch there. So it'll be behind the fence.
So you're putting this monument sign behind a fence?
Correct. If I can pull up the plan here, I don't know if I could share my screen or not.
Well, it was drawing your guys' evidence number 10, I believe it was, what I showed on my screen was not the same view that Mr. Barthol showed. So I'm not sure if there's miscommunication there, but we did a mock-up and that was a recent picture taking of, and it's to scale of what that sign would actually look like. And there you go. That's from the highway. And then there was, yeah, is that the one I had on my screen? And it's not very large. And opposed into Mr. Barthel's other comment about, the sign being, about the sign, not the brick. The sign's only 2 feet high by 8 feet wide. So we did make, we wanted to fit in, with what's going on there. And it's to be classy as well. And good looking sign, it's probably going to be the best looking sign in that neighborhood. If you go down 2 blocks and look at Brookdale's, it's a 20-year-old sign.
Can we go to the picture of the sign that is current, the current ordinance allows, and show the scale of that compared to the
Well, that's, yeah, they're.
Yeah, so we just feel like that our proposed sign is a much better representation and is more uniform with the significant amount of capital and investment that we've put into this project.
Can you clarify in these images where this fencing is running though? I mean, I see the wrought iron fence to the left, but is that coming down north of this signage along the ditch, or where is that all running?
We just put a wrought iron fence along the sidewalk up and down because we didn't originally do that, but have that in our plans, but we did add that in because there are some people that walk up and down there. There's some homeless people in the area, and we just wanted to create a little bit of a buffer so our residents on the first floor here that can walk out of their units would feel a little safer. And that comes in and ties down, you can see the construction fence that keeps going and kind of comes around and ties into the blue fence, the blue silk fence right there. So it will be behind the wrought iron fence that goes around our whole property. Not to mention that we have a privacy fence on the other side that is bigger that the residents of the neighborhood requested.
Okay. Okay. Other questions from board members?
Madam Chair, I still have one objection. Are we going to go after a variance for the relocation of that sign not being by a street entrance per city code?
I'll have to ask staff about that, but I'm not familiar with what you're talking about.
Well, if you read the city code for that particular what they're trying to do. One second, let me grab my paperwork. Okay, so residential signs, what they have requested is 445 number 6, and that is for residential entrance signs. And if you read that, it is one monument sign is allowed at street entrance, identifying the name of the residential neighborhood or multi-family building or complex. The area of the sign face shall not exceed 32 square feet in area or 6 feet in height. The monument structure on which the sign is located may be approved up to 25 feet in height through the project plan process.
Okay, let me ask staff, is this considered to be at the entrance of this development?
There's no street.
Sir, I understand your position. I'm asking staff their position.
Madam Chair, the section of the code that he's referring to, we don't have any specific, excuse me, sorry, I've lost my part of the code I was looking for. I am going to have to defer to Joe Rex-Winkle in terms of whether or not that needs a variance. I am unsure if they will need a variance.
Jared, I can
that
speak
as
up
well.
real quick.
Sure.
Monument signs in residential districts, you can have one sign per street frontage. That's what it says.
So this would be one of their street frontages.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I thought. I didn't think it had to be at an entrance. It just has to be on a street frontage. Okay. All right. All right. Board members, other questions? Right.
One comment.
Yes.
In that, I guess, just one board member and maybe staff could offer some clarity, but it seems that the purpose of the monument signs are for wayfinding, identification, located maybe toward an entrance or street front as to a means by which you can find your way to the entrance of the apartments, and not trying to use a monument sign maybe in a similar manner as a taller or larger sign to broadcast and advertise to an interstate highway that's quite a distance off.
Can I interject on that? Maybe?
I'm sorry.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, and before you do, also, I guess I still don't really understand that how the design sign is going to give anybody anything in terms of notice? So please answer both of those questions so the board can make a decision.
Sure, for Mr. Stiller, that's more of like an incidental sign, we call it, where it's wayfinding or directional. This will serve as both. It's actually a sign to, it's first impression, like our biggest things are monument signs and lobby signs. Those are probably the most important signs when you visit somebody's business or, your dentist or your, doctor. You want them to have a nice office with a sign and first impression. There you go. This one isn't like overbearing. It's done very classy. It'll be great landscaping. It'll be done very nice. And like I said, in that area, it'll be the best sign that's there. The other sign, it's an illuminated sign. It's branding. I don't think any of the signs that we discussed today, I think they're all the same. They're all, the name of the company. E is Edison. It's the brand. It's there's 4 of these developments going on in Kansas City, and that's kind of their position where they want to be known as, high-end apartments, and you found them.
When someone drives by an apartment property, they need to know the name of it so they can go look it up and see what the rents are, see if they have units available. That's what our monument sign and wall signs serve to do.
And you can't see them from 435. That's the biggest is where all signage is going to be seen from.
And we would prefer to have it on this corner as opposed to up near all the neighbors' house at our main entrance. We think this would be, a better spot for everyone.
And that was my follow-up question on that was, and I didn't notice it before, what do you have at the entrance to identify it?
We don't have anything. This will be our only monument sign and wall sign.
All right, thank you for the.
Yes, sir.
All right, any other questions?
I got one more for maybe Joe Rexnagel, just for clarification regarding the ordinance and the requirement for the landscaping. Do they have to have that ordinance amended in any way to remove that landscaping that's required for their certificate of occupancy in order to make room for this monument sign?
You're referring to landscaping that was shown on the approved plan?
Yes, Joe.
Approved development plan?
Yes, Joe.
They have to plant that landscaping as shown on the approved plan, or they have to amend the plan. Either one. And
Okay.
An amendment may require a new ordinance. It depends on the scope of the amendment.
Well, what they have there currently that was in that picture does not meet the approved plan in any way. They got 3 evergreen bushes there, and those are not deciduous trees for the approved plan. So I think we have a conflict with the sign and the landscaping.
Those evergreen trees
not
are
being
not where the
addressed.
sign is going to be located.
Mr. Jones, you cannot overtalk him. Okay,
I
this is a
apologize. I'm
record.
just trying to provide clarification.
Well, that's fine, but wait your turn. Okay,
ma'am.
all right.
And as just to respond to him real quickly, all of his drawings are not current. He's got no fence. He doesn't have proper landscaping. He's got his flowers, and he does not even show the trees that are out near the fence. That's why I'm curious where this sign is really going to be placed with in relation to what current activities are on this site.
Okay, Mr. Barthol, we understand your conditions. Mr. Jones, I'm gonna let you have the last word and then we're gonna vote.
Yeah, I just think I mean, we have a great relationship with the permitting department of the city of Kansas City. All of our everything we've built has been to permit. I think we're kind of confusing 2 separate issues with Kevin's point.
Okay, all right, board members, any other questions for staff?
So one last comment, and then we can move on. I got to say, I'd be a lot more comfortable if we had a site plan that accurately represented the requested variance, the associated fence, and the associated landscaping.
Okay, all right. I would entertain a motion on this case.
Madam Chair, in case number 42 and 100, I recommend that the application be denied.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been denied. Thank you. All right, let's move on. We're going to have to end today at 4:45 because of some people that have to leave before 5. I've been notified of some issues. So we're going to try to take at least one more case, maybe 2. And the rest of the cases, I apologize. We're just not going to make them to them today because people have taken a lot of time making their presentations. So we have to deal with what we have. So let's move on to docket number 14, case number 67. The address is 3262 Gillum Road. If the applicant is still online, please raise your hand to be promoted. And any other person who is here today online to support or oppose this request.
Madam Chair, the applicant does not appear to be online at this moment. For the sake of time, to ensure that we get to at least 2 other cases, let's just move on to docket item number 15.
Okay, sounds good. Let's move on to docket item 15, which is case number 83 with an address of 5026 Northwest 85th Court. The applicant, please raise their hand to be promoted, and as well as anyone here in opposition or support.
Madam Chair, I've promoted Sylvia Barrera.
Okay. And
Madam Chair,
Mr. Stiller, are you recusing yourself on this case?
I'm recused. I just wanted to be sure everything was in order.
Yeah, would you turn off your camera and your microphone, please? All right. Ms. Barrera, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you turn on your camera, please?
That's what I'm trying to do.
And Ms. Barrera, before we get started, well, let's just turn on your camera so I can have you identify yourself first. I apologize.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to.
I see, there I can see you. Okay. Can you state your name, please?
I'm Sylvia Barrera.
Yes, and could you please raise your hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Barrera, I need to advise you that with Mr. Stiller's recusal, that you currently only have 4 board members that can hear your case today. You can proceed and waive the right to have 5 board members hear your case. You need to understand if you do that, you have to convince all 4 of these board members to your side of the case. If you want a continuance to such a time when we can have 5 board members, we'll consider that, since this is not your issue as to why we only have 4 board members. What do you wish to do? Do you wish to proceed and waive your right to 5 members, or do you want a continuance until our October hearing?
I would like to proceed, please.
Okay, all right. With that waiver, I would ask you to review the staff report that has been created for your case. And on page, have you reviewed that report?
Yes.
Okay, that's right. On page 3 of that report, on page 2 of that report, there's a listing of administrative exhibits that number 1 through 9. Those are items connected to your case. Do you have any objections to my admitting that so the board members can review those administrative exhibits today?
No, I do.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. Did I say that right? Yeah, that's right, 9. Okay, sorry, I just thought I saw something different. Okay, yes, I'm sorry, we have a PowerPoint presentation. Let's hear that first.
Chair, I also will submit other documentation, pictures as exhibit number 10 and signatures as exhibit number 11 that Mr. Stiller submitted yesterday.
All right, exhibits 10 and 11 will be admitted.
Yes, ma'am, and the pictures are in the PowerPoint.
Okay, great, go ahead.
Okay, before us we have docket item number 15, at 5026 Northwest 85th Court, zoned R6. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the side yard setback. The subject site is located in northern Kansas City. Here you see a close-up of the site off of Northwest 85th Street on Northwest 85th Court. These are pictures of the design for the porch. It is currently a deck, and the proposal is a roof to make it a porch open on 3 sides. The lot and building standards 88-11006B requires a side yard setback of 8 feet. The proposed side yard setback is 4.8 feet, asking for the variance in the amount of 3.2 feet. And that concludes my staff report.
All right. Najama, is this a situation that, but for the roof, no variance would be requested?
There would require a variance for the side yard setback for the deck, which I would have to do the measurement for to see if it would be allowed.
Okay, so you without doing that calculation can't tell us. Okay, all right.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Ms. Barrera, tell us why you want to construct the deck as proposed.
The way our location is at, our property, I understand it's closer to our neighbor, which we have a really nice deck, but unfortunately the sun would just hit us. So like during between the hours of like 2 and 6 o'clock, we can't really be out there because it's very sunny. So I talked to our neighbor, which is Mike Motes. He's right my next door neighbor, and he's okay with it. I was able to get approval from my 6 other neighbors as well. And yeah, I mean, that's what, we just wanted that permission to be able to enjoy our deck.
And Ms. Barrera, have you discussed what you're proposing with your neighbors, and has anyone advised you of any concerns or opposition?
I did went to talk to all of them, and I showed them our designs, and they were happy for us. They're excited, and they wished us luck.
And do you have any home association restrictions that would not allow this?
I actually submitted them, and that's how we started all this, because they gave me permission for it.
Okay, all right. Other board members, do you have questions about this request? Hearing no questions, I would entertain a motion on this case.
Chair, in case number 83, I recommend that the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the staff report and the site plan.
I have a motion from Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Ms. Mixdorf. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This request has been granted. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's keep going. I think we can maybe do one more case. Let's try to get that done in 15 minutes. Let's call docket number 16, case number 84, with an address of 9812 East 41st Street. Would the applicant raise their hand to be promoted, as well as any other parties here interested in support or opposition?
Need to get Tom back.
Oh, yep. Mr. Stiller, can you hear me? I better, let me check. Oh, there he is. Sorry. Thank you, Tom. Sorry about that. Okay. Are you ready? Okay. You can hear us. Okay. All right. Ms. Beach, are you the applicant in this case?
Yes, I am.
Can you state your full name for the record?
McKaylee Beach.
Ms. Beach, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that was interested in this case that was promoted? Mr. Hitt, are you interested in this case? I need you to turn on.
I did promote Mr. Hitt, Madam Chair.
All right, Mr. Hitt, can you turn on your camera and your microphone? Mr. Hitt, can you hear me?
unmuted now, Mr. Hitt. If you
Okay.
could, oh, there he is.
Yeah, Mr. Hitt, can you say something? Can I hear you?
Hi,
Okay, can you state your name, please?
my name is Curtis Hitt.
Are you interested in this case?
Yes,
Okay, are you here in support or opposition?
I'm in opposition.
Okay, would you raise your right hand to be sworn then? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, or nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, all right. We'll give you a chance to speak as soon as we hear from the applicant. Okay, sir? Thank you. Ms. Beach, have you reviewed the staff report that is connected to your application?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Do you have any objection to my admitting the 9 administrative exhibits found on page 4 of that staff report?
I have no objection.
Okay. Exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. And Jared, I think you have this case again. Would you make your presentation, please? And then we'll have questions for the applicant and the opposition.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Before us, we have docket item number 16. This is a variance to the requirement prohibiting more than one detached house on a single lot. It is in zoning district R-7.5. This is an overview of the subject site. You can see it's near Arrowhead Stadium and Coffin Stadium off of I-70. This is a closer view of the subject site. You can see both structures here on the property. I believe the one to the north is what was formerly a garage, but at some point was converted, and below is the original residential structure. So these are the Missouri case factors. This variance is for one dwelling unit. A substantial change is not anticipated to the character of the neighborhood. Both structures have been in place for over 50 years. The difficult could not be obviated by some feasible method. The applicants have pursued a minor subdivision, but did not meet the requirements to split their lot. And they also have no evidence of the conversion of the garage to a dwelling unit at some point in the past. So the applicant also would not be granted a CLNU. Staff has reviewed all zoning variance review criteria and finds this case to be in compliance. With that, I conclude my presentation.
All right, Ms. Beach, how did this property end up with 2 dwelling units?
I purchased the property in September of last year, and that's the way I bought it, is that it has 2 houses on the one parcel.
Okay, so describe the different houses. Do you live in them? What's the situation? I don't understand.
I bought these properties, they were vacant, and I bought them with the intention to fix them and sell them. The first property that I've bought as basically an investment property to flip, like I said. So what I've done over the last few months is we've painted the inside and the outside and made some updates. And when trying to get utility service at the locations, we were unable to do so for the back house. And that's kind of when I ran into some problems with the city and the zoning.
Okay, I guess I don't understand. If someone builds a second house on a property, I'm not sure why a variance is appropriate. To me, this seems in direct violation of what the ordinance is, and this basically turns the ordinance on its head. So I don't understand. I understand you bought this property, but I don't know why this board should grant this, because it wouldn't be allowed in any circumstance.
Yeah, we've been trying to figure out a resolution for this. You know, I think there's obviously some value here, but I really, you know, don't know what to do at this point. And as mentioned in the presentation, we brought forward the idea of splitting the lot, and they decided that seeking a variance would be a better option for us.
All right.
Madam Chair, I can provide a bit of background.
Okay.
Because I don't think the board's seen a request like this before. If you have, it's been some time.
Well, I have actually, and we turned it down, so.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
About a year ago, the city council passed an ordinance that stated that you could have no more than one principal building per lot.
Right.
Chapter 80, which is the preceding zoning code that was replaced with the current zoning code, did have a similar provision that prohibited 2 or more principal buildings on one lot. Ever since that code was repealed in 2011, staff in our permits division had been telling customers that they couldn't have permits because of that provision, even though there was nothing in Chapter 88 that specifically stated that until a year ago. There was a provision, and still is a provision in Chapter 88 that says that anytime 2 or more principal buildings are proposed on one lot, you need to get a development plan approved by the city council. So the means by which we were rectifying that issue was taking a development plan to city council, often, well, in every case that I can remember, for 2 existing buildings on one lot, so they could go ahead and get their permits. A year ago, the council decided to change the code to simply state what the old code said, which is that you cannot have 2 existing principal buildings on one lot. That gives the board the option to grant a variance to make the 2 existing buildings legal. I think in this case, that these buildings are both existing. Neither one of them are proposed to be constructed. I think, I don't know, Ms. Beach, can you reiterate what kind of permits you're seeking on the buildings?
We're seeking electrical upgrade permits so that we can have service at both houses.
So currently this property has one electrical service, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Hitt, let me hear from you. What's your opposition?
I am Curtis Hitt, and I live at 4012 Pittman Road, which this project, this second house, the one against the back fence, overlooks my backyard. It's right up against the fence, and got 8 windows in the back of that house that overlook my yard. So there is no privacy at all for my wife, my daughters, my granddaughters, or my great grandkids. So that bothers me. I also understand that they're trying to, well, they're in the process of converting the back house, the one against the back fence, into a duplex. So if they're successful in doing that, at least that's what I heard, okay, that it's in the process of being converted into a duplex. That would give 3 families living on this one plot of land. That doesn't sound like, you know, they got their own neighborhood. We used to call them communes. But this neighborhood, with the exception of that plot, is mainly every house, single family house, at least a ½ acre. And most of, I mean, a lot of them have an acre or a little over an acre, like my house is a little over an acre. So this is definitely not in the character of a single family neighborhood. Now, how that building got there, I don't know. When I bought my property and moved into this house here a year and a half ago, it was completely ran down. There was a hole in the roof. There's rotted out wall boards on the side of the building. And the front building, the one next to the street, was the basement was collapsing inward. And somebody spent a lot of money putting that basement back where it didn't collapse. But for this past year, the only occupants of that building, first of all, there's no utilities. The occupants of that buildings were homeless people who also enjoyed my backyard and using my yard as a shortcut to the freeway, to the bus stop on Pittman. There was no utilities, like I said, but in the past, my neighbor who had been here longer than me told me about 2 years ago, there were people living in that house and they had utilities turned on. How they had the utilities turned on is they had a cable running from the main house to the back house. And this cable, would you believe, is laying on the ground in the grass? But that was the situation. It came over to the house and they had walled up one of the windows and drilled some holes in it on the side of that building. And they were running the cables to the window across the floor to connect it into the electrical system in that building, which I don't know if it was a garage or a horse stable or whatever. That's not good electrical practices the way they did it. But that stuff has been removed, by the way. Last time I was over there when they had the property up for sale, I went and looked and the cable had been run over by a lawnmower. Hopefully it was de-energized when they did that. It had cut it up pretty bad. But even right now, I understand they got a permit for putting a hot water heater in, a gas-powered hot water heater. I don't see any gas meter, water meters, and definitely no electrical meter on that house at all. And there's question about the septic system. This neighborhood where I'm at, one of the reasons for the big yards is we don't have access to the city sewer. I wish they would run one through the neighborhood, I'd hook up. But we have septic systems. And talking to my neighbors that about 2 years ago when somebody was living in that house, the septic system was inadequate and the water, you know how a septic system is overloaded, it starts running on top of the ground and like all water, it'll run downhill. And I understand from my neighbor that my backyard out there stunk really bad from the overflow from that septic system, if there is a septic system. Also, even to this day, on the back of that house, there are open pipes coming out of the house that don't go anywhere. They're open. So whatever they put in that pipe gets dumped out in the back of the house, which runs downhill into my yard and my neighbor's yard. But nobody's been living there since I've been here, so I haven't had to put up with that smell. And I'm not talking about rainwater. Everybody has rainwater problems. So I'm really against that building being there. I'm glad that it's been painted. By gosh, it looks horrible when I first came here. So they made some progress on it, but I believe I've made my point of why I'm against it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hitt. Ms. Beach, I'm one board member, so the other four board members may very well disagree with me, but I think that this building was built without permitting. I think it is not something that was built to code. And so I do not see any reason as one board member to allow you to have two homes on one lot in this situation. So I think that allowing that opens the door in the city to crowded situations that are inappropriate. So I'm one board member. Just wanted to state my position very clearly on this because I think this situation perfectly shows what happens when people don't follow the ordinance. So anyway, other board members have questions for the applicant or the opposition. If not, I would entertain a motion on this case.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
case number 84, I would move that the variance request be denied.
I have a motion for Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
I second.
I have a second for Mr. Gorentz. Do I have, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been denied. All right, ladies and gentlemen that are still online, we are not going to be able to take any further cases today. For that, I apologize. We have done our best today to move through. Doesn't seem like many cases, but obviously some of them had some complex issues. The thing I think we can do at this point is just have to continue these to our October 12th meeting at this point. I think the board is considering options about other meetings or what we're going to have to do to address what is now a heavier docket, a case docket. Today, we basically had what would be 2 full meetings in one day because we were here all day and typically we have half-day hearings. So I don't know if we need to have a motion in each case or can these all automatically be continued to the 12th? Sarah, what would you prefer?
I don't think you need an individual motion. I think it's fine, but I think a motion just continuing cases, what are we, 17?
Well, we also would have to continue 14, I think, because we didn't get to that one. So I think is the motion to continue case 14 and all cases from between 17 and 37 that have not been addressed by a motion. Okay.
Yes.
Do I have a motion from a board member that reflects that?
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion from Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Ms. Mixdorf. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. All those matters are continued to October 12th. So folks, you can drop off. I do want to tell staff while we're online, I am scheduled to be in a court hearing that runs for 3 weeks in the month of October, which will also cover the 12th of October. So I know that's going to present us a problem for this volunteer job that I have. So I just want to give staff a heads up about how we're going to schedule things in the month of October. Okay.
And I had also previously sent an email because I'm also out the October 12th hearing.
So we probably do need to talk about what we're going to do so that we don't get further behind. So we can go offline and staff can reach out, Sarah, right, to us and with some options. Okay. All right, folks, thank you so much for your patience today, and we are adjourned.